Kanohana Jin finds himself trapped in the middle of a brutal mountain blizzard, and he's straight up losing it, because he can't believe his life has actually come to this. Stranded on a mountain he doesn't even recognize, he's desperately praying this whole nightmare is just a dream he can finally wake up from. Suddenly, memories of his past come crashing back to him. He flashes back to his older sister, a girl who hid behind a mask of justice just to tear others down, even recalling the time she snubbed their aunt's food simply because she was a picky eater. She pulls the ultimate guilt card, telling Jin their aunt will be absolutely heartbroken if he doesn't eat up. Visibly annoyed, Jin snaps back, demanding to know why she didn't just scarf it down herself. He realizes right then, this is the spitting image of his sister's attitude. The food was absolute garbage, but she weaponized their aunt's feelings to force him to choke it down while she wouldn't even touch the plate herself. Jin's sister was a master at weaponizing her sense of justice to trick everyone into doing her dirty work, leaving him desperate to finally escape her shadow. And we see exactly why in a flashback of a car ride where she's already nagging him, demanding to know if they've finally arrived. Jin's finally hit his limit with that same annoying question and barks at her to pipe down, but she just yanks on her seatbelt and calls him a total slacker. Ever since he snagged that driver's license, she's been barking orders and treating him like her own personal chauffeur. Just as the fireworks start exploding, she's already groaning about how that walk was a total nightmare for her legs. Jin hauls the bento and drinks out of the trunk, but his sister's eyes are already locked on the sake as she points at the massive cooler and tells him to get lifting, leaving her to breeze away with the lightest bag of the bunch. She and her crew suddenly bail, leaving Jin buried under a massive mountain of luggage, but he just sighs and decides to suck it up since he's finally on the home stretch to freedom. His plan was simple: head to a university in a completely different city and finally break free from his sister's suffocating grip. A deafening crash and a bone-chilling scream shatter his thoughts, and he jolts awake only to find himself stranded deep in the heart of a forest. He's left standing there in total shock, wondering how on earth an entire parking lot could just vanish into thin air. Everything goes dead quiet, and just like that, the car has completely vanished. He's left questioning if he's trapped in a dream or if this is just some bizarre camping trip. Trying to keep his cool, he fumbles for his phone, but he's hit with the ultimate nightmare. Zero signal. Realizing he's out of options, he bets it all on a trek downhill, praying he'll stumble onto a city. He plunges straight into the thicket, fighting his way through the rustling trees. He pushes through the thick tree line until he finally stumbles upon a stunning, crystal-clear river. He chases the river downstream until he finally hits the open sea, left gasping for air and completely baffled by where he ended up. There's not a single soul or building in sight, and his stomach is absolutely roaring for a meal. He's thanking his lucky stars that the cooler survived, especially since it's stuffed with enough food and drinks to keep a squad of 4 going strong. With the sun fading fast, he starts scrambling to get ready for the night, but he's stunned to see the beach is totally pristine, not a single piece of junk in sight. He starts gathering dead branches for a fire, suddenly remembering he's still carrying a cutter from the fireworks show. He's frantically rubbing sticks together for a spark, wishing he'd actually paid attention to those survival shows his friend was always obsessed with. His hands are absolutely throbbing, but he knows he's got to push through the pain and finish before the sun disappears. At long last, a faint trail of smoke finally started drifting into the air. He nurses those tiny sparks into a roaring blaze as night falls, letting the warmth be his only friend in the pitch black. He's thanking his lucky stars for that jacket against the biting cold as he collapses, praying with his last bit of strength that this whole nightmare is just a bad dream he's about to wake up from. The next morning, the chirping birds act as a natural alarm clock, snapping him wide awake. He snaps awake, head spinning, and lets out a frustrated sigh as the reality sinks in. This definitely wasn't a dream, so he scrambles to feed the dying fire before it flickers out for good. Chewed alive by bugs while grabbing firewood, he pulls a complete 180 and treks the other way, desperate for any sign of a lucky break. He winds up standing right on the edge of a massive cliff, staring out at the endless expanse of the ocean. The brutal reality finally sinks in. He's stranded on an island, and a wave of pure despair washes over him when he realizes that even with a boat, he's got absolutely nowhere left to run. He bellows into the silence, desperate to hear even a single soul answer him back, but his voice is instantly devoured by the absolute crushing silence. He stumbles through the streets in a total daze, his mind racing as he tries to figure out how his life turned into such a nightmare. He only dragged himself to that fireworks show to humor his sister, even though he couldn't care less about the display. Survival mode kicks back into high gear, and he realizes he's got to scramble for more wood before that fire dies out. He breaks through the thicket and finds himself staring at a breathtaking hidden waterfall. He spots bubbles fizzing up from the depths, and it hits him. He's just found the river's hidden source. Finally, a tiny spark of hope flickers to life. He figures if he can get a massive signal fire roaring, someone is bound to spot the smoke and find him, so he decides right then and there to make this his new base camp. Realizing he's stuck here for the long haul, he gets right to work dragging logs together to build himself a base. Knowing he won't survive the night without cover, he gets straight to work building himself a basic house. He's already planning to beef up those pillars, deciding to pack the walls with earth and stone once the foundation is solid. He chows down on his very last instant meal, fully aware that once tomorrow hits, he's gonna have to hunt or starve. Later that night, a sudden noise stops him dead in his tracks as he senses a literal monster lurking in the shadows. He peeks out, wondering if it's just a rabbit or a wild boar lurking in the shadows. That little scare is all the proof he needs. It's time to seriously beef up those walls. Slumping down in his crappy shelter, he lets out a heavy sigh, dying for a hot bath. By the next morning, he's already at the river, snatching a fish out of the water with his bare hands like a total pro. He revels in the absolute silence, realizing that zero crowds make for an easy catch before he grills his fresh haul over the crackling open flames. But man, that first bite is a total bust. It's completely tasteless, and he's practically dying for some salt as he lies in his shack, already mapping out his big construction plans for tomorrow. His drink stash is hitting rock bottom, forcing him to consider switching to spring water while he slathers his walls in mud to lock in the heat. Feeling stoked with his progress, he admires the roof he just wove together. But since it's now pitch black inside, he realizes he needs to rig up a window using some plastic bags. Next, he's determined to upgrade his lifestyle by building a legit bath, digging out a drain, and stacking stones to create his own private spa. He spots a jagged rock and instantly hatches a plan to use it as a makeshift heater for those brutal, freezing nights. One look at his mud-caked clothes is all the motivation he needs to finally finish scrubbing down. He hurls a pile of stones into a roaring blaze, letting them cook until they're glowing red-hot. Steam explodes as he drops those red-hot stones into the water, and he finally collapses into his DIY hot tub with a massive sigh of relief. The water is freaking boiling, and he can actually hear the stones exploding from the thermal shock. He drifts along, totally fed up with eating nothing but grilled fish and crab, wishing he just had a damn pot to cook with. Then, the seasons shift, and the mountains are suddenly painted in a deep, fiery red. The autumn chill turns his bathwater to ice, so he taps into his modern knowledge to master pottery, and finally level up his kitchen game with some steaming hot stews. He's absolutely stoked that his big brain knowledge is finally upgrading his menu. He stands tall with a grin, looking like a total boss in front of his brand new stone and thatch home. It's not perfect yet, but he's calling it a win, at least until the seasons shift and the mountain peak gets buried in snow. Trekking through the frozen wasteland, he spots some mushrooms but plays it smart, refusing to gamble his life on a potentially lethal snack. He's practically hugging the fire inside his hut, but that brutal chill is still cutting him to the bone. He knows it's only a matter of time before the snow swallows this entire place whole. With winter breathing down his neck and the fish about to vanish, he starts spiraling about his survival, realizing he needs to stockpile every scrap of dried fish and seaweed he can to make it through the frost. Staring into the flickering flames, he's completely swallowed up by a wave of pure, soul-crushing despair. He mutters to himself, wondering if he's really about to die all alone, when suddenly, a blinding sphere of light blasts right through his doorway. A shrill apology pierces the air as Jin recoils, his world suddenly spiraling into a dizzying blur that leaves him completely blindsided. The voice keeps apologizing, admitting it had no clue he'd get caught up in all this chaos. This glowing orb hovers right in the middle of his hut, explaining that he was basically a glitch in a massive hero summoning. Then, it drops the absolute bombshell. He's not in his own world anymore. Jin can only stand there, jaw on the floor, staring at his bizarre visitor in total shock. This mysterious ball of light suddenly materializes in Jin's hut and drops a total bombshell. He's been accidentally swept up in a massive hero summoning. Jin's losing his mind and demands to go back home, but the light just drops a bombshell. There's absolutely no turning back. The light senses Jin's ticking clock and drops a massive truth bomb. You only get summoned to this world when you're seconds away from dying back home. Jin reels back like he's been punched, demanding to know where the hell he's landed, only to be flooded with visions of a wild world packed with magic, legendary blades, and bizarre monsters. Jin isn't buying it, pointing out that the mountain is completely empty of monsters and demanding to know if this thing is just a spirit. This glowing orb drops a major bombshell. It used to be a literal god, but summoning the hero sucked away almost all its divine power. God drops a massive lore bomb. Their realm is turning into pure spirit, and they're desperate to stay alive by harvesting life from Jin's homeworld. The creature offers another apology, admitting it had no clue Jin was caught in the crossfire alongside its real targets, his sister Haruka and her two friends. Suddenly, the final piece of the puzzle snaps right into place for Jin. Jin demands to know if Haruka is the legendary hero and why he was dragged into death with her. But the god confirms his sister's fate while revealing Jin's time wasn't actually up, just as the glowing orb explodes to reveal a whole pantheon of divine beings. Suddenly, he's staring down an entire pantheon of gods and goddesses, from ancient legends to the newest faces on the block. Van snaps at the guy for being a total slowpoke, especially since his hesitation just let their biggest secret slip. He shrugs it off as a total fluke, pivoting everyone's attention back to whatever Jin is about to wish for. This massive puppy named Rich lets out a tiny, heartbreaking whimper. Our little floating furball confesses his powers totally glitched, blowing the summoning range wide open and dragging poor Jin along for the ride. The gods start pointing fingers and bickering over who messed up, but Van shuts the whole room down with one stone-cold glare. He breaks the news to Jin that going home is officially off the table, but as a consolation prize, he gets to handpick his very own guardian deity. Van reveals he's the god of fire, destruction, and restoration, dropping the bombshell that Jin's remaining life is being cashed in for a massive haul of skills and items. Then the rest of the gods step into the spotlight. Ish, the master of water and healing. Cattle, the ruler of nature and order. And Rudal, the titan of earth and absolute stillness. Behold the heavy hitters. Pal, the master of land and harvest. Misto, the wild spirit of light and romance. And Halalfa, the radiant goddess of love and beauty. Halalfa starts poking fun at Rich, the once mighty puppy god of ice and darkness, who's looking pretty harmless now that his divine powers have almost completely vanished. Jin snaps at the glowing orb to pipe down, but the gods drop a bombshell. Their powers get tangled up here, and sometimes newborns just vanish into thin air. But then Jin pulls a total power move, asking if he can just recruit every single one of them as his guardians. Cattle admits his mortal life is just too short to handle all that power at once, and forcing it would completely wreck the divine protection. Mistu tries to break down the weird logic behind their blessings, but her talk of love and obsession just leaves Jin's head spinning. Cattle cuts straight to the point, telling Jin to just focus on his goal while they hook him up with all the power he needs. Jin's really taken his time here, weighing every single outcome of his wish before he pulls the trigger. He's dreaming of a life of total freedom and pure comfort, but his absolute top priority is keeping his older sister as far away from him as humanly possible. Up in the heavens, one of the gods casually mentions that Haruka is absolutely crushing it, since her ironclad sense of justice makes her the perfect match for her insane powers of domination and mastery over all magic. A cold shiver races down Jin's spine, and he's already looking for the nearest exit because he wants absolutely zero part of this mess. Cattle starts rattling off the massive list of broken abilities Jin is about to inherit. He loads up on a massive list of cheats, from magic and combat to crafting and healing, before casually asking if he can have total freedom and the green light to start hunting heroes. Totally blindsided and backed into a corner, Jin realizes he's got no choice but to roll with it. He's then handed a lethal all-kill blade, his one and only ticket to surviving this nightmare. He even scores some magic powder to make his crops go wild, and the gods are loving how perfectly he's following their lead. Jin asks if he can take the puppy Rich along, and the gods actually agree, explaining that since Rich's magic is totally tapped out, the only thing he has left to give is his own life. Jin accepts with a grin, promising to look after Rich, just as the gods teleport him to a cozy new home perfectly suited for his insane new powers. Jin's just wishing for a cozy, stress-free life when, bam, he's suddenly yanked right out of reality. He steps into this new world and his jaw hits the floor at the sight of the absolutely insane landscape. Forget a simple house. He's staring at a massive, high-end mansion, and the freezing winter air just melted into a wave of cozy warmth. He catches a glimpse of himself in the door and freezes in total shock. The face staring back isn't his. It's a much younger, complete stranger. It hits him that the gods rewired his entire being without asking, and he can't help but feel like their own personal offspring. Stepping inside, the place is absolutely massive. You could practically get lost in these halls. He starts scouting the place, checking out the slick living room and the fully loaded kitchen. He stumbles upon a magical pantry that's basically an infinite food glitch. It literally never runs out. It's overflowing with rice, fresh veggies, every meat you can imagine, and a killer blend of spices. It's basically a dream come true on a plate. He even stumbles upon a barrel where live fish are still splashing around. One look at the spread has his stomach screaming for mercy after months of that tasteless island sludge. But he decides he needs to wash off the grime before he starts feasting. Melting into that steaming water is straight up paradise. He's been dying for a real bath for ages, but the sight of that fresh rice in the pantry gets him wondering how to polish it. So he decides it's the perfect time to put his brand new appraisal skill to the test. He tunes out the world and completely locks in. He takes one look at the mansion's complex water-powered rice polisher and masters the entire thing in a heartbeat. He locks eyes with Rich, realizing this tiny pup is his only shield against a literal god, and he vows right then and there to push his new powers to the absolute limit. Fresh out of the bath, he hits the kitchen to season a massive sirloin and prep some cabbage, vowing that once he's fully recovered, he's treating himself to a week-long meat feast. That steak hits the pan with a roar, and man, it smells like pure heaven. He knows this combo is straight up cursed, but his stomach is screaming so loud he's devouring every bite. But even now, that briny stench of fish and crab still haunts him, a ghostly reminder of the absolute hell he endured just to stay alive. He serves up the feast right next to a bowl of fluffy, piping hot rice that's steaming with perfection. He whispers a quick word of thanks and finally sinks his teeth into that first legendary bite. One bite, and he's practically in tears, because this seasoned steak, fluffy rice, and crisp cabbage are light years better than the garbage he ate before. Slumped at that massive table all by himself, the truth finally hits him like a freight train. He actually made it out in one piece. Moments later, he's face-planting right into a massive, cloud-like bed. A massive wave of relief finally hits him. The chaos has died down, and there isn't a single monster left lurking in the shadows. It's finally sinking in. He's actually going to build a life for himself in this bizarre new world. Sinking into a bed this soft feels like a total dream after years of roughing it. But sleep just won't come now that his brand new chill life has finally kicked off. Enter our main man, Kano Hanajin. After weeks in this new world, he's basically been a professional couch potato, doing nothing but eating and crashing out. And while his cheat code healing finally fixed his broken body, the brutal grind of surviving that hellish island has left him feeling completely burnt out. After tossing the laundry aside, he notices his body is finally bouncing back and feeling 100% again. Those broken abilities from the gods, especially his appraisal skill, are making him a total beast in the kitchen. He doesn't even need a cookbook because the perfect recipes literally pop into his head the second he looks at an ingredient. Carrots scream nikujaga or salad, eggs flash visions of tamagoyaki, and those chicken thighs have him craving crispy fried chicken or savory teriyaki. He might have the convenience, but his cooking is stuck in his past life, and while he's dying to try the local food, the ingredients are a total mystery until he gets the brilliant idea to whip up some legendary ramen. He digs into his humble dinner, blown away that he managed to whip up something this tasty without even having real wheat to work with. Armed with divine gold and a map from the gods, he hits the market to stock up on jars and sacks for his precious flour. He snaps open a massive map of the entire continent, revealing everything from the kingdoms of Pasteur and Schlumtas to the legendary territory of the Flying Dragons. He hunts down the spot the gods pointed out and tracks it down in record time. Should we check this place out? He wonders. And in a massive burst of energy, he triggers his transition skill. Before he can even blink, he's standing right outside the towering walls of a massive, crowded city. He takes one look and realizes he's finally reached the frontier city of Kanem, nestled right against a forest crawling with monsters. Kanem is the ultimate playground for adventurers hunting for gold and glory, making it the perfect spot to kick off our story. When he hits the gate, and the guard demands his toll, Jin realizes his god-tier outfit is drawing way too many eyes, so he decides his first mission is to grab some local rags and finally blend in. Jin hits the local shops to scope out the merchandise, his mind racing as he realizes the gods hooked him up with a massive fortune, likely the same fat stack of cash they gave his sister. He's lugging a chunk of the loot in a pouch that jingles with every single step. He spots a potion with a price tag that'll make your eyes water and realizes he can just use his appraisal skill to brew his own. He almost grabs a snack from a nearby stall, but his skill saves his life by flagging the food as a total biohazard. He heads to the shop to grab some farming gear, but he's instantly captivated by a gorgeous grape trellis sitting right out front. The shopkeeper's a total bro and lets him snag a twig right off the trellis. A friendly shopkeeper notices he's a total rookie and asks if he's an adventurer. Once he says yes, she points him toward a weapon shop to snag a sword and some leather armor. Jin hits the weapon shop and loses his mind over the gear. It's like he's actually living inside a video game. He shudders thinking about how much of a nightmare it'd be to wear full-plate armor in the summer heat, and the shopkeeper laughs in agreement as he wraps up the sale. He finally grabs a sword for the first time in his life, and to his shock, the blade feels weightless as he gives it a test swing. He fires up his appraisal skill to scan the gear, eventually picking out a sharp new sword and a matching weapon belt. He gears up with some goat monster leather armor and a set of monster-catching bags, leaving him totally wiped out but finally ready for a real fight. He snags a spot at an inn near the gate just before the city locks down, and while the bed is stiff as a board, he's just relieved to finally get some rest. His plan for tomorrow is simple. Stash his loot at the mansion and head back to join the Adventurers Guild, since using his transition magic in the middle of town is a risk he's not willing to take. The next morning, he steps right into the middle of the rowdy, packed-out guild hall. He hits up the front desk to sign up, and when the receptionist tells him he can either cough up the registration fee or work a free quest, he pays the cash and asks for some reading material to kill time while they prep his tag. She hands him a survival guide for the Demon Forest, packed with maps and monster weak points, where he discovers the dark truth. These beasts are actually just innocent animals possessed by evil spirits. A silver-ranked veteran named Dean steps up to see if Jin is the rookie looking for a guide, explaining he's forced to babysit 5 juniors to hit his quota, and Jin is finally the last one on his list. Jin gets all flustered and fumbles his name as Jai, prompting Dean to comment on how similar they both sound. This twin-tailed girl starts chewing Dean out for acting way too familiar, but he's had enough and tells her to shut it, declaring he's officially done babysitting entitled Nobles. If she wants her quest finished, she can go find Chris, another silver rank who'd actually be happy to take it. She steals a quick glance over at Jim. Dean keeps popping off, ranting that the guild is leaning way too hard on just one guy. But Amel finally snaps and tells her brother to stop riding Chris's coattails and actually start helping, only for her blonde teammate to step in and try to shut her down. Kaina tries to show some gratitude, but Dean shuts her down, barking that she's the one who turned Amel into a spoiled brat. Before they can scrap, the guild receptionist cuts in and drops an ultimatum. Dean can skip the teaching gig, but only if he picks a new student from their official roster. Watching the siblings bicker triggers that familiar sting of rejection, so Jin just tells the receptionist he's calling it quits on the request. Amel is absolutely losing it, her heart practically bursting with pure joy. Jin sets the record straight. He's not backing out, he just needs a crew that can actually hold their own. The receptionist is frantic, apologizing for the chaos, but Jin just shrugs it off and pulls back his request for an S rank. The receptionist gives him the green light, confirming that every single cent of that fee is heading straight back to his pocket. Jin asks to take the adventurer's manual as a consolation prize, and she doesn't hesitate to let him snag it. Jin ducks out of the guild with a massive sigh, dead set on avoiding another round of messy sibling drama. Just like that, the goddess Misto manifests in a blinding pop of light, but here's the kicker. He's the only one who can actually see her. She beams her thoughts straight into his head, and it turns out he can fire his own message right back at her. She confirms their mental link and tells him it's totally cool to have some pervy thoughts, but he shuts that idea down faster than a heartbeat. Ms. Toe drops some knowledge. His separation ability is a total game changer, but spreading it across too many targets will just water down the power. If you use this on just one person, everyone around them suddenly stops mentioning Jin altogether. She gives him a quick thanks for actually taking her words to heart, and then, poof, she vanishes into thin air. Jin decides to ditch the safety of the group and dives headfirst into the demon forest all on his own. His new adventurer's manual warned him that he'd be greeted by a vicious rabbit monster the second he stepped through the entrance. With his new gear, he realizes those hornless monsters are actually just weaklings with tiny nubs, and feeling totally unstoppable, he unsheathes his massive all-kill blade to start the slaughter. He stashes the blade into his storage space, keeping it primed for a split-second ambush. But then, a harmless little bunny hops into sight and gives him a total heart attack. But then, a total beast of a rabbit lunges out of the shadows, sporting a jagged little horn and some seriously creepy pitch-black eyes. The beast pounces, but Jin reacts in a heartbeat, shutting it down with one massive slash. He's actually stunned by the insane amount of raw power he's suddenly packing. Stunned by his own raw power. He wonders if a standard blade would have even survived. But when a horned rabbit lunges at him, he absolutely deletes it in one hit with his basic store-bought sword. Venturing deep into the woods, he realizes this place is a total gold mine compared to the island, so he hits a patch of grass with appraisal, finds out it's a high-grade medicinal herb, and instantly stashes it in his inventory. Mixing appraisal with his storage skill is a straight-up cheat code that makes everything a total breeze. He spots the exact same mushrooms he saw back on the island, and after a quick scan, he's hyped to find out they're actually edamame. He recoils in pure terror as the crushing aura of a massive beast suddenly looms over him. That is definitely not a rabbit. Whatever's lurking there is absolutely massive. Suddenly, a deep, guttural growl rumbles through the air, and you just know things are about to get real. A massive horned bear towers over him with a bone-chilling roar, and Jinny is officially in deep trouble. Jin's still locked in thought, desperately trying to map out his next big move. Out of nowhere, Miss Toe pops up and scares the absolute daylights out of him. She flexes the massive bear she just took down and mocks him for not using magic, while a terrified Jin snaps at her to quit jump-scaring him like that. Ms. Toe offers a quick apology and tells him to fire up his search ability, reminding him that he's sitting on a gold mine of untapped skills he hasn't even touched yet. Realizing she's spot on, he fires up the skill and pinpoints another monster instantly, feeling like a total idiot for not using it from the get-go. Miss Toe breaks it down for him. He's packing the power of every single god that blessed him, giving him mastery over fire, earth, water, darkness, and even her own light and wind. To unleash that magic, all he's got to do is visualize the result and tap into those insane elemental powers. Suddenly, a horned rabbit bursts straight out of the thicket. Jin shuts his eyes tight, letting his imagination run wild. He lets fly a massive wind slash, a literal tornado of power that shreds the monster into nothingness. Just as the magic smoke clears, another dead rabbit is left lying in the dust. Ms. Toe shows her gratitude, but gives him a stern warning to handle that rare magic with caution, promising that the other spirits will eventually back him up once he wins them over. Jin lets out a heavy sigh, packs up those monster carcasses, and heads straight for the guild to turn his kills into cold, hard cash. Back at the city gates, he hits a major snag. How the heck is he supposed to lug this absolute unit of a bear all the way to the guild? He marches straight into the trade guild and asks the guy behind the counter to put a price on his massive haul. He whips out the massive bear with a grin, and the guild clerk's jaw absolutely hits the floor. The clerk's jaw hits the floor, absolutely stunned by the perfect condition of the monster and the fact that Jin hauled the massive thing in all by himself. The merchant notes that Jin looks way too classy for this kind of dirty work, but he's clearly floored by the guy's insane strength and technique. He confirms the pelt is in perfect condition, and mentions it would fetch a much fatter stack of gold over at the Adventurers Guild. But Jin isn't taking any chances. He's desperate to dodge that annoying sibling duo, so he demands to settle the deal right here at the Trade Guild instead. The clerk nods and tells him to give him 15 minutes to get everything squared away. While he's killing time, Jin asks around to see if there's a spot where he can finally master the art of brewing potions. The clerk breaks it down. Standard meds are handled by the Doctors Guild next door, but the high-tier magical stuff, that's strictly alchemist territory. Jin heads right next door and snags those recipes without even breaking a sweat. He's shocked by how easy they are, realizing the guild's stash covers everything from high-end royal feasts to literal construction bricks. Thanks to his divine gifts, he's rocking superhuman stats, and while he could easily heal himself with a spell, he fakes using potions to keep his cheat code powers a secret, just as a guild worker waves him over, holding up a glittering magic stone they found inside the bear. This thing is a total treasure, a super rare, high-priced red spindle forged from the actual remains of a monster spirit. The clerk practically begs for a trade, explaining that its rare size and color are a total dream for fire mages. And since Jin can cast spells without any gear at all, he just shrugs and says, "Deal." Now that the deal is closed, he hits the streets to scout the market and hunt down some legendary snacks. He's absolutely floored by the massive spread, but his eyes lock onto those sandwiches, packed to the brim with sausage, ham, cheese, and a mountain of sauerkraut. He snags a sizzling, perfectly charred sausage skewer. It's a total grease bomb, but he figures this high-calorie fuel is a massive hit with the local adventurers, so he grabs some dried fruit to balance it out, only to realize they're actually face-meltingly sour. He catches sight of these massive chunks of brown sugar being weighed out on some total throwback scales. The intoxicating aroma of sake pulls him toward another stall, but he's barely wondering if he's even old enough to drink before he notices a massive crowd starting to swarm nearby. He's greeted by the glorious, mouth-watering sight of a massive roasted pig just waiting to be devoured. The vendor shaves off some juicy slices and stuffs them right into a fresh roll. Shin grabs one and takes a massive bite, finding the pork insanely fragrant and dripping with juice. And even though the bread is a total letdown, he's already planning to stash a whole roast pig in his inventory later. Fast forward to that night, and he's finally back at his massive estate. He finds Rich fast asleep, but he realizes his stomach has shriveled up so much from his time on the island that he physically can't eat another bite. He flexes on Rich about his killer day of monster hunting and the fat stack of cash he made, even if he did blow through a bear's worth of potion ingredients to get there. He presses a glowing hand onto Rich, flooding him with healing energy in a desperate attempt to keep the pup from fading away, even though he knows it's only a temporary fix. He waves his partner off and finally calls it a night. The next morning, Jin scarfs down a quick meal while itching to test his new language skills on some local books. And since the rags in this town are a total disappointment, he decides it's time to head straight for the royal capital. This capital is a colossal metropolis that claws its way right up the side of a jagged mountain. Once he hits the capital gates, he grabs a map from the guard, who tips him off that he can hire the local street kids as guides, if he's willing to pay up and roll the dice on whether they're actually useful. The guard drops a hot tip. Keep an eye out for an ash-blue-haired kid named Leon, who's usually hanging out right by the well in the town square. Jin tosses out a quick thank you and heads straight into the heart of the city. He notices how every building is interconnected, figuring that hunkering down in a neighboring capital is the perfect insurance policy if things go sideways. He catches sight of a kid with ash-blue hair chilling by the well and slowly creeps up, asking if he's finally found Leon. He snaps his head up, and man, that look in his eyes is absolutely terrifying, and snaps at him, demanding to know what the hell he wants. Jin recoils in pure shock, completely rattled by the terrifying look in Leon's eyes. Jin mentions the guard's tip about the tours, and Leon's aggression instantly melts into a weary sigh as he chalks it up to destiny, agreeing to show him around since he's got nothing better to do. When Jin asks for a must-see spot, Leon suggests the epic view from the stronghold, only to remember a second later that civilians are strictly banned from entering. He's left totally speechless, staring blankly because that suggestion was straight-up garbage. Leon pivots the convo instantly, dragging Jin toward a famous boutique and a food spot. But as he stomps away with that signature scowl, Jin's left wondering why this dude is so terrifying. While they're exploring, Jin wonders why the houses are so cramped, and Leon explains that because space is limited and width is taxed, neighbors share walls to dodge the bill, along with a mountain of other fees like transit and even a tax on glass. Jin's jaw drops at the sight of glass tax, but Leon explains that glass is a total luxury for commoners, before pointing out the Bow of Spirits, a massive, breathtaking building with a lush courtyard and a sparkling fountain where spirits are rumored to rest. Leon apologizes for the close call, admitting he's a total disaster as a tour guide after almost dragging him into a place he wasn't even allowed to enter. Jin brushes it off, telling him he's actually a solid guy, but the vibe shifts when an old butler suddenly appears and calls Leon, "Young Miss." The butler, Note, confirms he's officially with the Alderhides, but when Leon asks what's going on, Note drops a bombshell. Someone is dead set on hunting him down. Just then, a woman named Lilith steps onto the scene and orders them into a nearby wagon, since all the plans for their big escape are already in place. Leon tries to stand his ground, but Note insists they need to bail, and a fed-up Lilith just snatches him up so hard he lets out a pained yell. Note tosses out a quick apology, shouting that he doesn't have a single second to waste standing around. A spectator screams out, asking why they didn't just use a potion, but Note explains that since she ditched the Alderheide family, she's been cut off from their massive fortune, leaving Jin standing there absolutely baffled by the sudden drama. Lilith's practically screaming at them to bolt before the whole place descends into pure chaos. Seeing Leon's in rough shape, Jin hands over a prototype potion he just double-checked with his appraisal skill to make sure it's the real deal. Lilith is totally caught off guard and demands to know who this guy is, so he introduces himself as Jean and explains that Leon was just giving him a tour of the city. Lilith mulls it over for a heartbeat before telling him to scramble into the wagon, since they're both gunning for the exact same shop Leon was heading to. Inside the wagon, Note frantically patches Leon up, while Jin is low-key panicking because they're actually using his experimental, untested potion. Lilith offers up a quick thank you, but Jin is so done with this entire mess that he stays dead silent, itching to finally get out of there. As Leon catches his breath, he grills Lilith on why he's being hunted like a criminal, swearing that while he was banished, he never did a single thing to justify being a fugitive. Lilith drops the bombshell that his own brother framed him with another fake charge, leaving Jin absolutely stunned by yet another toxic family feud. Note's begging the young miss to fall back, and Jin is absolutely fuming on the inside. They pull up to a shop where the old-timer running the place, Thame, immediately bows and greets Leon as Master Alderheide. Leon wastes no time, tasking Thame with helping Mr. Jean get his outfit sorted out immediately. He turns to Jin and apologizes for the tour getting totally cut short. Lilith suddenly cuts in, introducing herself as a noble of House Divalend and handing Jin a ring as a massive thank you, telling him to hit her up if he ever finds himself in a bind. Jean takes the deal, and right then, Lilith drops a massive bombshell. Leon's real identity is actually Lyra Alderheide. He's absolutely floored to find out that his best bro has been a girl this entire time. Lilith breaks it down, explaining that between Lyra's flat chest and her insane strength, it's no wonder everyone keeps mistaking her for a guy. Thame feels guilty for dragging Jin into the mess and offers to buy him some fresh gear to keep his mouth shut, but Jin just shrugs it off, saying he's got nobody to tell anyway. He steps inside and is stunned to find a high-end tailor shop with 0 off-the-rack clothes. And before he can even speak, the staff is already swarming him to take his measurements. Wiped out from the day's chaos, Jin ditches the tailor to grab some fresh bedding next door before making a beeline straight for the bookstore. He fires up his scouting skill to find a quiet corner, then instantly vanishes his mountain of loot into his magic storage. Back at the manor, he refuels with a quick meal and finally kicks back to get some reading done. He swings by to check on Rich, but the guy is still totally dead to the world. As the sun dips, he realizes his tiny candle is useless for reading, so he considers crafting a rapeseed lamp until Miso's advice about using magic flashes through his mind. He channels his light affinity and manifests a brilliant glowing orb of pure energy. Looking back on the absolute madness of the day, he realizes that even though Lyra's priorities are totally out of whack, she's actually a pretty solid person at heart. He's got no clue what happened to her after they split up, but he's desperately praying she's still out there in one piece. Until the little pup finally starts to twitch and wake back up. As the autumn chill sets in, Rich finally snaps back to consciousness. A few months fly by and the little pup has made a total 180. His fur is glowing, and he's finally walking without a single stumble. Jin's been on a total grind lately, mastering the art of raising livestock and making cheese while getting his hands dirty with some serious countryside carpentry. With the biting cold of winter fast approaching, he's on a mission to build more herb sheds and winter-proof the mansion, finally remembering to get that cork oak seedling into the ground. He dumps that god-tier growth powder onto the seedling, and boom, it instantly explodes into a young tree. He didn't stop there. He dusted his grape trellis with the powder, and the results were absolutely legendary. He hauls it over to Canham to flip his stored game for some cold hard cash and stock up on gear, finally deciding it's time to score a permanent rental so he can ditch the massive headache of booking a room every single time he's in town. He's just wandering through the streets of Canham when he spots a stray handkerchief, but the moment he reaches for it, he realizes it's Amel's. Looks like his little stalker is back on his tail again. Ever since he cashed in on that bear and those potions, the heat's been on, so he knows he's got to rent a house before his massive shopping spree starts looking way too suspicious for someone living at an inn. A real estate agent gives him the grand tour of what could be his brand new home base. This place is brand new, dirt cheap, and in a safe neighborhood, but Jin is totally grossed out by the trashy construction and the massive gaps in the walls. See, in this world, everyone knows that ancient, sturdy houses are way more valuable than these flimsy modern shacks. He snags a total fixer-upper and goes full DIY, training under the local pros to master everything from carpentry and plastering to, get this, even cheese-making. He catches Ms. Toe red-handed, spying on him from right around the corner. Fast forward a bit, and the biting chill of winter finally starts to settle in. He spots Amel in the market, and she's totally panicking because she's a few coins short. She warns him that the demon forest turns into a total death trap once the winter chill hits. She reaches out, begging him to stop pushing his limits, but he coldly dodges her hand, sending her crashing to the ground, though she doesn't even let the fall faze her. Dean steps onto the scene and his eyes widen as he instantly recognizes Jin. He bows his head in total embarrassment, desperately apologizing for the chaos his sister just caused. Dean reveals that Kana is getting chewed out by her bosses since the trade guild managed to poach a star like Jin, so he begs Jin to swing by the Adventurers Guild and help do some damage control. Jen's down for the plan, but she's got one massive catch. He orders Dean to keep his sister far away, leaving Dean totally blindsided. He's like, "Are you for real? She's literally the cutest girl on the planet." Jin is straight up done with Dean's weird sister obsession and hits him with a look of pure judgment. Dean presses him for answers, asking what his type even is if Amel doesn't make the cut. Jin starts describing his ideal girl as the polar opposite of his sister, someone natural and totally low-key, and suddenly Lero is the only person he can picture. He quickly changes his tune, stuttering that he actually prefers someone a bit more feminine, so Dean offers to show him a secret spot for rare plants as an apology, and since Jin was already out to gather herbs, he's totally down for the trip. He realizes Dean would be a totally normal guy if he didn't have such a massive, creepy obsession with his sister. They finally track down the Kinka herb, the high-end secret used to give luxury booze its signature scent. They're busy devouring the rabbit skewers Dean just whipped up. Jin brags about how his fighting style is all about maximum efficiency, with absolutely zero wasted movement. Dean admits he's a total brute force monster, leaving a self-conscious Jin swearing he's gonna bulk up and get absolutely shredded. Dean suddenly bolts upright, but he instantly recoils with a sharp wince. Suddenly, Lyra steps out from the shadows of the forest. His jaw hits the floor the second he realizes she's actually standing there. She shoots him a smirk, asking if she just scared the absolute life out of him. She claims she's just there to grab some water and bag a bear, while Jin, desperate to keep her cover, hits her with a super cryptic question. Lyra introduces herself as Ash, and she and Dean finally kick things off with a proper greeting. She's super sorry for the mess she caused earlier and tries to pay him back for the potion, but Dean just shrugs it off and hands her a juicy rabbit skewer instead. He asks if she's finally got the gold for that potion now that she's out there slaying bears, but she admits those crazy inn fees are totally draining her dry. Jin's jaw hits the floor when she realizes she's shelling out a whole gold coin a day for a basic room, proving that pink-haired receptionist from the guild totally played her. He's got nothing but bullets on the brain right now. He tries to cover for her, claiming she's just a dedicated worker who means well. But Jin finds that twisted logic absolutely skin-crawling. Lyra's face twists into a terrifying glare as she finally realizes, so, that's Dean's little sister. That's when she drops the bombshell. There's a spirit lurking right next to his sister. Dean's completely in the dark, but Lyra points out a mysterious spirit mark hovering right over his head. Out of nowhere, a flower sprouts right from the top of Dean's head. Jin's fighting back a smirk after Dean begs him to stop looking so dead serious. Dean holds up the synthetic-looking flower and asks Lyra if she can feel the spirits. But she reveals it's actually a form of mental domination only he can use, and the sheer shock of it sends him crashing to the ground. Jin grills Lyra, demanding to know if her secret bloodline is the reason she can see spirits. She reveals that these things are invisible to everyone but her and her dad, and since they're completely intangible, she's absolutely stunned that Jin can see them too. She warns him that everyone's going to be hunting him for that power, so they decide to keep Dean's mouth shut while he's still out cold. Jin's sweating bullets thinking his secret is out, but Lyra reassures him that as long as he keeps his mouth shut, Dean is totally clueless, though she can't resist joking about leaving him as a snack for the local bears. Since Dean just saved his skin, he looks him in the eye and asks if they're officially friends now. Lyra finally gives in, admitting she totally blew it, and asks Jin if he can see the mysterious spirit that's been stalking her. Out of nowhere, a tiny bird spirit manifests and starts jackhammering Lyra's head, leaving Jin absolutely baffled by the chaos. Lyra turns to Jin, wondering if that spirit bird's relentless pecking is actually as painful as it looks. He tells them it isn't a sharp sting, but a heavy, soul-crushing throb that's becoming impossible to handle. He fires off his appraisal skill, and his jaw hits the floor at the result. This spirit goes by Rue, and its entire mission is to turn Lyra into a total alpha male. Lyra reveals her dad bound the spirit to her at just 7 years old, all so she'd grow up into a legendary successor. She spills the beans about her dad getting blackout drunk and waking up next to a stranger, revealing that this spirit was the literal price he paid for that mistake. She breaks it down. In their kingdom, the crown goes to the firstborn no matter what. But since they're a hardcore military family, her dad raised her as a ruthless soldier, though Jin thinks the whole manly thing is just plain weird. Everything's spiraling, especially since Lyra is totally clueless about the stakes. He argues that setting the spirit free is their only move, but then Lyra drops a massive bombshell. This project was stuck in limbo for 2 years after her dad's health took a sudden dive, but now she's begging Jin to take over, and he's game, as long as he can find a way to silence that mysterious caller. She's dead set on paying him back and leaves the rest to him, but he realizes she's actually broke and homeless, a fact she completely ignored in her tunnel-visioned quest to hunt bears. Stung by guilt, Jin immediately owns up to his massive blunder and apologizes for dropping the ball. Back at the campfire, Dean finally wakes up, but he's immediately crushed by guilt for spoiling his sister rotten. Jin breaks down the chilling discovery he made at the guild. Only the men are being branded with those mysterious flower marks, and the more petals they have, the deeper that spirit has its claws in their soul. Since Dean spent the most time glued to Amel's side, he was hit the hardest by the corruption, and while he's quick to apologize for the mess, Jin just brushes it off, telling him no real damage was done. Jin finds out that every city hides its own bower of spirits, a mystical sanctuary where you either call upon the supernatural or kick them out for good. Dean heads back to town to prep for their trip to the bower, but Lyra insists they hire a conveyor, basically a professional pack mule, to haul all that heavy bear meat back for them. She's already one step ahead, handing Jin a note that breaks down every single detail. Dean flashes Jin a confident thumbs up, swearing to keep his ghost-touching powers a total secret. Just as they're about to make their escape, a pack of snarling wolves closes in and traps them from every side. Lyra becomes a total whirlwind of steel, carving through the wolf pack with terrifying speed. Jin's movements are a total blur of lethal efficiency, proving that his martial arts training has pushed his body to the absolute limit. Lyra's jaw drops as she realizes his surgical precision with the blade makes him a total powerhouse. The transporter they hired rolls up and his jaw hits the floor, watching his poor rental cart literally scream for mercy under that massive mountain of dead wolves. Now it's up to Jin and Lyra to haul the rest of those massive wolves all by themselves. Lyra's terrified that if she blacks out from the spirit's power like Dean did, she'll be out cold for days, making this a massive gamble she can't afford to lose. To top it all off, she has absolutely no clue where her butler vanished to. Jin sees she's in a total bind and steps up, offering her a place to crash at his house. He brings her back to his rental spot in Kanem and swings the door open to welcome her inside. Lyra gives him major props for his killer taste in housing, and when he offers her a hot soak, she's all over it, especially since he's reeking of the wild wolves he's been hauling around. He admits there are bathhouses around, but after seeing how nasty they are, he's hard passing on that total biohazard. He fires up a blaze under a simple wooden tub, getting a steaming hot soak ready for her. While she's distracted in the bath, he teleports back to his mansion to swap his gear and get a guest room prepped for her stay. Once she's out of the bath, they settle in close as he gears up to finally rip that spirit out of her. That little bird is relentless, constantly pecking away at Lyra while he's trying to get his work done. He tentatively prods the shimmering collar of light, testing the waters. The device snaps, and just like that, Lyra slumps into his arms, completely out cold. He scoops her up and carries her straight to the bed. He tells the liberated bird spirit to finally rest, dropping a heavy warning that Lyra is strictly off limits for its revenge. He's breathing a massive sigh of relief because, honestly, that whole ordeal was way easier than he ever imagined. He decides to let her rest and takes the opportunity to furnish the third floor of his rental house. The second she stirs awake, he's already rushing over with fresh water and a pile of books for her. Back at the mansion, he finally makes things right with Rich, apologizing for treating him like an afterthought. He's dead certain Lyra's out for the count and won't be waking up anytime soon. Out of nowhere, the goddesses Mistu, Rudali, and Pal suddenly descend upon the scene. They've got a massive favor to ask. A group of spirits has taken refuge at his mansion, and they're desperate for him to finally grant them names. Mistu warns that Jin's sister, Haruka, is burning through magic like a total maniac, and with her obsessive, unstable personality, he's dead certain she's going to snap within the year. She's already burned through a mountain of little spirits, leaving them to vanish into thin air. The goddesses are freaking out because once Namina hits full power and Haruka starts seeing spirits, she's going to rule over every single one of them. And that mysterious light following her is just soaking up energy instead of slowing her down. The goddesses know Jin's trying to stay on the sidelines, but these spirits are making such a deafening racket that they're reaching their absolute breaking point. They warn that if this keeps up, our hero's hands will be completely tied, and the fallout is going to trigger a massive domino effect for everyone. Ms. Toe suddenly points outside, telling him he's got to check out what's happening through that window. He does, and his jaw hits the floor. The entire house is literally bursting at the seams with restless spirits, crammed into every single corner. Mistu reveals the terrifying truth. Haruka's dominance is so massive it reaches them from miles away, forcing the spirits to swarm Jin like a lifeline, because he's the only one with that liberation skill. Pal suggests that by giving the spirits names, they'll forge a bond that lets them break away from Haruka's control and finally go wherever they want. But here's the catch. It all comes down to whether his power to liberate can actually shatter the bond between the host and their spirit. Jin is totally freaking out over the massive crowd of spirits, but the goddesses tell him not to sweat it. Just name them numbers for now because he can always change them later. Realizing his peaceful life is on the line, especially now that his sister is seeing spirits, Jin finally bites the bullet and agrees. He spends the next 2 hours on a total naming spree, systematically tagging every single spirit as Red One, Green One, or even Yellow 52. He's finally hit his limit and just faceplants onto the table to catch his breath. He suddenly remembers he's got to see how Lyra's holding up. But as he scrambles to his feet, the spirits start messing with him and give him a playful shove. He fires off his transition skill and warps instantly back to his rental house in Kanem. He comes face to face with Miss Toe, and she immediately starts grilling him on who Ash actually is. He introduces her as Lyra, and Miss Toe is absolutely losing it over the fact that this tiny pipsqueak is actually a spirit. He lets Miss Toe know that he finally ripped Lyra away from that spirit's grasp, and is now guarding her while she recovers in peace. Miss Toe cranks up the drama, shouting that they've got a full-blown maiden's crisis on their hands. We drop straight into a rowdy tavern that's absolutely buzzing with energy. Suddenly, an elderly butler charges toward Ash, shouting his title and looking absolutely relieved that the kid is actually safe and sound. Jean and Ash are totally blindsided when this guy suddenly appears, and while he confirms that a few people here have spirits, he admits, the man with the artificial flower is nowhere to be found. Suddenly, this guy Dean strolls up, relieved they finally made it, and offers to buy them around to make up for the rough start. When Jean asks who the heck he is, he just plays it cool and says, "The name's Dean." Note introduces himself to Dean for the first time, explaining that he's ditched his life as a butler to become an adventurer, though he's still technically Lord Ash's self-appointed right-hand man. Dean doesn't even flinch, casually shrugging that a few extra bodies won't change a single thing. Jean spots a tiny spirit hitching a ride on Dean's shoulder, and realizes the guy is a total magnet for the supernatural, just as Dean starts opening up about his little sister, Amel. He reveals that Amel actually trekked to the Bower of Spirits to have her soul ripped out, a move so intense it knocked half the guild unconscious. But now that the dust has settled, he's begging them to keep it a secret since it's such a touchy subject for everyone. Dean makes it clear. Amel is starting from absolute zero, and she won't step foot near that reception desk again until she fixes her spoiled attitude. Ash cuts in with a dead serious look, warning that while spirit pranks can happen to anyone, these jokes can turn into total tragedies in a heartbeat, and the only reason he's being this lenient is because Dean stepped in to save their skins. Dean gives a subtle nod, keeping things low-key. Jean picks up on the vibe immediately. Ash is basically laying down a heavy warning. Dean quickly switches gears, promising Ash his money is on the way and telling him to just wrap up the paperwork. Ash realizes right then that Dean's airheaded act is just a front. The guy is actually sharp enough to know that leaking a single detail would ruin everything. The conversation shifts to housing, where Dean reveals he's crashing at an inn to keep his sister from getting too pampered. But when Note asks for a 2-bedroom rental they need urgently, Dean offers to hook them up with a manager he knows. Meanwhile, Jean is having a miserable time chewing on some soggy nuts that have lost all their crunch. Jean takes a swig from his massive wooden mug, thinking that even though 15 is the legal age here, it still feels like a total guilty pleasure, even if the drink itself is honestly kind of mid. Dean hits Jean with a wild proposal to join a mid-rank pro on a mission, and while Jean knows this is anything but normal, he's way too curious to turn it down. Dean breaks it down, explaining that while this adventurer isn't a powerhouse, he's a pro at getting the job done. So when he offers to set up an intro, Jean jumps at the chance. They lock in a meeting for the same time tomorrow, but as soon as Dean ducks out, Ash warns Jean that they're both total freaks and he better stay sharp so he doesn't get played. Jean fires back, agreeing that Ash's constant scowl is definitely weird, but insists he's looking perfectly fine. Totally annoyed, Ash snaps back, telling Jean to fix his own face if he's got such a problem with it. Jean just smirks, pointing out that when you're this good-looking, weirdos are bound to flock to you no matter what. And right on cue, a flustered girl peeks out from around the corner, proving Jean was right on the money. Jean opens his eyes to find the world buried under a thick, silent blanket of morning snow. He gives Rich a shout, his eyes glued to the massive blanket of fresh snow burying the peaks outside. The mouth-watering aroma of breakfast hits the air as he sizzles up some golden eggs and thick-cut bacon. Then he slathers a massive, thick layer of plum jam all over his toast. He's absolutely devouring the food, savoring every single bite. He's loving how that sour jam pairs with the cheese, but his mind is already drifting back to the absolute hell he endured just to survive those frozen mountains. He gears up and heads straight for Canham, ready to finally meet the adventurer Dean for an official introduction. He's barely out the door before he bumps right into Ash and Note, and of course, Ash wastes no time nagging him about those potion fees again. But Jean shuts that conversation down real quick, making it clear he's not looking for a payday. He tells Ash he'll reach out for help once they've settled into their new place, and Ash, though he's clearly not thrilled, finally gives him a grumpy nod of agreement. Right at that moment, Dean's voice rings out, stopping him in his tracks. Then we meet his buddy Letzi, a rugged guy who admits he's terrible at formal talk and just wants to keep things casual. Jean's totally caught off guard when he's yanked aside for a bitter, whispered rant about how much this guy absolutely despises pretty boys. Jean's catching every single word, and he's internally screaming at just how painfully awkward this whole situation has become. Dean desperately tries to reel Letzi back in, reminding him that he's already on thin ice and another screw-up would be the end of the line. Jean's left wondering why everyone is so ridiculously good-looking, totally blaming that gray-haired guy and his crew for completely wrecking his standards. He finally lets out a heavy sigh and caves, stepping out to lead the way into the frozen, snow-covered woods. Jean asks if Letsy's got a major complex about handsome guys, but Dean just brushes him off like it's nothing. At long last, Jean's big dream of hitting the road for his first real adventure is finally in motion. While they're out there battling their way through that waist-deep snow, Letsy breaks down his pro strats, explaining that he's only hunting rabbits because their meat and fur are at peak value right now, while bears are just a total waste of time. The small ones don't sell, and the big ones are way too deadly. He points out that bear rewards are hitting rock bottom, and Jean starts sweating bullets, realizing he and Ash are the ones who absolutely wrecked the market. He starts flexing his pro survival skills, showing off how the split grass reveals exactly where the target is headed. He instantly calls out the tracks as horned rabbits and foxes, leaving Jean completely blown away by his pro-level expertise. He points out these brutal claw marks, realizing a monster is currently stalking its next victim. He explains that while a short bow is fine for hunting deer, monsters are a whole different beast, leaving Jean to wonder if just spamming his search skill and swinging his sword means he's been doing this wrong the entire time. To show off his god-tier aim, he fires a single shot that pins a rabbit right to a tree. Then he offers to show Jean the ropes and teach him exactly how to hunt down a fox next. Back at the village, the locals are absolutely losing it over Letsy's masterfully skinned catches. Jean's shocked to find that once this guy gets on a roll, he's a total chatterbox. They cap off the night by clinking glasses, and Jean makes sure to give them a massive shout-out for all the lessons they drilled into him. Feeling a bit more chill, he calls Jean a total weirdo, but agrees to keep teaching him his hunting secrets since the kid's arms are basically toothpicks. Later that night, Jean stares down at his own arm and feels a massive surge of inspiration hit him. He vows that from this moment on, he's gonna live on protein and pump iron until he's massive, leaving the rich guy watching him in total disbelief. Jean swings by the pottery workshop to check on his custom order, and the craftsman finally reveals a massive, mysterious lump. Jean is absolutely losing it over this gleaming white bathtub. The potter seriously knocked it out of the park. When they offer him a carriage to haul the gear, Jean awkwardly shuts them down, suddenly realizing he almost exposed his secret storage skill right in the middle of the street. They drag it off to a secluded spot, tucking it away right under the shade of a tree. The second they're out of sight, he instantly stashes that massive tub back into his magical inventory. Back at the house, he spends the entire day on the grind, digging deep and laying down lethal traps. He's grinding like crazy to get this specialized room ready for action. He finally steps back and beams with pride, admiring his masterpiece now that the tub is perfectly in place. But out of nowhere, a sharp knock at the door shatters the silence. Ash suddenly shows up with a gift in hand, dropping the massive bombshell that he's actually moving in right down the street. Jean's jaw hits the floor when he realizes his brand new neighbor is none other than Ash. Ash explains that Note tracked down the house all on his own, and even though Ash never gave him the address, he somehow picked the place right next door, leaving Jean feeling like his own kindness totally backfired on him. Ash finally opens up, admitting that talking to Jean was the one moment he felt truly, honestly happy. He locks eyes with John and asks if he was happy too, leaving our hero completely frozen in shock. Jean ushers him in from the freezing cold, and they finally settle down for some tea and the surprise gift Ash brought along. Just look at this stunning fig tart. It's a total masterpiece that looks absolutely mouth-watering. Jean takes one bite and loses it, declaring it the absolute best meal he's found in the city so far. Ash points out that the note recommended the Shah, proving yet again that this butler is an absolute legend at his job. Jean mentions he's fresh out of the bath, but Ash is totally baffled, thinking he's talking about a trip to the local bathhouse. Jean ushers him into the new room and starts flexing this insanely fancy Western-style clawfoot tub. Ash is absolutely floored by how gorgeous it looks, and Jean promises he can give it a go the second those walls are bone dry. Ash asks if Note can come see this for himself, and right on cue, the butler steps inside with a sharp, formal bow. Note's just as blown away, and Ash reminds him that Jean promised they'd be the first to test drive it once it's finished. It suddenly hits Jean that Ash is actually a girl, and the thought of her soaking in his tub has him spiraling over how scandalous this really is. No knows he should probably do his job and stop her, but his own curiosity about this wild invention is just too strong to resist. Strangely enough, they realize the room is missing that nasty sewage stench you'd totally expect. Note's jaw drops at how perfectly sealed the bathroom is, and he immediately grills Jean on which workshop pulled off such a high-tier design. Ash brags that Jean crafted the entire thing solo, and Note's jaw absolutely hits the floor. The butler's vibe shifts instantly as he gets dead serious, asking Jean if he's actually planned on registering this game-changing invention with the guild. He urges Jean to hurry up because a design this legendary is basically a money printer, marking the exact moment Jean officially becomes the wealthiest guy on the block. The dead of winter has officially arrived, and man, it is absolutely freezing. Jean is left trembling uncontrollably as that freezing, biting air cuts right to his bones. He's posted up by the lake, ready to hunt down some cozy bedding for Ash and Note, and snag himself a warm downcoat while he's at it. He locks eyes on a flock of geese and instantly readies his bow to take the shot. He's creeping forward with total precision, making sure he doesn't spook him into bolting. He lets it rip, and the arrow streaks through the air to nail his target dead on. He starts hauling the rope back in, dragging his prize closer. He's caught totally off guard when a swarm of birds descends, lured in by the metallic stench of fresh blood. He lets out a massive sigh of relief, popping his transfer skill to warp out of there at the absolute last second. He huddles by the flickering flames to thaw out, but he can't get too comfortable. There's still more tracking to do before he can finally call it a night. A sudden knock echoes through the room, but when the door swings open, all that's left is a mysterious note made of ash. He swings by to check on the progress, and Jean confirms things are moving fast thanks to all the local help, right before Note drops off a cozy futon as the ultimate housewarming gift. Jean's stunned by how weightless it feels, and he soon finds out why. It's crafted from elite horned goose feathers, a total luxury flex. He's actually a bit embarrassed, admitting he didn't realize his haul was such a massive flex, but Ash makes it clear that hunting horned geese is a total nightmare, making this gift look absolutely legendary. Since they haven't even touched the stove yet, Ash insists that Jean stays and joins them for dinner. Note starts tripping over the rules of being a butler, but Ash shuts down the formalities and insists he pull up a chair. Jean jumps at the chance, and in no time they're face to face with a massive feast of roasted horned goose and a leveled-up version of his famous fig tart. Ash starts devouring the food like a total beast, shouting that every single bite is straight-up fire. Note is absolutely loving the feast, giving a massive shout-out to that legendary turnip soup. Jean watches Ash inhale her food with a look that's honestly kind of terrifying, finally realizing that a good meal is the ultimate cheat code to her heart. Out of nowhere, a tiny black spirit streaks past and slams right into the tart, torching it instantly and leaving Jean standing there in total shock. Ash and Notes lock eyes, their faces turning stone cold as the tension reaches a boiling point. Jean's jaw hits the floor as he struggles to process the absolute insanity that just went down. He realizes this ghost isn't one of his own sentries, but he keeps his poker face on, deciding it's way too early to let the butler in on his secret. Thinking fast, he plays it off as a sudden temperature shock and scrambles to get her a fresh cup of tea to smooth things over. He snatches the tiny spirit and seals it in a jar, struck by the chilling realization that even a supernatural being can be caged by something as simple as glass. As Rose and Khan watch over him, Jean stuffs the rogue spirit into a pickle jar. Thank God he brought that bran. But he nearly jumps out of his skin when Note suddenly shouts his name. Note finally comes clean, revealing the spirit is actually his familiar and apologizing for the way it totally wrecked their conversation. Jean finally puts the pieces together and realizes Note is the culprit. Note just spills the beans, explaining that the spirit is Quinn, a snowy night ghost that usually stays hidden, and he makes it clear that Ash is still totally clueless. Note breaks down the family drama, explaining that as a branch family to the Alder Hades, the Pardals are strictly forbidden from ever outshining the main house. And while Ash is convinced Note can only see spirits without actually touching them, Jean's left wondering why they don't just live their best lives now that they've already been disowned. Jean decides to just cut his losses and snag another tart, but not before telling Note that his spirit buddy needs to start using the front door from now on. And just like that, the butler, realizing he can actually manhandle spirits, has turned his entire world upside down. Suddenly, we're dropped right into the heart of a rowdy, crowded port town. Jean's hitting this town to dig for intel, knowing it's the closest lead he's got to the kingdom where his sister and her friends were shipped off to. Thinking back to Miss Toe and the crew talking about unleashing their magic, He decides to check if the world itself has started to warp from all that power. He remembers the dark legend. Monsters are actually spirits who were bled dry by humans, leaving them to mutate into beasts fueled by pure spite. He's digging for intel on any heroes who've finally snapped and started unleashing magical chaos. He catches some fishermen fuming about Schlumpter's thugs raiding their waters, and realizes he just stumbled onto the perfect lead. The local fishermen are losing their minds, complaining that these so-called heroes and saints are just a massive headache instead of actually being useful. While Gene's listening, a pickpocket tries to swipe his gold, but he snatches the thief's hand mid-air, thinking to himself that his sister hasn't changed one bit. He snags some fresh seafood and starts booking it back to his place. He's absolutely living it up, devouring a massive spread of fresh and oven-baked oysters. He's spamming his appraisal skill to make sure he isn't about to snack on a death sentence. He's even going the extra mile, planning to drench those leftovers in oil for a perfect marinade. But Rich isn't feeling the serious vibes. He just wants to treat this whole thing like a game. But Rich just turns his nose up at the plate, leaving Gene to wonder if the pup actually can't stand the smell of seafood. As darkness creeps in, Gene tries to spark some light, but his magic control is still a total disaster. The sudden glare stings his eyes, making him realize he's got to master his magic control before he shows up at the guild tomorrow. He charges straight into the demon forest to kick his training into high gear. He lets a massive fireball rip, completely vaporizing that horned rabbit on the spot. After figuring out he's way more cracked than he thought, he starts spamming water bullets and wind slashes on every monster in sight just to get a grip on his insane power. After grinding for a while, he realizes he's finally hit a whole new level of power. But man, he definitely went a little too overboard with the monster massacre. He stashes the haul away and flicks on a soft glow spell, which is a massive upgrade. Bright and early the next day, he's back at the guild, scanning the board to see what kind of jobs are currently in high demand. He catches someone shouting that they need to plunge deep into the woods to investigate. This blonde guy named Chris is getting into a heated argument at the guild because the three-horned monsters have completely vanished from the demon forest, but the staff just shuts him down, claiming they only do surveys every 2 years and won't risk their lives for an unofficial request. Chris warns that these creatures are just the heralds of the black-tainted threat, and if they don't move now, it's game over. Gene's completely lost, but then it hits him. Dean definitely mentioned someone named Chris before. Right then, Chris spots him and shouts out, "Bear Slayer Dono," catching Gene completely off guard, just as Ash and Note haul in a massive bearskin. Chris marches right up to Gene, sensing the stakes are sky high despite the guy's sour face, and drops a heavy new nickname, Burslier. Dean's guild buddy panics and tries to quiet Chris down, desperate to avoid any messy run-ins with the nobility. Gene watches them, wondering if this flashy blonde is the same guy Dean was talking about earlier. Chris just flashes a smooth, charming grin and introduces himself as, get this, Evening Twilight. But then, a sudden thought strikes. Bubble points out that Gene is a total ringer for the night, while Chris finally introduces himself as Isekai'D, a heavy-hitting 3-star silver rank adventurer. Gene finally shakes on it, telling him to drop the weird poetic talk about his looks, but Chris immediately drags the whole squad into a hunt for the three-horned monsters, leaving Gene stuck in yet another bizarre mess. Chris is still dead set on recruiting Gene, so he tries to win him over by inviting him on a hunt for 3 massive horned monsters. Gene's head is spinning from that sudden invite, feeling like he's trapped in some bizarre fever dream, while Dean's desperate struggle to hide a smirk only makes Gene's blood boil. Chris throws it right back in Gene's face, reminding him that he couldn't track down a single monster on his own. He confesses it's just a raw hunch, but his instincts are screaming that something is dead wrong. He's going all in, betting his entire life on nothing but a gut feeling. Dean's not buying it for a second, but the rest of the squad is already treating this wild hunch like it's a cold, hard fact. Gene's hesitant and wants to wait for spring, but Chris is dead set on moving. Now. And seeing Dean suddenly back him up makes Gene wonder if Chris's gut feeling is actually some kind of sixth sense. He leans in and drops a bombshell on Gene. Chris is actually possessed by an oracle spirit, but since nobody else can see the ghost, they just write it off as intuition. Gene quickly realizes that being a spirit's favorite is a massive deal, especially since almost no one in this world can even see them. He finally puts the pieces together, realizing Chris's golden hair isn't just for show, It's a dead giveaway that she's got future sight or some other crazy divine blessings hidden away. Dean sets the record straight. This isn't just some casual hunt. It's all tied to the massive debt he owes the guild for his sister's incident, and he'd need at least a couple of silver rankers by his side just to be considered for the job. Chris makes it clear they're just hunting one target and getting out fast. But because the situation is so dire, he's demanding nothing less than elite gold rankers. He can feel it in his gut. The vibe in this forest is twisted and totally wrong. Finally losing his cool, Ash snaps and demands he just gets to the point already. Jean tries to cash in a favor by officially asking him to join the expedition, but Jean shuts that idea down instantly. Dean doubles down on the sales pitch, promising Jean he'll just be a glorified luggage carrier who can bolt at the first sign of trouble. And since Dean claims he just wants to scout the woods, a curious Jean finally caves and agrees to the job. He makes it clear, if he's heading out, Note is tagging along, and he's definitely dragging Ash into the mix. Dean's hyped and promises to file the official paperwork with the guild, but he's playing it safe and waiting for the spring thaw, so they don't get buried in that brutal snow. Back at his campfire, Jean realizes the port city was a total dead end, and he's starting to suspect his sister's insane magic power is the real reason for all this chaos. Fed up with playing janitor for her mistakes, he decides to dive even deeper into the demon forest the next morning to see what the spirits are up to. He finally breaches the threshold and steps right into the heart of the inner territory. He taps into his supernatural sight, instantly spotting the spirits lurking all around him. He looks out at a sea of souls. Some are twisted by pure corruption, others are battered and broken, and some are just flickering out of existence. He realizes right away that these are the same exact spirits that are always swarming his house. He watches in pure horror as one shadowy spirit lunges at another, devouring it whole in a sight that's absolutely sickening. It finally clicks. These twisted spirits are trying to suck the life out of everyone else just to recharge their own power. Seeing his healing magic fail, he realizes he's got to name them just like the others to forge a contract and give them a massive power boost. He kicks things off by dubbing them Black 1, Black 2, and just keeps the count rolling from there. But handing out names is a serious power drain, and after just a few, he's completely gassed and decides to call it a night. Naming spirits that actually fight back is a total drain, and since they aren't swarming him like they used to, he decides to call it a night and pick back up tomorrow. He's just getting back to his place when out of nowhere someone calls his name. Wait, it's the Donoso family, the master farmers who actually taught him the secrets of cheesemaking. They immediately pull him into a massive heartfelt embrace. Then he surprises them all, breaking out a haul of sweet cake and fine wine. The kids are absolutely losing it with pure joy. The family is absolutely drowning him in thanks, and Shiva-san refuses to let him leave without everyone diving into that cake to celebrate the big occasion. Jean spots them huddled around the fire, powering through the classic winter grind of shelling beans. They mention their winter side hustle fixing farm gear, which is the perfect cue for the dad to finally remember that bottle of wine Jean brought over. Jean jumps in to lend a hand while Shiva finally starts slicing into the cake. Tina Donoso drops a total bombshell by announcing she's going to marry Jean one day, and her brother is absolutely losing his mind over it. Her brother starts throwing a fit, claiming Tina promised to marry him, but Mom shuts him down, snapping that Tina isn't even in Jean's league and they're all just acting like immature brats. The brothers pull a total 180 and decide to marry into Jean's family instead, leaving their dad absolutely floored. The kids latch onto Jean like leeches, absolutely refusing to let him go. Jean's completely losing his cool, but his dad finally caves and dives headfirst into the absolute madness. Watching that perfect family together hits Jean right in the gut, leaving him aching for a warmth he never actually felt in his own home. The months blur together until spring finally hits, and just like that, the big expedition is ready to roll. Chris hits Jean with his signature "Oh Evening Twilight" greeting before dubbing Ash Moonlight. So let's get right into it. He bursts onto the scene, hollering Jean's name at the top of his lungs. So let's get to it. Nancy's sweating over Ash's lack of experience, but Dean shuts her down, swearing the kid is a certified bear hunter. Ash stays dead silent, so let's dive right back into the action. He's totally lost, thinking Ash is the legendary bear hunter, but Chris drops a truth bomb. This whole thing actually started with Jean. Jean finally connects the dots. His reputation is dead in the water because he hasn't made a single sale at the guild in ages. Chris cracks up. bragging that his gut feeling about Jean was dead on and that the spirit's influence was definitely pulling the strings. Chris's little fairy spirit is having a total blast, just happily stroking his chin. Back at the guild, Kaina gives Jean a massive thank you for stepping up, finally putting all that past drama behind them. Just as they're heading out, she tells him she's definitely gonna inspect that bag of his the second he gets back. She hands him a special parting gift from the guild to send him off in style. Jean and Ash are totally geeking out over Jean's custom leather pack, especially that sick futon rolled right on top. Jean breaks down how those quick-release clips let him ditch the bag in a split second, making sure he's ready to scrap without anything holding him back. Chris realizes their luggage is just dead weight, but he's still stuck with a spirit that won't stop fangirling over him, and it's driving him absolutely insane. The gang wastes no time and plunges straight into the heart of the forest. With the sun on their side, they're making incredible time and decide it's finally time to pull over for a well-deserved lunch break. Jean whips up a massive feast, tossing dried chicken, onions, and mushrooms together with a heavy hit of salt and pepper. He whips out a mountain of massive, freshly prepped sandwiches. Dean's eyes sparkle with pure hype, and Jean is more than happy to share the goods. Chris is losing his mind over how pillow-soft the bread is while the whole group starts devouring the meal. They're losing their minds over how good the fried meat is, and Jean breaks down the secret behind that golden breadcrumb crunch. Note's taste buds are absolutely reeling from the insane explosion of flavors hidden in that fried chicken. With their bellies finally full, the crew hits the road once more to keep their epic adventure moving. Jean notices his shoes are getting absolutely trashed, but those notes? They're still looking suspiciously spotless. He's busy trying to mimic the butler's elegant stride when Chris drops a warning. They're officially entering wolf territory. Chris warns the crew that these wolves hunt in packs, so they'd better strike first before they get surrounded. Chris might drive Jean absolutely crazy, but he's gotta respect how much the guy actually looks out for his teammates. It doesn't take long before a pack of snarling wolves starts closing in. They're zeroing in on Jean, clearly smelling blood and treating him like the weakest link in the chain. Jean's finally lost his cool, and he lunges straight into the fray with his blade drawn and ready to strike. Then, with one explosive, lightning-fast strike, he absolutely obliterates the entire pack in a single heartbeat. Chris and the crew are absolutely floored by his raw power, with Chris shouting that Jean was actually baiting them with fake openings the whole time, while Dean notes that despite his non-threatening look, Jean is a total wild card that's leaving Letzi feeling totally caught off guard. Note keeps his cool, telling the team to snag the horns and vanish before the scent of blood invites more monsters to the party. Letzi gives the nod, and they haul tail out of there, with him promising their camp is just a heartbeat away as they plunge deeper into the dark forest. Back at the site, Jean puts the finishing touches on a shelter that's simple, sturdy, and ready for anything. His jaw hits the floor as he stares in absolute disbelief. Everyone calls Jean out because for a guy who claims to hate roughing it, he's acting like a total survivalist pro. Even Chris is floored, calling Gina a total genius for turning a simple waterproof sheet into a legit roof and walls. Jean admits he's not exactly a fan of camping, but surviving on a deserted island for 2 months straight turned him into a total survival pro. Chris catches Jean getting cozy with some moss and immediately sprints off to scavenge a massive haul for them. Ash offers to tag along, and Jean jokes about stripping the mountain of its moss, something that would have gotten him in huge trouble back in his old world. Dean and Letzi head out to the water, determined to snag a massive catch for tonight's feast. Jean steps up, offering to whip up a hot pot of soup to keep the freezing night air at bay. Meanwhile, Jean gets to work, kneading the dough for their next big feast. Dean watches him closely, totally weirded out by how he treats every single step like some kind of sacred ritual. Jean lets the dough rise, totally stoked with how it's looking, and realizes he's got more than enough left over for a killer breakfast. They're going all out for their final feast, digging into a massive spread of steaming tomato soup, savory grilled fish, and a pizza fresh from the oven. Chris is absolutely mesmerized by the pizza, a dish he's literally never even heard of before. Dean sinks his teeth in and is instantly blown away by that massive explosion of cheesy, savory flavor. Note asks about the tomato sauce, and that's when it hits Jean. He hasn't seen a single tomato in this entire world yet. Ash is absolutely loving the soup, and Jean finally spills his secret. He used dried tomatoes to sneak that flavor right past everyone. Still choking back tears, Chris tells Jean he would have made a perfect wife and offers his condolences. But Jean fires back, telling him to stop feeling sorry for people based on their gender. Jean gets bold and asks what his ideal type is, even wondering if his own sister was just too flat for him, only to get immediately shut down by a pissed-off Ash. Jean stammers that he's still figuring out how to even talk to people and has zero clue what his type is, leaving Note stuck in a seriously awkward spot. He admits he's spent his whole life surrounded by people he couldn't trust, even though he's actually had a few girls pour their hearts out to him in the past. Dean's jaw hits the floor after hearing it's happened 3 times, jokingly asking if he's cursed, but Jean sets the record straight. It happened at ages 6, 10, and 14, and every single one was a different person. He finally admits it. His sister is the total source of his misery, and her wild antics have dragged him into some seriously insane situations. He reveals that his first experience was actually a cruel prank set up by his sister, and after realizing all the other girls were her cronies too, he just started playing along to save himself the massive headache. Ash falls dead silent, letting the weight of the moment sink in. Fast forward to that night, where we find Jean just brooding by the glow of the crackling fire. Azu swoops down and perches on Ash's shoulder as he steps up to take over the night watch. She offers him a snack and pours out her gratitude, but he's too busy noticing she's rocking the comfy coat he made for her, so he just brushes it off and tells her they're already square because of that potion. Ash catches him off guard by telling him he's a great guy who deserves to be happy, leaving Jean totally baffled by the sudden heart-to-heart. He can't help but wonder, is she just being this sweet to cheer him up after that heavy talk they had earlier? Ash opens up about how she's finally meeting people she can actually trust, admitting she's stoked to have played a part in his growth, while a flustered Jean hands over the night watch. He's blown away by how refreshingly real she is, realizing she's the total polar opposite of his sister. Meanwhile, Dean and Letzi are feasting like kings, joking that the food out here in the wild actually beats anything they could get back in the city. After days of non-stop hunting and scraping by, they realize they haven't caught so much as a glimpse of those rare twin or triple-horned monsters. As they talk about pairing that goat meat with a peppery wine called ane, Jean actually nails the guess that it's a bold red. Chris is absolutely losing it over Jean's pot-baked bread, but Jean just shrugs it off and reveals he's even whipped up some goat liver pâté. Chris asks if they're really crashing by the river, but Jean, the ultimate king of comfort, unveils his latest genius creation. He constructs a makeshift dome-shaped steam bath by bending branches and draping them with sheets. He breaks down the trick. Just douse those glowing hot stones with water and watch the steam flood the room. Once they're done roasting in the sauna, they dive headfirst into the river for the ultimate cool down. Chris is absolutely floored, declaring that Jean is officially in a league of his own when it comes to traveling in style. The rest of the squad is totally hooked, and they're dying to check out that steam bath. The whole squad is practically begging to get their hands on it. Once everyone's finished, Jean hangs the soaking sheets up to dry, hit with the grim realization that the whole squad is going to be shivering tonight with 0 blankets. Standing right by the river, he watches in shock as a massive horde of spirits begins swarming together under the glow of the moon. He orders one of his own spirits to step up and keep the enemies from getting an inch closer. These shadowy spirits are crawling out of the woodwork lately, and while he's dying to call them out, he knows he's got to keep his mouth shut or risk blowing his cover in front of the crowd. The next morning, the crew wakes up feeling like $1,000,000 after that soak, and they start hauling serious tail down the path. Dean suddenly bellows for the group to halt as a massive triple-horned lizard looms right in front of them. He realizes these lizards are insanely stubborn, so he's got to aim straight for the spine or the heart to put them in the dirt. He shouts that its skin is tougher than bone, so their only real shot is to strike straight through the throat and snap its spine. Dean makes the executive call, ordering the group to split up and move out. He draws the lizard's focus to buy them a split-second opening. Chris lunges in for the finish, driving his blade straight through its throat with lethal precision. Ash and Note couldn't help but hype themselves up after pulling off such a total masterpiece. Dean's still a little rattled, but he's stoked they actually pulled it off. Meanwhile, Jean realizes a tag team strike like that is impossible to master just by watching from the sidelines. After a full week of trekking through this massive forest, he's blown away by just how endless it feels. While Lecce notes that the monsters in these parts usually only sport a single horn. Dean calls it a wrap on the job, but they're hitting one more campsite before finally making the trek back to town. Chris pulls Jean aside, needing a hand to start carving up that massive lizard for its loot. He's absolutely floored by how Jean carves up those monsters like a total pro. Jean swears these pills are the secret sauce behind his insane hunting skills. While Jean is grinding away, he realizes the area is absolutely crawling with a massive swarm of black spirits. He's questioning if those horned freaks are actually possessed, but his stomach is doing the talking as he claims the lizard tastes just like chicken and begs Jean for some lard to start frying. Dean tells him they're still loaded with supplies, but warns Jean to stay close since starving monsters are total wildcards. Yet Jean ignores the danger and sneaks off to find wild asparagus while the rest of the group is busy. He fires up his search skill to make the hunt a breeze, snagging some winter mushrooms and garlic mustard for the ultimate pasta dinner. His search skill pings a warning. A two-horned fox is charging straight for their camp, and the fire isn't doing a thing to slow it down. He barks at Letzi to ditch anything with a scent. Terrified, the beast has finally learned that where there's fire, there's a fresh meal waiting. She hooks him up with a scent masker and tells him to stay downwind so he doesn't get sniffed out. Dean realizes the fox is closing the gap at a terrifying speed, forcing him to brace for a brutal one-on-one clash, just as his comrade screams his name in a total panic. Letzi screams a desperate warning to Jean just as that massive fox pounces for the kill. Jean tenses every muscle in his body, bracing for the absolute impact. Before anyone can blink, the fox hits the dirt, totally wrecked and seeing stars. Betsy stands there completely shell-shocked, frantically demanding to know what on earth just went down. He knows it's a fox, but he's absolutely floored by how Jean just dismantled the thing without even breaking a sweat. The rest of the squad finally catches up, and Chris is absolutely losing it, that a low-level bronze like Jean actually soloed a twin-horned beast, while Ash and Note are just shaking with relief that their friend is still alive. Nancy's blown away by Jean's sheer talent, but this disaster just proves their worst nightmares about the forest were spot on. He breaks it down, explaining that while lizards stay put, foxes are a whole different beast that'll roam for miles. Chris drops a chilling warning. If a twin horn is already lurking nearby, then a three-horned monster could storm the town at any second, making this a massive threat. He makes the call. They're hauling tail back to town the absolute second the sun hits the horizon. That night, they absolutely feast on a mouth-watering spread of crispy fried bird and pasta. But Cassie and Dean are losing their minds over the food, swearing they've eaten better on this trip than they ever have back in the city. The trek back home was a total breeze, with absolutely zero drama standing in their way. Finally, the squad made their grand return to the town. At long last, their grueling expedition finally comes to a close. The receptionist leads them off to file their reports, and Jean finally lets out a massive sigh of relief, feeling the bone-deep exhaustion kick in now that he's back in one piece. He tells Note and Ash to snag his share of the reward later because he's in a massive rush to get back home, so He asks if Jean's heading out, and Jean tells him he's dying for a hot soak at home, inviting the whole crew to swing by his place later. Dina's down for it, promising that's when they'll finally dive into the truth about the spirits. Back at his place, Jean wastes no time sparking a roaring fire in the hearth. He's pushed himself way past his limit and is running on absolute fumes. He strikes a deal with the spirits in the hearth, ordering them to give him the heads up the second a guest arrives while he's away at his other house. He flexes his storage and transfer magic, warping in a flood of hot water to get that bathtub steaming in seconds. He spots Rich completely zonked out, peacefully snoozing away in his little basket. He flashes his buddy a quick grin, promising they'll get to the action the second he's finished cleaning up this mess. He collapses into the steaming water, letting out a massive sigh as the heat finally melts his stress away. After scrubbing away the grime 3 times over, a fireplace spirit warns him that guests have arrived, so he warps straight to his other house just to finish his soak in peace. Ash and Note finally roll up, and Jean wastes no time handing over their hard-earned cut of the loot. He lets them know the bath is steaming and ready, so Note graciously accepts and heads off to get his Ajusama prepped for the soak. Note asks where the heck Jean scored that bathtub, and Jean points him toward a shop called Eddie in the Kingdom of Pastor. Then, when Note tries to pay for the borrowed robes because Jean's high-end gear is making everyone think he's a noble, John just shrugs and tells him he was planning to give them away for free anyway. Port drops the news that a strike team is mobilizing to crush the forest threat, And since he and Ash are suiting up, Jean is already low-key panicking about another nightmare trip into the wild. Note tries to pay for the gear, but Jean shoves the bag of gold right back at him, insisting he's already given more than enough. Fresh out of the bath, Ash is greeted by Jean, who gets her settled with a warm cup of tea while he hustles to prep even more hot water. Note ducks out for a bit, leaving Jean to tell Ash she should just kick back and make herself comfortable. Jean's jaw hits the floor, seeing Ash with her hair down for the first time. She looks like a total cold-blooded assassin. But he quickly snaps out of it to ask her what's going on. Ash turns to him, eyes wide, and asks if he actually caught a glimpse of those spirits lurking in the forest. She swears she hasn't seen spirits this badly trashed since the last time a court mage went completely rogue. Jean's pretty confused, so he asks if magic is actually super rare, since he hasn't seen a single other person pull off a spell yet. Ash breaks it down. Spirits only lend their power if they actually vibe with you or you've got a contract. But since only 20% are even willing to help, your only other options are forcing them into submission or wiping them out with magic. Jean asks if the spirit is gone for good, and Ash confirms the grim reality. For a spirit, power is life. So once they're tapped out, they simply cease to exist. She explains that the dark aura on these spirits is proof of their burning grudge against humanity, and it's exactly how they warp innocent animals into bloodthirsty monsters. Jean's hit with a horrifying realization, asking if every spirit user is eventually destined to turn into a monster. It hits him like a ton of bricks. His sister isn't some savior. She's a demon lord in the making, and he's officially ready to quit magic forever. Ash explains that spirits actually thrive on the action. Using magic helps them stabilize and grow stronger, so as long as he doesn't overwork them, they're more than happy to lend a hand. She looks at Azu and realizes the little bird could have evolved into a black spirit at any moment, but it threw that power away just to stay by her side. Jean clocks how visibly rattled Ash is and ducks out for a second to give him some air. He slides back in with a platter of sweets, practically begging her to keep note in the dark about their little snack haul. This plate is absolutely loaded with a mountain of mouth-watering pastries that look way too good to resist. Ash is staring at these things like they're from another planet, and Jean wastes no time asking her to be his personal taste tester. He quickly apologizes for the heavy vibes, admitting that wallowing in the darkness for this long isn't doing anyone any favors. Ash gives a quick shout-out for the grub and immediately starts digging in. She's absolutely vibing with the tea and treats until she spots a mystery red fruit on her pastry and just has to know what it is. Jean points out the strawberry and watches her go to town on the snacks, but he's starting to sweat as she blindly devours things she doesn't even recognize. He admits he's a total disaster at comforting people, so he just hands over some sweets and hopes for the best. And honestly, seeing Ash beam with joy makes the whole awkward moment worth it. She's honestly shocked at how easy she is to win over. But Jean steps in and tells her there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. He notices that Azu is finally beaming with happiness too. Jean gives the nod, and just like that, the deal is sealed. He's beyond relieved to hear that she's finally back on her feet and feeling like herself again. Right on cue, Arrives bursts onto the scene after catching wind that Jean is heading straight back into the forest. Terrified his flashy gear is basically a steal me sign, he offers Jean top dollar to craft him a low-profile bag just like the ones Dean and Chris are rocking. He explains that iron ranks are being drafted for the upcoming hunts while silvers are being forced to join, and Jean realizes this is the ultimate shortcut to farm the stars he needs to finally rank up. He lays down the law. Stars are earned through guild missions and helping the community, but if you start acting like a total brat, you can kiss your chances of getting one goodbye. So the grind for stars depends entirely on your rank, but Jean's been so efficient that a few simple potion deliveries have already stacked him with enough points to tackle the rank-up exam. He finds out Chris personally vouched for Ash and Note to join the mission, proving that even lowly bronze ranks can get in if a pro backs them up, but Jean flat-out refuses to go. He breaks the news that the expedition is about a month out, but everything hinges on a gold-ranked powerhouse named Amdeo, a guy the guild had to cash in every single favor just to land. The guild is betting big that MDO and his partner, who's just inches away from hitting gold rank, have more than enough firepower to steamroll the few monsters they're expecting to find. He mentions that MDO can actually see spirits, and just like that, Jean is completely hooked. As soon as night falls, Jean dives right back into the heart of the demon forest. He's diving into a hunt to scavenge the materials needed to craft bags for the entire squad. He runs into another shadowy spirit and, without even blinking, coolly names the guy Black 95. To keep his sanity, Ash starts naming every shadow spirit he spots, diving back into his hectic daily grind for a quick breather before the next investigation kicks off. Jean's out on the town, hitting the shops with Asha Note. He gives them a heartfelt thanks for sticking by his side through the whole journey. He tosses them the custom bags he just finished, admitting that for a crafting junkie like him, this was actually more fun than work. He admits it's way too early to be hitting the stores, but he's on a mission to get this shopping done and over with. Note warns that the town is already crawling with mysterious newcomers despite the expedition being weeks away. And Jean realizes that if they don't move now, they'll be left empty-handed. Out of nowhere, two punks corner him, demanding his cash and making snide remarks about his pretty face. One guy tries to get a grip on him, but Jean just shrugs him off with a casual shove that sends the dude reeling. Chris swoops in to check on Jean, basically calling those thugs brain dead for even thinking about messing with Evening Twilight. Dean and Letzi burst onto the scene, with Dean mocking the guys for being reckless enough to hunt the black bear, while Jean is just left scratching his head over his bizarre new nickname. Chris grins and tells the group they need to hit up a nearby restaurant to celebrate the big reunion. The whole squad hoisted their mugs high, letting out a roar for a massive toast. Jean asks for the lowdown on their lives since the investigation, and Letzi reveals he's been Chris's herb-hunting sidekick while Dean has been busy dodging everyone as a fugitive on the run. Chris is absolutely stunned to hear that Dean is packing up and moving out. Dean breaks it down. He tried to save money by living with his sister, but their mom barged in and started micromanaging every single thing. He knows his sister will never grow if she's leaning on him, especially while the guild is busy hammering the basics back into her. Meanwhile, Ash couldn't care less about the family soap opera. He's already daydreaming about his next bear hunt. Jean leans in, dying to know the real story behind that black bear nickname. A quick side note reveals that people actually confuse Jean and Ash all the time, since they're both absolute powerhouses on par with Bae. Chris thinks that nickname is a total mismatch for Jean's delicate looks, but Jean's secretly wishing they'd called him a savage wolf instead, so he just scoffs, calling them absolutely insane for wanting the wolf title, since that name is already claimed by the legendary adventurer of Balmore. Dean is a massive Balmore fanboy, and he's totally geeking out over the adventurer's most legendary feats. She starts roasting Dean for his goofy motives, but he just wears it like a badge of honor, claiming that's exactly why he chose this life. Jean finally reveals the custom bags he crafted and hands them out to the whole squad. Dean's jaw drops when he sees the interior is pure leather, realizing something this tough has to cost a literal fortune. The crew starts hyping up their post-expedition party, and Dean's already losing it, demanding they roast an entire cow and crack open a massive keg of ale. After knocking back a few more, Jean's crew finally bounces, leaving the rest of the gang behind to keep the party going. So he reveals he's crashing in a dirt-cheap room right on the Demon 4's doorstep. He's absolutely fuming because his landlord is jacking up the rent just to install one of Jean's trendy new toilet systems. Note and Ash pipe up, admitting they can't believe they ever tolerated that nasty stench, making Jean wonder if they've officially become the top salesman for his new invention. Jean wakes up with the sun, enjoys one last peaceful meal, and gears up to plunge even deeper into the heart of the forest. He burns his transfer skill to warp there in the blink of an eye. Back to the daily grind of hunting down those shadowy spirits and slapping names on them. He's finally catching his stride, but he's still dying to see how MDO's partner handles magic, so he tasks his spirits to play spy and report back. He decides to push his luck today, venturing deep into a mysterious dead zone on his map, where not a single spirit is supposed to exist. He's trekking deep into the eerie, dead silent forest. It's a total 180 from the bustling, high-energy spots he's used to. Out of nowhere, a massive three-horned boar lunges at him. He shuts it down in a heartbeat, slicing right through it with his lethal all-kill blade. He stashes the boar away for a massive hot pot feast later and snags some fresh wild asparagus, making sure to save some for his buddy Ash. Just as he's gathering those herbs, he stops dead in his tracks. Staring right back at him is a massive, horned snow leopard. He nearly jumps out of his skin, but then he realizes the beast is actually trying to tell him something. The snow leopard lets out a barrage of sharp hisses, making its message crystal clear. The note reveals that his best buddy wants John to forge a contract with a horse-like beast named Mazel. Jean is totally thrown for a loop, but once he spots that horn and the lack of any dark shadows, he realizes he's actually staring at a divine holy beast. The deer drops the truth. Mazel is their friend, and he's right on the edge of transforming into a terrifying black spirit. To pay Jean back for his help, the deer offers to carve out a perfect sanctuary anywhere in the forest, a total safe haven that'll keep every monster and black spirit far away. Jean's totally hooked because a forest base is the perfect spot to keep naming spirits, and right then, the snow leopard tells him to hop on the deer and get moving. He gingerly hoists himself up, making sure every single move is dead silent. The deer suddenly blasts off like a rocket, leaving Jean white-knuckling it for dear life. This insane speed is pushing his body way past its absolute limit. He's completely losing his edge, totally rattled as he struggles to fight off a massive wave of nausea. He yells at them to keep their momentum going just as the snow leopard steps up and introduces himself as Mao. Finally, the squad has reached their destination. High atop the jagged cliffs, a pitch-black stallion looms with its mane erupting into a wild, flickering blaze. The creature growls, demanding to know why they've dragged a puny human into its domain. Jean locks eyes on this jagged wound leaking corruption from its shoulder, and that's when the truth hits him. This monster is actually Mazel. He pulls the trigger on the pact, knowing the spirit has to reveal its secret true name to seal the deal. Mazel just scoffs at the idea, making it crystal clear he'd never lower himself to sign a contract with a mere human. Jean couldn't care less about its stubbornness and just lunges right onto its back. He slams the creature into the dirt and demands its name, leaving Mao and the deer to comment that he's definitely taking things a bit too far. After a fierce struggle, Mazel finally breaks and breathes out its secret name. Jean seals the deal, but it hits him like a truck, instantly sucking his energy reserves bone dry. He gives them the nod, letting them know the job is officially done. The deer demands a breathtaking sanctuary that's easy to reach, complete with a crystal-clear spring and plenty of lush greenery to snack on. Canal, formerly Mazel, is absolutely fuming about a human hitching a ride on his back, but the deer shuts him down and insists Zhong comes along. Jean hitches a ride on the deer's back, choosing a first-class seat over walking on foot. The deer sends him flying into the dirt once again. They stumble into a breathtaking clearing, and Jean is absolutely floored by the view. The animals jump straight into action, turning this empty land into their ultimate safe haven. Jean realizes that ordinary horses wouldn't stand a chance getting anywhere near this terrifying spot. The deer lays down the law, explaining that only the beasts and spirits bound to him by contract are allowed to enter. With the job finally finished, the animals gave him one last salute and headed back into the wild. Jean checks his map and spots a legendary new territory hidden right under the gods' noses, and while he's hyped to finally complete his collection, he's already brainstorming his next big move for this secret sanctuary. Jean finally touches down in the massive merchant capital of Isekai'D. He's touching down on a futuristic island nation, scouting out their insane architecture to find the perfect inspiration for his new sanctuary. He's totally floored by how crystal clear the windows are, especially since they're a massive upgrade from the clunky, bubbly glass he's used to seeing back in Canem. He roams the city streets, his jaw dropping at the sight of premium treasures like fine parchment, luxurious silk, and top-grade wool. He spots a stunning crimson glass dripping in gold, and even with the massive price tag, he doesn't hesitate to empty his pockets for it. He stumbles into a chemist's shop and spots cocoa beans, only for the owner to reveal the wild truth. These beans can be brewed into a legendary elixir that actually extends your life. The price is absolutely insane at 2 mon per gram, all because those high and mighty nobles are suddenly obsessed with mixing it with sugar, milk, and honey. Jean snags a massive haul of vanilla beans, mustard, and turmeric, knowing full well that these prices are going to skyrocket the second he leaves Nalade behind. Suddenly, an old-timer with jet-black hair starts making his way toward him. He takes a second to hype him up, throwing a major compliment his way about that sick bag. The guy's jaw hits the floor when he realizes that bag is actually a patented exclusive from the Adventurers Guild, all the way in the distant Azel region. Jean maps out the journey to Hyle, but the man just groans, realizing that trek is way too brutal for any merchant in this neck of the woods. After hearing this exact same speech 10 times already, Jean finally cuts the chatter to lock onto his real target. He marches into a grocery store, hunting for any book that'll teach him the secret to actually capturing spirits. Ash admits he's hunting for a steal, and the shopkeeper tips him off. If he wants the rare stuff, he's got to check the shady bookstores where nobles dump books they only bought to look smart. She's convinced that if a book like that actually exists, it's basically a total fraud. This just proves Jean's gut feeling was right. It's time to start tearing through every dusty antique store and seedy pawn shop in town. He demands to know where these bookstores are hiding, and she points him exactly where he needs to go. He tracks down a shop and asks to see their stock, but the clerk hits him with a total curveball. Does he want his books with or without actual content? He explains that some are just hollow wooden decoys, while others are blank or scrambled by a spirit's prank. So Jean tells him to quit stalling and show him the ones with actual info. The clerk warns him that these blank books aren't cheap, since they're specifically designed for master craftsmen to document their high-level secrets. He reveals a manuscript to Jean that's possessed by a spirit, and get this, the words are actually rewriting themselves right on the page. The clerk notices something wild. The whole thing is written in a secret script that only the author can actually decode. Luckily, Jean's a total pro with languages and manages to crack the code, even though those cryptic anagrams and metaphors are giving him a massive headache. He spots references to other magic circles hidden in the text, and instantly asks the clerk if there are any more books with that exact same spine. The clerk confirms there's a secret stash, but since they're loaded with illustrations, the price tag is sky high. Realizing these spirit-protected relics are a legendary find, Jean practically begs the man to bring them out immediately. With his pockets bone dry but his mission a total success, he finally turns around to head back home. Once he's back in his study, he wastes no time cracking open his new haul and devouring every single page. The first book, The Risks and Advantages of Spirit Contracts, breaks down the massive perks of these deals, like the power to warp your spirit allies to your side instantly, no matter where you are. This is a total game changer for his magic, since he no longer has to waste time hunting for a compatible spirit in the area. Jean's starting to realize that spirits are anything but carbon copies, noting how even same attribute types like Miss Toe and Hal Alpha are total opposites. He's internally facepalming, cursing that annoying ball of light that has absolutely zero business calling itself a holy attribute. He realizes that no spirit in their right mind would ever side with a guy who's busy trashing their home. First thing the next morning, Jean goes all out in the kitchen, whipping up a massive 5-star feast for Ash and Note. Their eyes light up instantly because a steaming hot breakfast is a massive luxury they almost never get to enjoy. Jean admits he's just trying to polish off all the leftovers so nothing rots while they're out on their big mission. Ash asks if they're whipping up a hot breakfast, but Note breaks the news that warm meals are a total luxury here, leaving most people to survive on just bread, fruit, and cold soup. Since the whole town clocks in at sunrise, nobody wastes precious firewood on a morning blaze. They just swarm the food stalls for a quick bite instead. Just as they're about to make their exit, Jean steps in and stops them cold. He hands them a massive feast to share with Dean and the crew, sending them off with a final prayer for their safety. Once they've cleared out, Jean wastes no time hitting the road to stockpile a mountain of building supplies. He stuffs his pack to the brim, totally locked in and ready to crush his next big mission. He breaks the news to Rich. The forest finally has a safe zone, so he's dragging him along for the ride. They hit the road, flanked by a whole squad of adorable, purring cat spirits. The group finally reaches the sanctuary, stepping right through the invisible barrier guarding the entrance. The second they step inside, a storm of feathers erupts and every spirit in the area bolts, absolutely terrified of Rich. Jean gives Rich the green light to go wild as long as he stays inside the barrier. Then he gets straight to work on some serious landscaping. He wastes no time and gets to work, building a cozy 2-story home right in the heart of the sanctuary. He's already dreaming up the ultimate home, a cozy multi-story spot with a sick lounge and a massive yard where Rich can finally run wild. He spent days grinding for every last resource, and now he's finally taking a breather to enjoy a well-earned feast. Rich is absolutely beaming as he gulps down that water like it's the best thing he's ever tasted. Jean's finally kicking back and demolishing a massive bagel sandwich in his sweet new outdoor setup. He's already dreaming up a floral masterpiece for the garden to put a smile on Rich's face, while making a mental note to finally snag a fancy siphon for his morning coffee. Out of nowhere, a snow leopard bursts onto the scene. And get this, even the deer is sticking right by his side. And check it out. Even Canal the horse is tagging along for the ride. Jean's jaw drops when he finds the whole gang gathered there, but he quickly realizes their eyes are locked onto something major. The animals are deadlocked on Rich as he blissfully chomps on a stick, looking absolutely floored that his high-status master would be in a dump like this, leaving Jean totally lost in the sauce. Jean suddenly finds himself in a forest clearing, wondering what the heck Rich Sama is doing there, surrounded by a majestic horse, a spotted unicorn leopard, and a massive stag. He stared down the wolf beast, asking for its name again while his brain short-circuited in total confusion. The stag and the unicorn leopard hissed back in warning as the stag dropped a total bombshell. The hero before him had vanished without a trace 5 years ago. The unicorn leopard dropped some serious gossip, claiming he vanished after a failed hero summoning, which had Jean wondering if Rich was their former big boss, even though the guy was just cluelessly gnawing on a stick. Jean's scanning Rich's lifeless expression, trying to figure out if the guy's got total amnesia, is refusing to face the truth, or is honestly just too lazy to even bother thinking. It finally hit him. This was Rich's old territory, and honestly, a wolf belongs in the wild, not some concrete jungle. That unicorn leopard just wouldn't stop hyping Rich up, declaring him the strongest and most liberated spirit to ever walk the earth. The beast bragged that his voice could reach the ends of the earth and that he'd personally saved this forest from the apostles of wind. But Jean just figured he was some delusional Rich fanboy and let him keep yapping while he got back to work. Rich flexed a pose of pure, majestic dominance, looking like a total legend even with that stick still clamped in his teeth. The unicorn leopard drops a massive bombshell. Rich vanished without a trace a year ago, and Jean instantly realizes that lines up perfectly with when he brought Rich to his barrier-protected home. The pieces finally click. Rich's legendary clash with the apostles was so intense, it literally reshaped the geography, carving out those coastal mountains and pushing the forests way back inland. Jean's curiosity gets the best of him, and he finally asks the big question: who exactly are these apostles of wind? The stag drops a massive bombshell. They're actually the previous hero and his squad, leaving Jean absolutely sick as he wonders if every legendary savior was just a monster who laid waste to this forest. The unicorn leopard spilled the beans, revealing their master plan to crush the spirit cattle's influence and build a fleet to finally cross the ocean. Jean felt a massive hit of guilt the moment they mentioned boats, realizing he was pulling the exact same move with the resources back at Naladade. He panicked for a second, terrified Rich would end up hating his guts, so he quickly reached out to give the wolf a reassuring scratch. The stag dropped a reality check. The destruction was so brutal that even now, those western forests are still a total graveyard. Jean knew the stakes were sky high. Humanity was basically trapped in cleared-out towns because the wild forests were a nightmare realm of spirits and monsters. And that's when Mazel, the dark horse, finally spoke up to say thanks. Jean laid out the grim reality. Humans had been ruthlessly tearing down the forests to expand their land, totally blind to the chaos they were unleashing. Mazel had heard the new hero was summoned by the spirit of light, but let's just say this hero was anything but a man of peace. When Mazel went to investigate, the hero's twisted magic actually stained its snowy white fur into a dark, corrupted shadow. Mazel was incredibly thankful to Jean for stepping in and saving it from the horrific fate of devouring its own species. The other animals even chimed in, telling Mazel he better show some respect and thank the duo for the deal, especially since they were deep in Rich's territory now. Halalfa suddenly manifests, warning Jean to back off because he's totally outclassed by the hero's insane power. She breaks it down. The hero is a spirit guardian, pushing even the most elite spirits to evolve and satisfy their massive hunger. Gina swears that he isn't trying to get close or cause any trouble. He knew that being a master chef and crafter wasn't enough anymore. It was time to get serious and learn how to actually fight. Jean grills Mazel for any intel on Rich's past, before turning to the man himself to ask if his memories were wiped clean along with his powers. Mazel admitted he was totally clueless, giving the unicorn leopard and stag the perfect opening to start worshipping Rich Sama's legendary wisdom. Pushed to his absolute limit, Jean finally exploded, roaring for them to shut their mouths because he'd heard enough. Jean finally sits down to a mouth-watering feast and takes a quick second to give thanks before digging in. While crushing a bowl of noodles, he's already plotting his next big move, building farms at home and in the forest sanctuary so he can use his appraisal skill to flood the world with these legendary veggies. He relished every single bite, already dreaming of the day he'd finally be sitting in a fancy restaurant ordering the real deal. He knew that if this farm was ever going to thrive, he'd have to win over the local earth and water spirits first. Shoveling down the last of his food, his mind raced through the mountain of work ahead, building houses, tilling the fields, and even naming the spirits themselves. Thank God he'd been training his body like a beast, because otherwise he would have collapsed from pure exhaustion ages ago. The camera pulls back to reveal a breathtaking view of the silent mountains, just as the first light of dawn hits the peaks. Jean was out there putting in the work, alternating between high-tier magic and a heavy-duty sledgehammer to absolutely demolish those rocks. He strutted through his fresh fields, absolutely vibing with how fast his farm and buildings were taking shape. He'd ditched the growth powder to plant seeds straight from his kitchen, betting everything on the local spirits to work their magic. He's just messing with Rich at this point, dangling a knotted rope toy to get him all riled up. They were standing in a literal farmer's paradise, surrounded by lush rows of tomatoes, zucchini, and fresh basil. A quick thought about his buddies on the expedition crossed his mind, but he wasn't sweating it one bit. He launches the toy into the air, sending Rich charging after it at full speed. Jean gives Rich a big old pat on the head, hyping him up as the absolute best boy. Jean toyed with the idea of having Donoso craft him a frisbee, but seeing Rich's puzzled look, he decided it was time to head home. He had a wild new experiment he just had to try. Waiting right there on his desk were all the tools for his next big obsession, crafting powerful magic circles from scratch. Jean admits he's been itching to pull this off ever since he first read about it in some old book. He starts grinding those ingredients to a pulp, infusing them with his raw mana and spirit water to brew the ultimate ink. With steady hands and laser focus, he carefully prepped his compass with ink, making sure every drop was perfect. He rolled out a massive sheet of paper, ready to finally fuse all the symbols from his books into one masterpiece. As the ink hit the page, he racked his brain, trying to decide exactly what kind of spirit he should bring to life. In his mind's eye, he conjured the primal spirits of fire, water, and earth. Before he could even finish the circle, the spirits he was picturing literally manifested on the page, making him jump back and scold them for barging in uninvited. The tiny spirits squeaked an apology for nearly ruining the parchment and zipped away. Jean weighed his options and decided it was time to switch things up by summoning an ice spirit. Suddenly, Rich pounces onto the desk with a massive thud, landing right in the dead center of the magic circle. Jean freezes in shock as the terrifying truth finally hits him. Rich isn't just some guy, he's a literal spirit of ice and darkness. Stuck at his desk, John starts hyping up his new field to Rich, praying that all his hard work turns into a massive harvest. He briefly daydreams about whipping up some ice cream if Rich could help him freeze it, but he quickly snaps back to reality, etching a fertility symbol into the magic circle and flooding it with his mana. A puff of smoke pops out of nowhere, and out steps this super bubbly old lady with a massive grin. She introduced herself as his new partner in arms, ready to serve. Jean's jaw hit the floor in total disbelief. He was trying to summon a legendary spirit of the earth and harvests, not someone's grandma. He stood there frozen, wondering if this was all a cruel prank, or if he'd actually pulled off the impossible. He tried to play it off, swearing his ink was just absolute garbage. Out of nowhere, a hand suddenly clamps down on his shoulder. Suddenly, Vaughn's the one calling out his name. The second he materialized, the magic circle on the paper vanished into thin air, with Vaughn stepping out alongside Cattle and Miss Toe. Miss Toe immediately called BS on the book's instructions, while Cattle pointed out that this trick only works for spirits you've already signed a contract with. But Jean stood his ground, insisting he followed every single step to the letter. Suddenly, Halafa drifts right into view, giggling like she's having the time of her life. She glides down toward him, teasing Jean that he looks like he's having the absolute time of his life. She teases him, saying he was a total riot to watch, while a panicked Jean demands to know how long they've been lurking and why nobody bothered to knock. With Ish and Halafa flanking him, she pointed out that he'd managed to bring a massive crowd of high-tier spirits into the region. She gestured to the shimmering orbs dancing in the air, explaining these spirits were the secret to the room's cozy vibe, while Jean could only mumble under his breath. The room was now packed to the brim with his entire spirit squad. Pal, Vaughn, Ish, Hal Alpha, Misto, Cattle, and Rudale. Jean shouts that the whole gang has finally arrived, and Ish immediately hits him with a reality check. Why waste time on dusty books when he can get the inside scoop on spirits directly from them? Jean is absolutely stunned by the offer of a private masterclass, but Vaughn isn't about that library life, declaring that sitting around is a total snooze fest and demanding a quick spar. Jean tries to back out, but Vaughn isn't taking no for an answer. They stepped out into a wide-open clearing, and Vaughn finally gave him the green light to let it rip. Their blades slammed together in the blink of an eye. Vaughn's power is straight-up terrifying, and he sends Jean soaring with a single massive strike. Jean slams into the dirt, screaming in pain while Vaughn coolly barks that his form is absolute trash. Jean stood there shell-shocked, completely blindsided by that brutal reality check. Vaughn breaks it down, calling Jean a total train wreck who's just mindlessly mimicking others to get strong without actually understanding a single thing he's doing. Deep down, Jean knew Vaughn was dead right. He'd been blindly mimicking every move instead of actually making them work for his own body. Vaughn let out a heavy sigh, turning to Jean to ask what his true mental image, his actual vision of a sword really was. Jean really had to stop and chew on that question for a second. See, his entire concept of a sword was built on two specific sources. Fantasy. He had his sister's stories to thank for that, along with the old-school samurai dramas he binged with his grandma. And man, those gritty historical epics had left a massive impression on his soul. But when he looked down at the generic RPG blade in his hand, he realized it was light years away from the weapon he was actually picturing. Just as Jean gets caught in his own head, Vaughn's blade starts pulsing with a blinding light, warping and reshaping itself right before his stunned eyes. Jean watched in total shock as the all-kill blade started morphing into a brand new form right before his eyes. The transformation wrapped up, leaving Vaughn gripping a lethal, unmistakably Japanese katana. Jean's eyes light up as he recognizes the blade, while Vaughn just points out how weird it looks. Leaning in, Jean realizes it's way longer than a standard katana and trades the usual cloth wrap for a heavy metal chain. The perfect look for a fantasy world. Jean snatched up the blade, instantly recognizing the steel of his homeland as he unsheathed it with a total badass flourish. Vaughn asked if he was ready for round 2, and Jean didn't waste a heartbeat before diving right back in. They clashed once more, but this time Jean was in the zone, gliding through the fight like it was second nature. Ditching that gaudy fantasy sword made every move feel like second nature. And even Vaughn grunted in approval, admitting that Jean was finally looking like a total pro. Jean is absolutely over the moon after Vaughn drops a rare compliment her way. With his confidence soaring, Vaughn finally feels like he can unleash his blade without holding anything back. Hal Alpha and the spirits shower him with praise, while Rich comes charging over to join the celebration. Misto pulls up next to Hal Alpha, giving John major props for managing to stay in sync with Vaughn's insane pace. Then, the blonde spirit starts teasing Jean about being the center of attention among so many absolute beauties. Ms. Toe whips out a new book, proving her hunch that the manual he's been following was actually built on a total lie. He swore he'd have a real book ready and told him to get down to the temple in Thelmest in exactly 7 days. John finally pinpointed Thelmest as an island south of the Kaval Peninsula and grimaced, realizing he had just 7 days to hustle for the cash to buy that book. And as he stood in his fresh fields, Ish and Pal suddenly popped their heads out from the crops. Ish offers to trade his labor for a cut of the harvest, and Pal immediately jumps in, demanding her share of the prize, too. Jean's totally baffled, wondering if spirits can even taste food, though he remembers how much they obsessed over his bread and salt. Ish explains that they can taste anything that catches their interest, and Jean's crops are definitely special enough to make the cut. Powell joked that their tastes had officially evolved from basic bread and salt to salad, a weird flex that had Jean laughing. Just as we arrive in the chaotic trade hub of Naladade, Jean's just kicking back at an outdoor table, totally vibing while he crushes his meal. He's absolutely devouring a plate of truffle pasta, completely floored by the god-tier food this city has to offer. Jean hit up Naladay to cash in on those fox trophies, and with prices through the roof, he was finally rolling in dough. After stuffing his face, he headed straight for the weapon shop to gear up. He's hunting for a blade that can live up to his legendary all-kill sword, but the shopkeeper stops him, promising that the real firepower, the spirit weapons, is waiting in the back room. Jean asks about the gear, and the shopkeeper drops a bombshell. These are spirit weapons, either possessed by souls or spirits that literally became the steel. This sends Jean's mind racing. Since Vaughn forged his blade, could he be carrying a spirit weapon of his own? The shopkeeper breaks the news. These weapons draw their power straight from the spirit and never need a single tune-up, so he tells Jean to ditch the storage room and leave the blade somewhere the spirit will actually feel at home. Jean tosses him a quick word of thanks for the tip and immediately heads back out the door. Back in the safety of his room, he preps a basin of water to fire up his scrying magic. He figured it was high time to drop in and see how his expedition squads were holding up. The water churns into a mystical whirlpool, revealing a crystal-clear vision of 3 legendary adventurers. Jean takes a swig of his drink, reminding himself that his vision is only this crystal clear because he called in a major favor from the local spirits. He instantly recognizes them as that gold-ranked squad Letzi mentioned, led by the big shot Amidio. While casually munching on walnuts, he notices Amidio is living his best life, completely surrounded by a harem of women. But he isn't just staring. He's actively scanning their spirits to see what they're really made of. He spots a radiant light spirit hovering by the mage, and a swirling green wind spirit backing up the archer. Jean couldn't tear his eyes away from the critter on Amadio's shoulder, confirming it was definitely a prairie dog, before finally shifting his focus over to Ash's squad. That prairie dog's wiggling butt was a total mood, but Jean had way too many questions burning in his mind. Peering into the scrying basin, he caught sight of his entire squad finally traveling together. He catches sight of Azu, Dean's chin-obsessed spirit, and instantly knows the butler is lurking nearby. Probably because the little familiar just can't resist the aroma of Dean's boots. He wasn't breaking a sweat, though, since he'd already stationed one of his own spirits to stand guard over them. But then, he spots a tiny spirit actually trying to groom Letzi's beard, and Jean is absolutely losing his mind. The worst part was that Letzi was completely in the dark, and he could only pray his own spirits wouldn't start picking up those same bizarre habits. He snapped his attention back to M80's squad, wondering if they were even still standing. The basin flickered to life, showing them clashing with a massive lizard, until Amadeo stepped up and absolutely deleted the beast, splitting it clean in half with one savage strike. Jean was absolutely floored by the sheer intensity of their spiritual power. But then the vibe shifted, and he caught a lone member of the expedition force sneaking away from the pack. Out of nowhere, the swordsman whips around and lunges straight for his own team's archer. She pulls off a slick dodge, swaps her bow for a dagger in a heartbeat, and sinks the blade right into his side. Jean was floored by her insane combat skills, but then he saw the real nightmare. A dark spirit was literally oozing out of the guy's chest. That brutal puncture literally ripped the dark spirit right out of the swordsman's body. It gets sent hurtling back through the air, but the archer doesn't even flinch as he watches the whole thing unfold. The spirit lunged for her soul, but got rejected hard, forcing it to crawl back into its own cold, lifeless shell. Jean was completely rattled, left wondering how the hell he was supposed to take these nightmares down. He watched with bated breath as the archer notched a lethal arrow, ready to let it fly. She's locking her sights right on her possessed teammate, and Jean's heart sinks as he realizes her plan. She's actually going to execute the host just to wipe out the spirit, and that cold-blooded reality hits him like a freight train. He thought he knew how cheap life was here, but seeing the cold reality hit him like a freight train, reminding him that everyone is just one heartbeat away from the grave. Back in his room, Jean douses his face with freezing water, desperately trying to shake the dread out of his system. He's left scratching his head, wondering why that archer didn't just blast the spirit the second it was wide open. He remembered that you can't just touch a spirit, and since hurting the host shreds the soul inside, that dark entity bailed on the dead swordsman back at the scrying basin. Hunting for a fresh body to hijack, the creature lunged straight for one of the swordsman's unsuspecting allies. The archer breaks it down for him. Seeing spirits isn't a one-size-fits-all deal, and she warns him that those shadowy black spirits might be totally invisible to his eyes. Jean stood there wide-eyed, realizing this was his first time witnessing a full-blown possession right in front of him. He quickly racked his brain, remembering that while Amadio could spot spirits, seeing one actually hijacking a human host was a whole different level of difficult. He didn't owe anyone a thing, but there was no way he was letting Ash and the crew get caught in the crossfire. Decision made, it was go time. He reached out and summoned the spirits of light and shadow to the battlefield. He demanded they shroud his face in total darkness and keep him hovering just off the ground to look like an absolute menace. He yanked his cloak down, making sure it draped low enough to keep his feet totally hidden. Now hovering like a phantom and shrouded in mystery, Jean announced it was finally time to move out. Amadio was left reeling from the sudden ambush, desperately asking, "Hold on, my brain is literally melting. What the heck just happened?" The archer stammers that she's just as lost as everyone else, since it all happened in a flash, when suddenly, a mysterious cloaked figure looms behind her and offers a chillingly polite apology. The party freaked out, immediately cornering him and demanding to know who he was and where he'd crawled out from. Jean ducks deep into his hood, thanking his lucky stars they didn't spot him, but the moment he clocks Ash and the gang nearby, he knows he's got to move like a total ghost. He has a spirit warp his voice and tells the possessed man straight up. He's only there for the monster hiding inside him. John reaches out to grab him, but his hand slips straight through the guy's chest like he's made of thin air, leaving the man totally freaked out while Jean tries to gaslight himself into thinking he's just hallucinating. Jean plunges his hand straight into the guy's chest and yanks out a writhing black spirit, leaving the man gasping as he realizes that dark entity had been nesting inside him all along. Amadio stares at the fallen swordsman, shouting that his erratic behavior must have been possession. But Jean takes one look and realizes the guy is actually still breathing. He drops a massive healing spell on the wounded man, and as he groans back to life, Ash and the gang are left completely floored. He's screaming that it's a straight-up miracle, desperate to know what the hell is actually happening. Jean finally catches his breath, but the robed magician storms over, demanding to know who he is and how the heck he's already back on his feet. She points right at the spirits swirling around him, confirming the impossible. She can actually see them. Jean usually keeps these things at arm's length, but he pulls her aside with a grim warning. "Watch the first guy I saved," because even he's clueless about where that specific spirit actually crawled out from. Ash was burning a hole through him with that glare, so Jean knew he had to bolt before his cover was blown wide open. Amadio screams for him to wait, but he triggers his transfer skill and vanishes in the blink of an eye. Now that he was finally in the clear, Jean let out a massive sigh of relief, convinced that all his problems were finally behind him. Suddenly he spots a massive black spirit, the biggest one yet, and wastes no time sealing a contract before sending it deeper into the woods. He realizes these dark entities are basically cannibals that devour each other to stay whole, and without a steady supply of energy or a host, they'll just wither away into nothing. He remembers that possessed horse being way bigger and actually having some self-control, but this new spirit is just a mindless, wild beast. The horse spirit made it clear. If they wanted to stop this agonizing drain, they needed to find a host or forge a contract immediately. Jean had been playing peacekeeper to stop his black spirits from devouring one another. But after finally taming their dark hunger, he decides it's time to pack it up and head home. Back at the house, he's dying to know what went down while he was away, so he orders his spirits to drop their magic immediately. He's absolutely stunned when he gets home to find the very adventurers he just saved literally face-planting in the dirt right outside his front door. Since they wouldn't be heading back to Canem for a long time, he figured he'd better get the full scoop on how everything actually went down. We cut straight to Donoso's house, where the guy is absolutely losing his mind and screaming in total panic. Jean starts aggressively peeling the clothes off him, barking at him to shut up and strip, while Donoso's kids think the whole scene looks like a blast and beg to join the chaos. Jean gives the thumbs up and the kids go absolutely feral, stripping Donoso down in a heartbeat. Shiva, Donoso's wife, suddenly steps into the room, demanding to know what all the commotion is about at this ungodly hour. Donoso starts throwing a fit about being ganged up on, but Shiva just snatches his laundry, notes how expensive the fabric is, and tells Jean she's dragging the kid to the well for a serious scrubbing. Donoso screams that she's being a total jerk, but Shiva just flashes him a mysterious grin. See, Jean didn't just wander into the Denozo house by accident. He was there on a mission. He was absolutely sick to his stomach over the disgusting, filthy state of the town. Armed with his new construction skills, he decided to wage war on the filth starting at his buddy's house, mainly because he was absolutely disgusted by the piles of horse manure everywhere. The Denozos were easily the tidiest farmers around, and he was dead set on keeping them that way so they wouldn't end up living in a total dump like everyone else. Knowing life can end in a heartbeat, he's making it his mission to keep his friends on the straight and narrow. After a ton of back-breaking labor, the Denozo house was finally shining like a diamond. Denozo's jaw hit the floor as he hailed Jean as a total cleaning prodigy, with Shiva and the kids looking on in absolute awe while Jean humbly claimed he was just doing his best and only had the shutters left to fix. Denozo steps up to handle the mess himself, inviting Jean to just kick back and stay for some tea. He sends the kids off to scavenge for eggs and prep a quail, and they're so hyped they practically scream in excitement, He asks Jean if he actually enjoys cleaning, but Jean admits he hates the work. He just can't stomach living in a total pigsty. Shiva serves up her legendary leek and quail pot au feu, and the moment Jean fires up his appraisal skill, he's blown away by how those leeks have soaked up every bit of that rich flavor. The whole family huddles around the table, wearing massive grins as they give a huge shout-out for the feast. Watching them, Jean realized they were the absolute gold standard for a family, and deep down, he was dying to have a home that felt that warm one day. He briefly wonders if he can actually save his family back home, but he quickly snaps back to reality, realizing it's nothing more than a hopeless pipe dream. After a few days of travel, he finally pulls up to the seaside town of Thelmest. This town was legendary for its fancy lace and silver work, but he blew past the shops to hit the temple first. He eventually tracked down Rudale's sanctuary and cornered an old-timer to ask if he'd finally found the right place. He went hunting for the exact spot where he could finally get his hands on those books. The old man froze the second he saw him. Between that jet-black hair and those piercing purple eyes, he knew this was the exact guy from Rudale's prophecy. He confirmed Rudale was the one who sent him, but then he dropped a total bombshell on Jean. He'd received a prophecy too. John wasn't buying it for a second, questioning if Misto just telling him to show up really counted as some big-shot prophecy. He finally cracked and admitted that in a weird way it actually did. He then ushered John straight into the heart of the temple. They grind to a halt before Rudale's towering stone statue, where the man warns Jean to take whatever he's about to see to his grave. He swore up and down that he'd never cross that line. The old-timer slams a hidden switch on the wall, and just like that, a secret passage rumbles open. Jean's jaw hit the floor when he stumbled upon a hidden door tucked away in the shadows. Right there in the secret tunnel, a girl clutching a candle appears, looking like a strange double of Rudale, leaving a terrified Jean to shout, "Who the heck are you?" Jean spots a girl hiding in the secret passage, and despite her blue hair and eyes, she's the spitting image of Rudale, forcing him to lean in for a closer look. He suddenly realizes that flickering candle is a total sham. It's actually an illusion powered by a swarm of tiny spirits. The realization hit him hard. This girl was a spirit too, and her massive power had him completely floored. The spirit girl turns and drifts down the corridor, and Jean follows right behind her, totally hyped at the prospect of discovering a secret room. She leads him into a massive library where the bookshelves tower all the way to the ceiling. The spirit asks if he's hunting for summoning grimoires, and Jean nods. But he's also dying to uncover the secrets behind how this insane place was actually built. She thrusts the book into his hands, and you just know this thing is loaded with secrets. She tells him it's basically a cheat code for the entire library, mapping out every secret so he can track down any book he wants in a heartbeat. She hands over the book and gives him a sharp, knowing nod. Jean asks if the tour is finally over and wastes no time cracking that book wide open. He read about this book-obsessed emperor from the south who spent his days hoarding every single tome he could snatch from traveling merchants. Raiders eventually reduced his library to rubble, but not before Rudale pulled off a miracle and warped the entire collection right here. And that spirit girl, turns out she was chosen to be the library's ultimate guardian. Everything clicked for Jean. The reason she looks exactly like Rudale is because they're actually blood-related. Without missing a beat, she shoved another book right into his hands. She let out a startled yelp when she suddenly materialized right beside him, handing over a history book all about the mysterious Loth. which immediately got him thinking about Ash's claim that only the Lof held the true power of heroes. He cracked open the book and dived straight into the epic history of the legendary founders who poured their hearts into building the nation of Basa. This tiny but powerhouse nation was once invincible, backed by the literal power of the spirits. But after being ripped apart by internal betrayals and endless invasions, they finally hit their breaking point. Stripped of their divine protection, the survivors crowned the very last woman of the Lof bloodline and rebranded themselves as the people of Lof. Jean slammed the book shut, the grim reality finally sinking in. When the Lof kingdom fell, the entire royal bloodline was wiped out for good. He soon realizes there are actually two separate factions, the Lof from Basa and the true people of Lof. And while both share a bloodline tied to spirits, the Basa crew can't hold a candle to the original's raw power. He uncovered records showing that as empires rose and crumbled, the Luft groups were always there, pulling the strings from the shadows. Both factions had their hands in every major historical event, and Jean was absolutely floored. Was he actually dealing with some kind of immortal secret society? He knew right then that this library was a total gold mine, and he'd be back the second he needed to dig up more secrets. He wraps up at the library and heads back home, only to find Ash already there, waiting for him to show up. Jean clocks Ash looking absolutely wrecked and immediately asks if he's even holding it together. Ash mentions his hair is still dripping from a cold basin scrub, and Jean immediately feels a wave of guilt, wishing he'd known sooner so he could have boiled some proper hot water for him. As the tiny bird spirit on Ash's shoulder started shivering, Jean realized the guy was totally miserable being soaked, but Ash was so humble he didn't even want to ask for a bath, until Jean stepped in, told him to drop the guilt, and offered. As the kettle heats up, he wastes no time and starts grilling him about that mysterious note Ash's butler left behind. After that grueling expedition, he was absolutely caked in grime and his legs finally gave out, while Note was already busy scrubbing off the filth. As the water hits a rolling boil, Jean whips up a fresh cup of tea for Ash. She tosses him a quick thanks but begs him to keep his distance, totally mortified that she still reeks from the battle. Jean was totally unfazed, but then Ash caught him off guard by presenting him with a pouch. He revealed that this was magic iron, an enchanted ore that put the basic steel of Jean's sword to absolute shame. Jean snatched up the high-end gift, but things got weird when Ash mentioned he'd spotted someone who looked exactly like him lurking in the woods. Jean nearly did a spit take, panicking that his cover was blown, while Ash leaned in and asked exactly what kind of person they were dealing with. Ash painted him as a total saint. But here's the kicker. He's flanked by a ghostly entourage and can actually snatch a black spirit with his bare hands. Jean realized the spirits had done a killer job keeping him hidden, while Ash pointed out that their target's magic was a total wild card with no dominant element in sight. Nash then laid out the chilling details about that soldier who lost his soul during the expedition. He explains that the black spirit was totally invisible to both him and Note, and after Nina's counterattack forced it to find a new victim. Even the sorceress Rosa missed its trail because these spirits completely vanish inside a host's mana the second they take over. Jean's dying to know how the guy got possessed in the first place, so Ash reveals the dark truth. It all started with a massive war between two nations in the Middle Plains. Chaldea unleashed a massive magical nuke that turned the battlefield into a graveyard, and all that slaughter birthed the nightmare known as black spirits. Jean is losing it, calling them total morons for ignoring the fallout, while Ash chimes in that they can basically kiss their harvest goodbye this year. Ash reveals that Rosa the sorceress is officially on the hunt for that Jean doppelganger, certain they're a long-lost descendant of the legendary people of love. Jean's jaw dropped as he realized he'd completely misread the situation, right before Note finally burst onto the scene, apologizing for the delay and thanking him for delivering the firewood. Jean was blown away that the soap actually smelled fresh instead of like wild game, and he told Ash to get ready because he was next in line for a long, relaxing soak. He decides to get busy in the kitchen, torn between baking a savory meat pie or those legendary fluffy Castella pancakes. Rosa later pulls Ash aside to drop a bombshell. Word on the street is that a legendary hero was just summoned in the Schlumpter kingdom. Jean overheard the conversation and knew it was a total lie, while Note realized the kingdom was hunting for the Luff as a secret weapon against the hero, stunned they were even still alive. Clutching the message, Jean knew he had to ghost the guild for a long time. Note warns that if the kingdom tries to recruit Ash for the hunt, they're all going to be stuck in a seriously tight spot. He felt totally safe as long as they stayed under the radar, knowing Ash only gives a damn about the requests that land right in her lap. But Jean? He was actually weighing the odds of reaching out and asking Ash for some backup himself. All the while, he just kept his eyes on the prize, tossing in the next ingredient as he perfected his latest bake. He handled that meringue with surgical precision, folding it into the batter like his entire life depended on it. This tiny spirit was absolutely mesmerized as he poured the batter onto the sizzling hot pan. He's taking his sweet time with those pancakes, flipping them perfectly to make sure they don't end up as a burnt disaster. Ash suddenly pops up in the doorway, dying to know what he's whipping up. Jean reveals they're actually fluffy Castella pancakes, and he's even got a savory meat pie in the works. Cash's eyes lit up the second he heard Castella pancakes, and Jean promised they'd all dive in together as soon as Note finished scrubbing up. Once the squad finally scrubbed off the grime, Jean pulled out the big guns, a tray of steaming meat pies and golden pancakes that smelled absolutely legendary. Asha Note leaned in, her eyes wide with pure, unbridled anticipation. Ash took one bite of that pancake and his mind was absolutely blown by the flavor, while Jean just stood there beaming with pure satisfaction. When the food finally hit the table, the whole crew hoisted their wooden mugs high for a rowdy celebration. He dove into the feast, losing his mind over how incredible it all looked. True to their word, the squad finally linked up for a well-deserved feast the moment that expedition wrapped up. He's absolutely crushing a massive slab of beef, grinning ear to ear as he brags about how legendary it tastes. Ash is totally zoned out, daydreaming about Jean's legendary meat pies, while Letzi and Dean are busy ordering a literal mountain of fresh steak, just to escape the nightmare of those dry expedition rations. Just one bite of this meal and Letzi was instantly flashing back to that terrifying demon wolf they crossed paths with. He explains that the dark mist in their eyes is a dead giveaway, but if that haze swallows their entire body, they evolve into a true demon with power that's totally off the charts. He let out a massive sigh of relief, thankful that the situation didn't spiral into a total disaster. The guild definitely smelled a rat, which is why they sent in 3 heavy-hitting gold-ranked adventurers. And while Jean's busy inhaling his meal, he asks if the sorceress Rosa is one of them, only for Chris to roast him for eating like a total savage. He kept the explanation rolling, theorizing that Haldia's insane magic output was basically a magnet for those demonic monsters, while also recalling Rosa's crew mentioning a hero being summoned over in Schlumtas. He then dropped the news that Amadeo is prepping another massive expedition and is already scouting for more parties to join the fray. Note asks if Amadeo sent an invite, but Lecce admits he passed because their vibes just didn't mesh. And while Chris also said no, Ash just winks and says a knight can't ignore a beauty in distress, especially since he'd rather be the big dog of a small pack than the tail end of a lion. Jean is absolutely floored that this world uses the same sayings as his own. But the mood shifts fast when Ash asks for that favor he'd already cleared with Note. And Jean doesn't hesitate to say yes. Poor Letzi can't help but groan about being left off the guest list, and even though Jean tries to play it cool with a thank you, Letzi doubles down to show he's dead serious about helping out. He realized Amadeo was just out there scouting for spirit users, but everything went south the second his goons started causing trouble. Chris nervously wonders if Amadeo found out they blew him off, but Letzi warns him that he's probably getting dragged there anyway. He wasn't looking for a pity party, but his crew just begged him to make sure he comes back in one piece. Rosa suddenly pops up and asks Evening Twilight to join the squad, but Jean shuts her down cold because he is not about that camping life. Switching gears, she mentions the guild gifted Jean's bags to a gold-ranked party, and they were such a massive hit that orders are now absolutely flooding in. Jean flashed a grin, mentally saluting the guild and every adventurer who'd helped him out. With lunch finally out of the way, Jean wastes no time and heads straight for the Adventurers Guild. He hits up the receptionist to see if any houses are hitting the market right behind the Fox, the same street he and Ash call home. He explained he was just scouting the vibes before committing to a purchase, and the receptionist, recognizing him instantly, gave him the green light on his rental. Jean played it off like he was just curious, but she didn't waste a second before heading out to investigate. She rushes back with a mountain of files, hyped out of her mind to show him his new dream home. Jean's jaw dropped because he thought you needed to be at least silver ranked to own property, but the receptionist revealed that the commercial and apothecary guilds had vouched for him, meaning he could buy his current place or even upgrade to something way flashier. Jean was vibing with the place so hard that he decided right then, if he could actually afford the price tag, this house was officially his. Then the receptionist drops a bombshell about a house tucked behind the Fox, owned by a guild that's selling it after their next trip. And she leans in to whisper that Amadio might grab it for his crew since everyone else is way too terrified to live that close to the outer walls. Jean was absolutely fuming the second he heard that news. He decided to snag that house too, planning to flip it for a long-term renter. And just like that, our guy was officially holding the keys to 2 different properties. As he heads out, he's already mapping out the renovations in his head, deciding the back door is the perfect place to start the transformation. He bumps right into Letzi, catching her totally off guard. As Jean explains that with Dean and Chris on the mission and Ash busy hunting bears, he's just sitting this round out. Lex was busy complaining about those gold rankers being a total headache, but after his buddy reminded him they're the ones doing the dirty work with the monsters, he turned to Jean and asked him to keep an eye out for any open houses. Jean asks if he's officially moving out, and he confirms the big news. He finally ranked up and has the cash to buy a place of his own. Jean was blown away seeing how Letzi had managed to claw his way up from the absolute bottom. Then he pulls him aside and asks if he's free tomorrow, because he's going to need some serious help with a little project he's got cooking. The next day at Jean's new place, he's absolutely floored to find out both Jean and Ash own property there. But Jean immediately puts him to work holding up a door frame. Jean explained that while he'd love to help people by renting out rooms, he had way too many secrets to keep, like his hidden potion making and a massive fortune he wasn't about to share. He leaned in, asking exactly what kind of place he was hunting for. Letzi's dreaming of a 3-story building where he can rake in rent from the top floors, and when Jean asks about the shop downstairs, Letzi reveals it's actually a gift for his wife. Jean's jaw hit the floor when he found out Letzi was actually married. But Letzi just looked at him like he was crazy, acting like finding a wife right after buying a house was just basic common sense, a logic Jean had never even heard of. Jean gets totally hyped, asking if it's finally time for a romance arc and if our hero has a secret crush. She completely shut him down, claiming that looking for love is just a distraction from the grind, effectively burying their romance before it even had a pulse. Back at Jean's, he's scarfing down a plate of pasta and hyping up the cooking, but then he pauses to ask about a weirdly sour kick in the sauce. Jean explains the flavor comes from tomatoes and olives while chewing Letzi out for eating mystery food, but she just shrugs it off because she trusts his cooking, until Jean suddenly freezes, realizing that tomatoes don't even exist in this world, and Letzi has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. That compliment caught Jean completely off guard, turning him into a total blushing mess. When asked if those gold ranks are going to start a scene, Jean keeps it 100. He's steering clear of them and their toxic fan clubs because he knows they're nothing but a massive headache. He's down for the plan, but warns that if Amadio ever catches wind of Jean's ability to see spirits, they're in deep trouble. Jean stood there absolutely frozen, his jaw hitting the floor in total shock. He gaped at Letzi, his jaw hitting the floor in absolute disbelief. But how exactly did Letzi realize he wasn't just seeing things and could actually spot spirits? Jean gets a stern warning. If those adventurers ever find out he can actually see spirits, his life is about to get a whole lot more complicated. Jean was left completely blindsided, his mind spinning as he wondered how on earth Letzi had managed to crack his secret wide open. Letzi flashes a smug grin, revealing he saw right through him because Chris refuses to even use Jean's actual name. It finally clicked for Jean. Chris never actually used their real names, always sticking to that bizarre "Oh, Evening Twilight" title while completely ignoring Ash's name too. Jean suggests Chris should just start using his real name, figuring he's a total sweetheart, even if he is a bit of a weirdo. Jean thought back to Chris's wild, loud-mouthed energy, and how he'd always snag the big shot assignments whenever Dean gave the bosses the cold shoulder. Jean was a stand-up guy who always followed his gut, but he was done with having this secret held over his head. He knew that if he let the truth slip to Chris, His hidden powers would be common knowledge in a heartbeat. The tension exploded as it was made crystal clear. Jean was officially backed into a corner with no way out. Jean completely loses his cool and admits the whole thing was just a massive bluff to see if his hunch was actually right. He finally confessed he knew Chris was special all along, leaving Jean absolutely fuming once he realized he'd been played like a total fool from the very start. He gave him a firm slap on the shoulder, promising to keep those gold ranks in line, and reminding him that even the strongest warriors need to lean on their friends sometimes. As they walked away, Jean was hit with the harsh reality of just how much more mature they were than him, but he quickly shook it off and got right back to his daily grind. Between farming shifts, he stays busy naming spirits along the expedition route to make sure the path ahead is crystal clear. Then, he and Ash cook up a miracle eye medicine that sends the commercial guild into a total frenzy. With the toilet finally upgraded, he wastes no time diving straight into a massive remodel of his new home. But first, he had to step up and fulfill his duty as a true messenger of love. Rival nations were already flooding the forest with scouts, using spirit magic to beam back live updates on the chaos unfolding inside. Jean seized the opportunity, slipping into a disguise and leaking fake sightings of himself to send everyone on a wild goose chase through the forest. While scouring the area, he runs smack into a band of adventurers hailing from the Empire. He looked around and realized they were completely boxed in by demonic monsters. 2 horned foxes and a nasty tri-horned badger. Owls and bats swarmed the darkness, watching every move from the shadows. And he's even staring down a massive hulking beast of a bear. Jean's jaw dropped at the massive horde, realizing in an instant that the hunters had just become the prey. Kaina's warning from the guild flashed through his mind. They were dangerously short-staffed on survey teams. Suddenly, a beast lunged at a nearby adventurer, but he intercepted the strike in the blink of an eye. He materialized out of thin air, catching the entire party completely off guard. The leader barked out a demand for his identity, staring in total shock at the once deadly monsters now snuggling up to Jean like overgrown house cats. Jean warned the squad not to tempt fate in these woods while he got to work patching up the leader's brutal injuries. The leader's jaw hit the floor as Jean casually turned around to ditch the conversation. Desperate to stop him, the man barked out for Jean to hold on. But right then, the other guy. The rest of the party scrambled over to their leader, letting out a massive sigh of relief that he was still in one piece. The leader starts groveling and blaming his own pathetic weakness for the mess, but Jean is so over the drama that he just bails and heads home. He fed the spirits a fake lead about heading northwest past the Black Mountains to totally throw Rosa and the adventurers off his scent. And while they fell for the bait, Jean spent the next 2 months reading, brewing ash medicine, and playing the part of a saintly man of love. Out of nowhere, he kicks the front door open and starts hollering for his butler like a madman. He storms into the tavern and demands his buddies chop off his hair right then and there. The butler politely declined, and even offered Jean a loan out of sheer concern, but Jean cleared the air. He's got the cash, he just needs a top-tier, agile butler to back him up. Nash spills the tea. Jean can't stand those bathhouse barbers, and besides, his hair is so clean and stunning that it'd be a straight-up sin to cut it. Jean swore up and down that his hair and water were nothing special, and when he was told to grow it out like the cool kids, he threatened to shave it all off just to spite them, even though he'd secretly hate being bald. It's like she's reading his mind, offering to help him trim it later, as long as he doesn't go nuclear and shave the whole thing off. Jean was absolutely stunned, left wondering if Letzi was a total genius or if he was just a complete open book. Note actually suggests hiring a servant just to handle his hair, but Jean thinks that's the most ridiculous thing he's ever heard. Right then, Chris and Dean kick the tavern doors wide open, shouting a rowdy hello to the whole room. Dean calls for a glass of wine to take the edge off, while Chris stays locked in, scanning the expedition notes for their next move. Chris straight up admitted he was green with envy over those gold-ranked spirit weapons, wishing for the day a legendary blade would finally choose him like that. Jean hyped up Amadeo as a total powerhouse who fit the team perfectly, but Let's See just scoffed, muttering that a spirit weapon is dead weight if it doesn't actually like you, leaving Jean completely baffled by the idea of being loved by a piece of gear. He made a mental note. His own blade was getting a serious top-to-bottom tune-up the second he got back home. Dean kept right on going, explaining that Amadio's goons just couldn't resist stirring up some trouble. He knew they were totally self-centered, yet here they were, recklessly betting everything on nothing but blind faith. Honestly, he was just thanking his lucky stars that he hadn't tagged along for that mess. Jean was absolutely floored to find out there were 4 legendary heroes this time, way more than just his sister and her squad. It hit him that the gods totally skipped over that detail, and he definitely wasn't in a spot to demand answers. Ash drops a bombshell, explaining that heroes don't actually start off with cheat code strength. Instead, they build their insane power by literally pulling spirits toward them like a magnet. Word on the street was, turns out, even in this land, seeing spirits is a total rarity, and they basically vanish the further west you go. Plus, with heroes missing for 3 whole centuries, there's a massive mystery to uncover. So let's see what's really going on. He tried to steer clear of the heavy stuff, but Chris dropped a bombshell. The massive magic unleashed in the last war was actually causing monster floods to skyrocket. Ash swore the last scouts found nothing, but now monsters are literally crawling out of the walls. Seeing the tension, Dean decides to challenge Jean to an all-out drinking duel. That's when Chris dives in, upping the stakes with a spicy little wager. If Jean wins, he gets a VIP trip to the Moonlit Manor, but if he loses, he's got to cough up a secret. Note gets Chris and Ash to start calling him Jean, just as he puts together that those fancy estates are actually elite brothels. Note watched the whole thing go down, and let's just say he was not a fan of what he saw. Ash didn't hold back, straight up roasting the place and declaring that those brothels were total bottom-tier trash instead of the luxury spots he expected. Note was absolutely floored that someone with Ash's high and mighty status would even waste a second stressing over something so beneath her. It doesn't take long before Chris and Letzi are completely down for the count, face-planting right onto the table in a total drunken stupor. And just like that, everything spiraled into absolute chaos. The butler tried to stay sober, but he still got swept up in the absolute chaos. Jean used a quick heal spell to shake off the booze and offered to haul the drunks home, leaving Note to handle the cleanup, while Jean kept a close eye on Ash. Jean actually had to ask if Ash was wasted, because let's be honest, seeing this guy drunk is a total once-in-a-blue-moon miracle. As they headed out, Jean checked if Ash was actually good to walk, but she brushed it off, insisting she was totally fine. Jean's gut was twisting with guilt over ditching the cleanup, but he had to snap out of it fast because Ash was about to walk straight into a wall. He snatches her arm and tries to pull her away, but she keeps slurring that she's totally fine while stumbling around completely wasted. He pulls her close and tells her to take it easy, steering her carefully because he knows if he doesn't, she's face-planting straight into the nearest wall. The two of them make their way down the eerily silent street, side by side. Ash catches a weird stumble, and Jean immediately clocks it, asking if he's actually doing okay. Her face turned beet red as she locked eyes with him, softly whispering his name. Jean was caught totally off guard, left standing there with his jaw on the floor. Jean's head was still spinning from the way Ash whispered his name, leaving him totally baffled by the sudden, sugary sweet tension in the air. He was left completely baffled when Ash just muttered some incoherent nonsense back at him. Jean demands to know what's up, but Ash just ducks his head, awkwardly muttering something about a brothel. He presses her for an answer, but she just mumbles something about his hair, and Jean snaps at her to stop acting like that actually explains anything. He leaned in for a closer look, noticing her guard was finally down, and her shoulders looked way more delicate than he'd ever realized. Her glassy, drunken stare was honestly starting to get a little too intense for him to handle. Suddenly, a voice of reason kicks in from the back of his mind, screaming that getting hammered in public is a total recipe for disaster. Ash just let out a low mumble, basically signaling he was totally on board. Bright and early the next day, Jean's in the kitchen kneading dough, wondering if everyone survived that wild drinking contest, though he's betting the guys are doing just fine. He jumped right into the kitchen to whip up a miracle cure for Ash's killer hangover. Suddenly, Ash stumbles into the doorway, looking deathly pale and like he's barely hanging on. Jean checks in to see how she's holding up, and even though a delivery of bread and sausages arrives, Ash is doubled over with a stomachache, so Jean decides he's taking over the kitchen. He wastes no time, whipping up a steaming ginger and citrus brew to get them back on their feet. Ash takes a swig and is instantly floored by that wild, unexpected kick of sweet and spicy flavors. Jean tells her to take a breather and stay hydrated. and Ash gives him a quick thanks, finally starting to feel like her old self again. She called him out on his promise to visit the Bow of Spirits, suggesting they set off the moment she's back on her feet, and with Gina in agreement, she and Ash finally headed back home. No told Jean he'd give him the signal when they were ready to roll, and since Jean had nothing else going on, he decided to tag along, suddenly remembering how Ash had mentioned that legendary spirit bow the very first time they met. By the next morning, a fully recharged Ash was finally back on his feet and hitting the trail with Jean. Dean's spirit Azu was having a blast perched right on her head, while Ash was busy rocking his signature moody scowl. After linking up with Dean's sister, Jean asked if this was their very first time visiting the legendary Bow of Spirits in Canem. He admits he'd actually swung by this place once before just to score some rare medicinal water. It wasn't long before the crew finally rolled up to their destination. Standing tall over the town plaza was the Bow of Spirits, a massive landmark you'd find anchoring every major city in the land. Once inside, Ash breaks down the layout, showing off the workroom, the manager's office, and the massive courtyard hidden in the back. Jean stood there frozen, his jaw hitting the floor at the insane sight waiting for him in the courtyard. A majestic fountain gushes into a winding stream, all tucked away inside a vibrant emerald paradise. He eyed the branch near the fountain, wondering if it was actually the legendary bow the whole place was named after. Ash breaks it down, explaining that the Bow of Spirits is actually a branch gifted from the king's own weapon, kept in a shrine with the exact same name. Jean is totally baffled by this branch of a branch logic, but he bites his tongue since everyone else treats it like common knowledge. Jean suddenly remembers from his reading that Canon's homeland, Hyle, doesn't actually have a legendary king's bow. They're just rocking a low-tier imitation. Ash reveals that the king's bow is actually a holy spirit tree, the legendary site where survivors of a brutal journey swore a sacred oath and used a single branch to forge their entire nation. Jean's face burned with embarrassment as he realized Ash had seen right through his act the second he asked about that building. Ash explains that this place is a sanctuary for good spirits to hide from the dark, but warns that claiming the king's bow is a brutal challenge, and if you break your word, both legendary weapons will vanish forever. That secondary bow packed a similar but slightly weaker punch, and she revealed that Shlumtas, Pasteur, and Marina are the three legendary nations that actually inherited a king's bow. Jean's thoughts raced to his sister exiled in the Pastore kingdom, and he couldn't help but wonder, was Canem's lesser bow even still battle-ready? Ash explains to the girl working the bow approach that by offering up magic stones, they can forge a cozy mana sanctuary that spirits absolutely love. She drops the stones into the basin, setting the stage for her next big move. Jean knew these rare stones were worth a fortune, so he demanded to know exactly how long they could keep the spirits fueled up. Ash broke it down. Without those stones, the magic would bleed out and the bow would vanish, and the spirits that show up depend entirely on the person and the gem they offer. Suddenly, a swarm of tiny fairies started materializing right around the basin. Jean was absolutely mesmerized, watching the spirits dance through the stream and transmute every drop into sacred holy water for their secret plans. Ash tells him he's got to see the place at night when they ditch the water basin for a roaring bonfire, using the white-hot cinders to forge weapons and the leftover ash to breathe life back into the soil. She tells him she'll give him the grand tour another time, leaving the door wide open for their next meeting. Jean's heart nearly stopped when he realized she might have just asked him on a date, but he crushed the thought instantly, telling himself it was just the falling ash messing with his head. But the second he says that, Azu rockets off Ash's head to launch a playful ambush that has Ash beaming with joy. Jean couldn't help but notice that whenever Ash finally dropped her scowl, she was actually a total knockout. A little while later, Jean and Rich are kicking back by the fire, chowing down on a sweet potato roasted to absolute perfection. He scanned his flourishing fields with a satisfied smirk, seeing his hard work finally start to pay off. He sowed a wild mix of local crops and his own pantry stash, but since his homeworld veggies would only sprout in the high mountains, he toyed with the idea of crossbreeding them, even if he wasn't sure he had the skills to pull it off. He caught on that these spirits have specific tastes, watching as peace spirits swarmed the cabbages while a whole different crew hovered over the parsley. He catches Rich sniffing around the onion patch and lets out a shout to get his attention. Out of nowhere, Rudile bursts onto the scene, screaming at the top of his lungs that onions are toxic to dogs and that Rich is definitely not a canine. He nearly jumped out of his skin when the guy suddenly materialized out of thin air. Rudale confessed he's still got a soft spot for Rich since he was their old captain, while Miss Toe watched on, thinking the guy has a massive mountain of baggage to unpack. She was absolutely mesmerized by how gorgeous and fresh those vegetables looked. Alan and his crew suddenly materialize, and Gene catches them red-handed right in his own garden. Ish had been grinding away at those fields for a hot minute, and man, Gene was beyond hyped for the assist. Every single step Pal takes sends fresh strawberries bursting right out of the ground. Jean was absolutely floored, feeling like he'd been dropped straight into a fantasy epic. But then he spots Rudale just chilling next to Rich and wonders what the heck he's even been doing this whole time. Al urged the group to finally dig in and give those veggies a taste. Recalling that spirits can actually taste the things they're drawn to, Gene realized he had to take the gamble and see if it worked. He whipped up a fresh salad to keep the squad fueled up. He stood there sweating bullets, heart racing as he watched them finally take that first fateful bite. Fish and Pal are absolutely losing it over these veggies, raving about that perfect punchy mix of sweet, sour, and farm-fresh flavor. Gene is absolutely losing it now that they can finally taste the food. And while Rudolph casually notes how sweet the onions are, Gene wonders if it's all thanks to that rich, high-quality soil. Gene flings open the doors to his freshly upgraded mansion, hyped to finally welcome his crew inside. Check it out. Ash and Note finally make their grand entrance at the housewarming bash. Let's See is completely floored by how Gene managed to blitz through those renovations in record time. Gene admits he went all out and called in every favor he could, but while Note tries to be grateful, Letzi is busy fuming that Gene basically worked him to the bone painting 2 entire houses. Gene makes it crystal clear that he's the actual owner, but he's handing the reins over to Note, just to make sure Ash is looked after. Scott points out that while the constant attacks stopped the moment they left home, Ash's own brother, the Duke, is likely just waiting in the shadows to finish the job. Gene flashes a smirk, praising Note's professional hustle as he rents the house to Letzi on the spot. With Gene paying him for his help and hooking him up with a massive discount, he's stoked to have a cheap place to crash while he saves up, especially since rent prices just went nuclear after the expedition. Ash grills him on whether the new house means he's hunting for a wife, and he starts tripping over his words while awkwardly shutting it down. Ash immediately fires back, desperate to prove that everyone is totally twisting her words. Gene gives us the grand tour of the first floor, showing off the living area, a private bathroom with a tub, and a storage room for all their gear. After a massive rant about how every toilet in this world is just a hole in the ground, he lays down the law for Letzi. If she wants to stay, she's got to bathe every single day and deep clean the place twice a year. Letzi is absolutely floored that Gene managed to pull off the entire job completely solo. Gene breaks it all down, explaining that he pulled off the impossible using a storage skill and some backup from the spirits. They scramble up to the second floor, coming face to face with 3 different rooms. He's absolutely floored to finally lay eyes on a real, honest-to-God bed. He faceplants onto the soft mattress, losing his mind over how much better it feels than his old scratchy straw bed. Gene breaks it down, explaining he ditched the straw because it's basically a massive dinner bell for every insect in the area. Ash is straight up losing a battle against a sliding door, forcing Gene to step in and explain how the thing actually works. Ash's jaw hits the floor at the incredible design, while Gene points out that sliding doors are a total rarity in these parts. Gene leads them through the 3rd floor, a total carbon copy of the 2nd, before showing off the ground floor common area and those storage lockers they specifically asked for. Tour's over, and now the real hype begins. Everyone's starving and dying to see if Gene's cooking actually lives up to the legend. Gene serves up a legendary feast, and seeing his crew this hyped is the only reward he needs. He's whipped up a gratin using morel mushrooms, a high-stakes delicacy that's straight-up poison unless you know exactly how to prep it. He's realized that the Japanese are absolutely obsessed with their food, even risking death for a taste of puffer fish. And now Ash is about to lose his mind over this elite gratin and homemade consommé. He's ready to celebrate with a drink, but Gene shuts him down, reminding him he was totally outvoted on moving in early. And for the grand finale, Gene brings out a cloud-like chiffon cake, topped with a rich maple cream. Ash and the gang are totally losing it over how insanely soft this thing looks. Let's see what's up. He points out that most treats around here are usually rock hard, or just packed with preservatives. Just like before, Jean's legendary Castella pancakes left everyone absolutely speechless. In this world, sweets are a legendary luxury, massive, rare, and strictly reserved for the most important holidays. Jean points out the sudden explosion of maple sweets in Kanem, noting that while the capital's signature syrup is top tier, it definitely isn't cheap. And Jean offers up another round of syrup and Ash dives right in, making Jean realize this guy has a serious sugar addiction. Suddenly, Jean is yanked back into a memory where his big sister is standing like a human shield, barking at a group of bullies to shut their mouths and back off. Jean's lurking behind a tree, realizing he just stumbled headfirst into a total disaster. These punks corner the kids and drop a chilling ultimatum. Fall in line, or their old man is going to pay the price. Cut to the Donoso family, where Jean spots those same punks tormenting the kids and shuts them down instantly with a swift knockout. He rushes over to the kids, desperately checking to see if they're still in one piece. They bolt toward him screaming "Big Bro" and sobbing that a gang of thugs just snatched their dad away. The girl reveals that her mom begged them to bolt while those thugs were cornering her father, but they didn't make it far before they were snatched. Jean shushes her, promising they're going to track down their old man, and the kids are all in. Jean watches them, realizing that while every family is different, it's gut-wrenching to see a sister forced to go to such desperate lengths just to keep her brother safe. He finally tracks down the goons, keeping Donoso and his wife at their mercy. Things just took a turn for the absolute worst. Noso is slammed to the floor, forced to watch helplessly as his wife is held hostage. One guy's got his hands on one twin, while the other is trapped in the clutches of a completely different captor. The leader sneers at Donoso, mocking him with that legendary title, Balmor, the King of Wolves. Jean's confused for a split second, but then it hits him. That's the legendary title of a former S-rank powerhouse. Dino lets out a sharp grunt of agony, clearly feeling every bit of that hit. The kids are desperately screaming for their dad when Jean suddenly bursts in and decks one of the thugs. The rest of the guys are absolutely losing it, screaming for an explanation, while Shiva Donoso's wife just watches the chaos unfold with an ice-cold stare. One of the guys lunges forward, but Shiva shuts him down instantly with a lightning-fast strike. She unsheathes a blade that looks absolutely lethal. Don't let her looks fool you, because this girl is packing some serious hidden power. The scene kicks off with a brutal clash that proves Shiva isn't just a mother. She's a total powerhouse who's been hiding her insane strength from everyone. She swatted the blade aside and dropped her attacker in a heartbeat, leaving Jean completely floored by the insane raw power she was hiding. He watched in total shock as Shiva instantly skewered the guy, deleting him from the fight before he could even blink. Jean stood there frozen in total shock, his mind reeling after witnessing that entire lethal showdown go down right before his eyes. Leaving their defeated enemy in the dust, Tina and Anne sprinted toward their parents, shouting for them in pure, unadulterated joy. Without wasting a second, Shiva yanked them into a massive, bone-crushing hug, overflowing with love. He was absolutely fuming, demanding Shiva untie him immediately and shouting that she couldn't just ditch him while he was still bound up. After the dust settles, Jean checks on Donoso's battle scars and realizes his wrists are looking seriously wrecked. Donoso played it totally cool, claiming he'd dodged the deadliest strikes and that his wounds looked way scarier than they actually felt. As Jean sat there patching his wounds, Donoso caught that dead serious look in his eyes and nudged him, knowing the guy was dying to get something off his chest. Jean finally fesses up, revealing he's actually been sitting on a secret spare potion this entire time. He snatched it up and handed it over, while Donoso just flashed a grin and told Jean to forget that injury ever happened. Jean starts throwing out apologies for dragging them into this nightmare, which totally catches Donoso off guard. Even if Jean does look like he's seen a ghost, Jean froze as the grim reality hit him. This was the second time he'd watched someone's life get snuffed out right before his eyes. He's desperately trying to wrap his head around the situation, realizing that for Shiva and the kids, death is just another Tuesday in this brutal world. Seeing her in action, he realizes her resolve is on a whole different level compared to his own. He only knocked his opponent out because he was too afraid to take a life, but now he knows for a fact he wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance against her. Suddenly, a voice snapped Jean right out of his trance, demanding to know if he was even paying attention. Jean keeps apologizing, admitting he completely blanked on using magic when he could have just put everyone to sleep with a spell, but Denozo's expression turns stone cold as he starts to wonder what the guy is really hiding. Jean drops the ultimate truth bomb. He's actually packing a rare storage skill. Jean's still reeling from the shock, barely able to choke out a bewildered, okay? Tina, who was totally eavesdropping, suddenly jumps in to warn him that storage magic is so rare that nobles would literally kidnap him for it, bragging that he could stash away an entire desk or 10 massive bags of grain without breaking a sweat. Denozo admitted things were looking grim, and while Jean thought this skill was a total cheat code, Denozo warned him that being able to smuggle weapons without a trace was a recipe for disaster. He laid out their tragic history, explaining that ever since Anne was blessed with that rare storage skill in the temple, they've been hunted relentlessly. But now, Denozo is leading them straight to Kanem, declaring that their days of running are finally over. Suddenly, it clicked. Jean remembered the gods themselves had personally recommended Kanem to him. Denozo confirmed this was the one spot where pesky nobles and temples wouldn't dare poke their noses, before flashing a wink and revealing that he and Shiva were actually legendary adventurers back in the day. Jean's wondering why they're even heading to Kanem, but Denozo drops the truth. Shiva was actually a high-born noble who ditched her status to elope and become an adventurer. Talk about a real-life fairy tale. Denozo doubled down, reminding everyone that as seasoned adventurers, they were more than capable of holding their own. But everything changed 4 years ago when N finally unlocked that game-changing storage skill. They've been laying low in the middle of nowhere ever since, with N pushing the kids to master survival just in case he and Shiva weren't around to protect them. Since being a public adventurer is basically like having a giant target on your back, they had no choice but to pack up and vanish into the shadows. He announced they were jumping back into their old line of work. Since N and Baku were turning 8 and had already mastered hunting and farming, it was finally time to broaden their horizons. Jean's jaw hit the floor. He figured they were just your average farm folk, but man, Denozo was a total top-tier dad who immediately reached for his wallet to ask what the damage was for the potion. John waved him off, insisting Denozo keep his wallet shut because this one was on him. Denozo refused to back down, swearing he'd cover the cost the moment he had the cash, until Jean finally caved to his persistence. Shiva watches as Denozo divvies up the gold into small pouches, explaining to Jean that this is their insurance policy. If they get separated on the road, the kids will have enough coin to hire an escort and make it to Kanem in one piece. Jean couldn't believe the massive mountain of gold they'd hoarded over the years, and as Shiva told Denozo to whip up some food for the road, she felt a lot safer knowing she had Jean's new healing potion ready if things got ugly. Denozo tells her he'll handle things outside, and Jean quickly realizes he's going to dump the bodies to make sure they don't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Shiva finally makes his return, offering a quick apology before asking Jean if he's still reeling from all the absolute madness. He finally fessed up to it, and honestly, Shiva thought his bluntness was actually pretty cute. Jean jumped in to handle the cooking, freeing up Shiva to get those kids packed and ready to roll. Shiva was all in, asking Jean to handle the meal prep for their long journey, and he was seriously grateful when Jean gave him the green light. Jean finally unveiled the feast, and man, it looked like a total masterpiece. The kids let out a huge gasp, their faces lighting up with pure excitement. Tina was absolutely floored by Jean's vibrant masterpiece, raving about that perfect fluffiness before confirming it tasted just as legendary as ever. The kids start ganging up on Tina, teasing her that her future husband is going to be a way better cook than she is, which makes her pout and declare she's staying single forever. Jean couldn't hide his grin, his heart totally melting at the wholesome scene unfolding before him. He started wondering if he'd get to hear this hilarious back and forth once they reached Kanem, officially dubbing this crew a bunch of lovable goofballs. Then, right in the middle of dinner, Jean turns to Denozo to ask the big question. Just how much further is it to Kanem? Denozo calculates a brutal month-and-a-half trek, if luck stays on their side, wishing he had a spare horse and a storage skill to make it easier, while a devastated Shiva can't help but wonder if Jean is gone forever. Jean caught the sadness in her eyes and gave Tina a reassuring head pat, promising he'd catch them later. Anne, Baku, and the rest of the boys instantly lost it, screaming that Jean was totally playing favorites and demanding their own head pats right now. Jinozo was absolutely floored because he thought Jean was hanging up his gear for good, but Jean just sheepishly admitted he'd completely spaced on the gods mentioning dungeons back at the start. Dinoso finally lays out the master plan. They're gonna hunker down in Kanem for a few years before diving straight into a dungeon, and the boys are absolutely losing their minds, shouting, "Wait, are we seriously going to a dungeon?" But the hype died fast when En suddenly panicked, shouting that his inventory was officially bursting at the seams. Sheen rushes over to see what's the holdup, totally baffled by the logic of how this storage system even works. He leans in for a better look, but out of nowhere, a tiny squirrel spirit bursts out and scares him half to death. Jean's jaw hit the floor as the spirit literally gulped the item down, leaving him stunned as he scanned the rest of the family to see their reaction. He finally puts the pieces together. Dinozo is rocking a massive fire dragon spirit, while Shiva's got a chilling ice spirit watching her back. It's official, all three of them, En included, are packing serious spirit contracts, and Shiva isn't wasting another second, declaring it's finally time to move out. Dinozo turns to Jean, asking if he should pack his gear and join the squad on their mission to Kanem. Jean immediately shot the offer down, insisting this was the perfect chance for a family getaway, while Dinozo told him he'd be waiting in Kanem under his adventurer alias, Mr. Loch. Jean just stood there echoing the name Luf, looking completely and utterly baffled. He scoffed at the name, knowing he was anything but a man of love, but he had to admit, showing up in the middle of the wilderness without a horse made him look pretty shady too. Dinozo just flashed a confident smirk, brushing it off and insisting it wasn't a problem at all. He owned up to the fact that the road ahead would be a living hell, but he was dead certain these kids were built to survive it. Nozo revealed that he'd already sized Jean up and knew exactly how much power the guy was packing. But he wasn't about to lean on Jean's power like a crutch when he knew he could handle this business solo. Shiva reminds him they're ride or die, and Jean nods in total agreement, declaring it's finally time to get moving. Jean barked out one last order, telling Dinozo to hit the streets behind the fox the second they reach Kanem, and Dinozo shouted back his thanks. The family vaulted into their saddles, threw up one last wave, and thundered away toward Kanem. As Jean watched them disappear, he made a silent vow to have a legendary feast and a steaming bath ready for the moment they returned. Honestly, he was absolutely hyped for the day they'd finally be back together. Jean realized Dinozo was totally right. It just wouldn't feel right to use his broken cheat powers to teleport and skip the journey. The butler leans in close, whispering right into Jean's ear that he's gonna need a massive favor down the line. Jean stood there completely blindsided, his mind racing to decode those words while a heavy sense of dread started to sink in. This took him right back to his recent trip to Gilrock, a creepy ghost town to the southeast he'd visited just to switch things up. He'd heard rumors of ancient ruins hidden at the very peak, and now he was trekking through the skeletal remains of a massive, crumbling palace. He's already had to fight his way through a handful of monsters just to get this far. Out of nowhere, a voice echoes from the shadows, instantly exposing him as a human. A chorus of voices suddenly erupts, one shouting that it's a human, while another wonders just how long it's been since the last one showed up. Jean stood there completely baffled as one voice claimed a century had passed, only for another to cut in and shout that it had actually been 1,000 years. Then another voice chimed in, confirming that, yeah, it's definitely been a hot minute. Jean suddenly realized he was surrounded in Stardoll, but the suffocating darkness made it impossible to see what was lurking in the shadows. Then those whispers turned straight up demonic, howling that they were going to feast on his heart, his liver, and even his brain. That's when the cold realization hit him. He was officially in way over his head. Jean unleashes a blinding burst of magic, and a terrified shriek instantly rips through the shadows. The light cuts through the dark, revealing a massive, crawling sea of giant, armored pillbugs. Jean was completely floored as he stared down the massive, endless sea of enemies. Blinded by the sudden glare, those pillbugs let out a piercing shriek and scrambled back into the shadows. As they scrambled away, Jean realized these guys were definitely the ones blabbing since their stealth skills were a total joke. He figured picking on weaklings was beneath him and dropped a quick apology, only to immediately jab one with a stick anyway. The bug shrieked in agony, desperately begging him to just stop. The two whipped around in a total rage, snarling that he had no clue who he was messing with and that they were about to eat him alive. Gene just kept relentlessly poking them, leaving one yelping about his rear end while the other desperately hollered for him to just use a defense curl. They started whining that he was being totally ruthless, stomping on them while they were already face first in the dirt. These bugs reveal a dark past. They're actually the descendants of spirits hunted by the people of fire, and they hijacked these bodies as a desperate move just to stay alive. Gene finally put the pieces together. These weren't just insects, they were black spirits hijacking those pill bugs. They actually bragged about feasting on the brains of every clueless human who wandered in, using those stolen memories to boost their own intellect. Gene flashed a wicked grin, figuring he might as well just wipe every last one of them off the map. One bug immediately starts sucking up, calling him a wise sage, while another realizes this guy is just built different. The bug started whining that its first meal in ages was gone, but Gene didn't give a damn and just demanded to know who was running the show. They revealed the truth. They aren't just a group, they're a single unified hive mind that thinks as one. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the air, declaring that they're the one in charge, and Gene's head snaps up in total shock. Right in front of him sat a colossal pill bug, its massive shell glistening with a perfect mirror-like polish. He was blown away by its sheer perfection, realizing its color was so flawlessly uniform it made every other monster look like a total joke. Gene suspects he's facing a high-tier monster, and asks if it's just another pill bug, only for the massive beast to confirm that's exactly what it is. The moment Gene reached for it, the creature revealed it was the collective mind, existing for one single purpose: their absolute survival. Gene's jaw hit the floor when he realized that thing was actually a pill bug. The second the contract was sealed, the spirit mind snapped and demanded to know what the heck he thought he was doing. Gene admitted he couldn't just leave them high and dry, and now that he knew they were actually two halves of the same soul, he had one major favor to ask. He apologized for their starving bellies but laid down the law. Humans are strictly off the menu. The spirit pushed to see if the deal was set in stone, but Gene made it clear, if anyone's dumb enough to cross their borders, they're still getting wrecked. The spirit took the deal, vowing that as long as a single one of them stood, their power would never stop surging. It knew full well that Gene wasn't about to lift a finger to save their skins. The swarm let out a bone-chilling chant, swearing that their growth would never stop. A cold shiver ran down Gene's spine as the terrifying truth hit him. These monsters were way more dangerous than he thought, and they'd keep coming back for more until every last one of them was wiped out. The spirit then begged him to fuel any others he came across with his mana, since it was the only thing that could actually stop their starving. To its shock, that bottomless hunger was finally dying out, and the urge to feast on humans had completely vanished. Gene's mind started racing. Was his liberation skill the real MVP here, and could it actually shatter every other spiritual chain holding people back? Since humans were strictly off the menu, the spirit settled for hunting monsters. They were a solid snack, even if they didn't taste nearly as good. Flexing their raw power, the spirit swore that their evolution was just getting started. Gene stood alone in the now empty hall as they disappeared. A smug grin creeps across his face as he realizes they're finally out of the picture. Looking back at the ruins, he wondered if he had just made a contract with something he shouldn't have, but shrugged it off, assuming he'd never see them again. Back at his rental property, the new tenant is practically worshipping him as their ultimate savior. Gene nearly fumbled his tea tray in shock, asking if it was for real, and the tenant confirmed that finding a fully furnished house was basically mission impossible. Sitting at the table, Dean was absolutely stoked about the soft bed, while the woman with him couldn't stop raving about all that extra storage space. The butler ushers in Dean and Chris as the new tenants, but Gene isn't even shocked. He totally saw this coming. Dean played it cool, asking Gene to keep his eyes peeled for a buddy of his who was about to roll into town with his whole family. Jean's jaw hit the floor because she couldn't believe someone like Dean actually had a real-life friend. He pressed Dean on why he looked so stunned, and Dean finally admitted he'd always figured Gene was just a total loner who hated everyone's guts. Gene didn't hold back, basically admitting he never expected a guy like Dean to have any close friends. Gene had to face the facts. His entire social circle was just his sister's annoying friends, so the guy's roast actually hit home. Chris jumps in to swear Gene's a stand-up guy, and the woman is totally on the same page. Chris grumbled that backstabbers always took advantage of his kindness, leaving Gene to mutter a seriously awkward thank you. The butler pitched the idea of saving the entire third floor for the new family, and Jean was all in, even promising to give them the grand tour the moment they arrived. He noted the location was a total pain to get to, but Jean brushed it off, confident the kids would find a new crew to hang out with in no time. The butler reveals that even those elite gold rankers are playing it safe, retreating to the heart of the city just like the rest of the panicked crowds. He reminded them that monsters had just smashed through the walls nearby, then pitched a plan to evacuate the entire block behind them. Chris and Dean are quick to offer up their homes as backups, but the butler just gives them a devious smirk and reveals his real plan. He's just going to buy the entire property himself. Jean shot him a wicked grin, demanding to know what he actually meant by emptying out the house behind them. He had to set his butler straight, reminding him that he's strictly limited to snagging just 2 houses in the neighborhood. The butler just gave a cool nod, confirming that since Jean already snagged a house in this rental area, he'd be the one stepping up to buy the next property himself. 6 weeks have flown by since the Donosos headed for Canham, and Jean's been grinding non-stop to transform their new house. He realized he'd been totally buried in construction work lately, but he still made sure to hit the library and chill with Ash and the rest of the crew. While knocking back a drink, he was just praying the Donoso family would actually settle into their new home. Right on cue, a shout rings out from the yard as someone calls out to see if anyone's actually home. A man is standing right there at the door with a massive grin, explaining that a mutual friend sent him his way. Jean just tossed a lazy wave back, acting like it was no big deal. That friendly grin vanished in a heartbeat, replaced by a look of total wide-eyed shock. Jean was caught completely off guard, and the tension skyrocketed when Donoso barked out his old alias, Shiva, right as his family showed up, forcing Jean to frantically usher them inside to keep his secrets from spilling out. Shiva leaned in and hushed the kids, reminding them to keep it down since they were guests in someone else's house. The second that door slammed shut, the kids mobbed Jean in a heartbeat, bombarding him with questions about what he was doing back. Donoso was practically vibrating with stress as he grilled Jean, asking if he'd already forgotten the warning, because this whole setup felt way too shady to be a coincidence. He just coolly shrugged, admitting that hiding was a total drag since everyone already knew the truth anyway. He shrugs it off, saying they'd have found out the truth in Canham anyway, leaving a totally defeated Donoso to cave and ask if this was finally Jean's house. Shiva immediately flipped the script to keep her own secret safe, grilling Jean on when he'd actually rolled into Canham and how long they were supposed to fake their history together. Jean's brain totally short-circuited as he scrambled to remember if they'd first crossed paths in the fall or the spring. Shiva cooked up a cover story that they'd been a team for a year, and after swearing Tina, Anne, and Baku to secrecy, they all jumped on board with a grin. Shiva checks to see if Jean's eaten yet, feeling totally guilty that the rest of them already polished off their meal. But the kids were absolutely starving for a second round and practically begged to dive into Jean's cooking. Jean shrugs and says he's only cooking for one, then immediately pivots to ask where the heck their luggage is. Noso explains they're just crashing while hunting for a year-long lease, then cracks a joke about suddenly having a 4th kid before asking Jean if he's got any booze. Jean tosses them the keys and tells the crew to go scope out the house next door while he gets busy in the kitchen. Donoso shut him down and demanded to know how he got that key, so Jean explained the place was actually for rent, as long as they didn't mind one massive catch. He awkwardly drops the bomb that he actually owns the place, leaving Donoso totally floored as he shouts, "Wait, you're the landlord?" The kids were hyped out of their minds to be Jean's neighbors, but he just dropped a casual warning to stay far away from that nearby demon forest. Jean's in the kitchen absolutely crushing it, whipping up pinchos and mini pies while realizing they're the perfect go-to snack when you're in a massive rush. Right as he wrapped things up, he caught the sound of his family heading back inside. His timing was absolutely perfect, but Donoso was left standing there, completely shell-shocked. He was absolutely floored by the house next door, geeking out over the insane craftsmanship and that high-end furniture. The kids were all for it, gushing that these rooms were way more adorable than that boring old inn. One of the guys was totally geeking out over the bunk beds and immediately called dibs on the top one. But Donoso, he was still clearly getting some serious cold feet. Jean was honestly just stoked that they actually loved it. The second they sat down to feast, Jean played the perfect host, letting Donoso pick out any wine he wanted. Donoso jumped at the offer with a grin, but he immediately started digging for answers about that mysterious attic clause in the lease. Shiva gives him major props for his sharp vision, but then she drops a bombshell. She was the one who actually spotted it first. But keep this in mind. There's a massive catch hidden within that power. Jean explains that the butler, note, reached out because the neighbors were in a special situation. So they rigged up a secret escape route through the attic just in case things go south. After a quick huddle, Note ditched the old hideout and snatched up the house right next to Jean's, banking on the fact that a secret escape route is way harder to sniff out if the two connected properties have different names on the deeds. Jean had actually scrambled to rally the neighbors, catching Chris completely off guard while he was hanging with the butler. Denoso's jaw hit the floor the second he realized this humble butler was actually the legendary Shadow Wolf. Note admits it's been ages since he heard that title, but he confirms the old-school adventurers definitely used to call him that, remembering how he first met Denoso back when he was still a total rookie. Denoso was losing his mind, because no matter how polite Note looked in that butler suit, the trauma of being worked to the bone was hitting him like a freight train. Jean was low-key convinced that Note was sitting on some serious blackmail from Denoso's rookie days. Note then introduces Denoso to Ash, revealing that he's actually the legendary Wolf King, Balmor. Jean was absolutely floored when he realized Denoso wasn't just some guy, but the legendary gold-ranked adventurer everyone's been talking about. Denoso admits his birth name is a total mystery, and while he once dubbed himself Balmor, he now only answers to the name Shiva gave him. Ash takes one look at that note and instantly realizes Jean is the girl his father mentioned, sending her into a total internal meltdown over the fear that he's figured out the secret spirit her dad used to toughen her up. Denoso's family officially locked in the deal, and even though he knew having these guys as neighbors would be a total nightmare, the house was just too perfect to let go. He and Ash locked hands, sealing the deal right then and there. Once things settle down, Shiva corners Jean, demanding to know how he even found that secret passage. He just tells her to reach in and give the back of the shelf a quick tap. He catches a hollow echo and feels a chilling breeze whistling through the cracks. This immediately set off alarm bells for the butler, since the house was built to be flawless and they hadn't even stepped foot in their side of the attic. Jean realized that just sealing the entrance would make it totally useless, so he figured, why not just use magic to turn the whole thing invisible? Out of nowhere, a massive chunk of the wall just slides open like total magic. A hidden tunnel yawned open, and a tiny winged spirit shot out, catching everyone completely off guard. Back in the present, the rift starts magically sealing shut, sending Denoso into a total meltdown as he blames Jean for causing another scene in public. He snaps at Note, demanding to know what kind of insane training he'd put him through, but the butler just plays it cool, swearing he had absolutely nothing to do with it. Denoso couldn't help but groan, calling Jean out for making a massive scene when he was supposed to be staying under the radar. While Ashiva slips off to check on the kids, Chris corners Jean and demands to know what he's hiding, forcing him to admit he's terrified his powers will paint a target on his back for his sister, though he's banking on the fact that she'll leave him alone as long as there are stronger gods out there to distract her. Chris laid down the law. The more people who know the truth, the faster it's gonna fall into the wrong hands. Jean breaks down his bizarre secret. He's got a unique constitution that makes people lose interest in him so fast that any rumors about him just vanish into thin air. The realization finally hits Chris. Jean's been dropping anyone who dares to dig too deep into his business. The butler finally put the pieces together. Since only he and Ash were getting credit for the medicine, it's no wonder Jean was a total ghost at the guilds. Denoso finally calls it like it is. Jean's strength is totally inhuman, and the way spirits avoid him like the plague is just straight up ridiculous. Jean looks around and asks if everyone here can actually see spirits, wondering if cramming this many gifted people into one room is just asking for trouble. This made it official. Jean was the deadliest person in the room, which basically put a massive target right on his back. Denoso had to admit that Jean's spiritless strength was straight up freakish, so he demanded to know why his contract partner wasn't by his side. Jean revealed he's keeping his spirit on total lockdown to stay hidden from any outside interference for now. The butler drops a bombshell. Apparently, once these adventurers hang up their swords, they completely lose the power to see spirits. Afterward, Jung kicks back with his fox spirit, Azu, his heart basically melting over how adorable the little guy is. Chris's warning was stuck on repeat in his head. Normal people shouldn't be able to touch spirits, so he decided to grill his other spirit, Rich, to find out if a ghost that pathetic was even real. The moment Gene stepped back into his house, he immediately started shouting for Rich. That fluffy spirit pup launched itself straight at him, practically vibrating with pure excitement. Gene drops to his knees to welcome his spirits, getting a face full of love as Rich greets him with a big sloppy lick. He was totally losing it, geeking out over just how freaking adorable Rich looked. Snapping back to the mission, he had to admit that out of every spirit he'd encountered, Rich was easily the cutest of the bunch. He turned to Rich and popped the big question. Was he ready to leave everything behind and follow him out into the wide open world? He warned Rich that the place would be absolutely swarming, making it clear he wouldn't force him into anything if he started getting cold feet. Rich shot back with a look of pure, burning determination, leaving Gene completely baffled about what he was actually planning. The instant Rich showed his face, Dean absolutely lost it, gushing over how he was nothing but a precious little puppy. Both of them and Chris were absolutely head over heels, totally obsessed with each other. He dropped to his knees, calling the little guy over as he reached out to give Rich some well-deserved pets. Gene shuts him down in a heartbeat, laying down the law with a strict no-touching policy. Letzi and Chris were left staring in pure frustration, with Chris whining about how she didn't even get to touch that magnificent creature. Gene was ready to whip up a massive feast for Dean and the gang as a thank you, hoping it'd be his big chance to finally rub shoulders with the rich and powerful. Back inside, a sharp knock at the back door catches Gene off guard as he wonders who the heck is paying him a visit. Our guy speaks up, asking if this is the family Gene mentioned, the neighbors who just dropped by to grab their bread. Note the butler marches in with a mysterious man behind him, shouting a greeting before realizing Gene's already got company. The new guy's jaw hit the floor the second he realized he was standing right in front of Donoso and his entire family. Gene played it totally cool, explaining that since he had way too many mushrooms on his hands, he decided to just invite some guests over for a feast. But the butler didn't waste a second washing his hands of the situation, swearing he had zero part in this meeting. Donoso was losing his mind, flailing his arms as he demanded to know if his big mouth was the reason for this disaster. He called Gene out for keeping Rich a total secret, but Gene just brushed it off, saying he'd only introduced the guy to Ash and the rest of the crew. Donoso threw his hands up in pure agony, screaming at Gene to explain exactly what he'd just done. Gene shot back, reminding Donoso that he was the one who insisted on bringing a spirit along in the first place, but Butler didn't even break a sweat, totally confident since he only had to deal with Ash and those three others. The Dean's jaw hit the floor as he gasped, "Wait, is this little puppy actually a spirit?" The butler calls it out, pointing out that a real dog would have definitely left a trail of footprints behind. Gene confirms the truth. Rich is 100% a spirit, and the crazy part is that even normal people can see him. Donoso's jaw hit the floor when he finally realized Rich was a powerhouse spirit. But Gene dropped a truth bomb. Rich had been there all along, and even when he looked fragile, he was still a total beast. He figured keeping Rich hidden was the only smart move, since the guy absolutely hated crowds and would have caused a total scene anyway. Donoso was still dying to pet the thing, making him wonder what kind of spirit Gene was even supposed to be hauling around in the first place. Chris starts getting cold feet, asking the group if they're even allowed to be in a place like this. Gene doubled down, insisting the invite was his call because he'd feel a whole lot better with Azu there to keep a close eye on Ash. Chris snatched up the offer, vowing right then and there that she'd prove his faith in her wasn't a mistake. He mentions that adventurers usually roll with fire spirits, which totally brings to mind that scaly dragon lizard companion Donoso is always seen with, always. Gene finally realized the mystery had to end and it was time to make some formal introductions. He points right at Donoso and calls him a total fossil, getting a massive earful for his disrespect before finally introducing the guy to Letzi. He looked him dead in the eye and demanded to know if he was actually the legendary Balmor. The second Donoso made it official, Dean and Chris completely lost their minds in a total fanboy frenzy. Dean steps up to introduce himself, calling it a massive honor to finally stand before a living legend. Gene threw some shade at Dean's bizarre acting, but Dean was way too hyped to even notice, screaming at the top of his lungs that Balmor was finally here. Balmor was such a massive icon that you'd have to be living under a total rock not to know him, even if his actual inner circle was mostly just old-school veterans. He handed the bread over to Donoso, who accepted it with a humble apology, looking for all the world like nothing more than a devoted husband and a doting father. So he warns Jean that if he actually wants to stay off the radar, he's got to stop being seen with Rich. Donoso dropped the news that he was starting his kids' training, and Letzi just knew the guild was about to become a total madhouse. He couldn't stand seeing a powerhouse like Balmore playing house when he should have been out there conquering the world's deadliest dungeons. Dean's jaw hit the floor when he realized the legend he looked up to was actually a dad. He paints them as a picture-perfect trio, two twin brothers and their sister. Chris absolutely roasted Dean for his cringy fanboying, but Dean shot back that any real man would be hyped for a guy who's already a total legend at such a young age. Donoso's son piped up, asking if only the boys were getting trained, but Jean set the record straight. He was taking all three of them under his wing. Sheen was totally geeking out that Donoso managed to pull a wife as stunning and lethal as the Ice Queen Shiva. Jean agreed, feeling a massive wave of envy for the picture-perfect Donoso family. Asha tried to dig for tea by asking if Shiva was Jean's type, but he quickly dodged the question, admitting he was actually just jealous of their incredible family bond. They couldn't stop gushing about what a wholesome, top-tier family they really were. He insisted they keep a sharp eye on the kids, even though their parents were more than strong enough to handle any trouble. Ash gives the green light, and Jean shows his gratitude with a deep, respectful bow. Jean didn't sweat it for a second, totally convinced that these kids were gonna leave his own legacy in the dust. Chris decides it's finally time to chow down and drafts note to help him prep the feast. Jean eyed Rich, wondering if these powerhouse spirits were just built different, but he still felt a bit weird treating him like a common house pet. Guess it's time to find out. He cracked a laugh, telling him he better dial it back just a notch. A little later, Jean is strolling through the city streets when he suddenly spots his target and shouts out to them. He still couldn't get Rosa off his mind, the legendary healer everyone praises. But honestly, he finds her to be a massive pain in the neck. Let's see what's up. He thanked him for the company and asked if he'd finally tracked down the perfect artist for the job. Jean was dying to refine the magic ash he'd scored, but he was way too nervous to actually ask Letzi to show him the ropes. He decides to take matters into his own hands, bragging that he's already got the perfect setup ready to go. Letzi hands him a sandwich, but the second Jean takes a bite, he recoils in absolute disgust. He shouted that the meat reeked, hit with the nasty realization that it was absolutely rancid. Donoso caught a whiff and had to admit, now that he mentioned it, the place really was starting to reek. Jean was absolutely devastated to find out that sashimi spice didn't even exist in this world. He straight up tells Letzi to just swipe his recipes, admitting he's so hooked on his own cooking that he's basically forgotten what it's like to eat at a restaurant. He played it off like it was no big deal, but the guy was basically becoming a total hermit, just grilling meat at home and never seeing the light of day. Jean even started nagging him to finish his greens, making sure he didn't skip out on those veggies. Back at the workshop, Jean fires up his gear and gets everything ready to finally dive into that ore. He prepped his gear and called out to the fire spirits to lend him their scorching power. The second he starts pounding that metal, a massive explosion of sparks lights up the entire room. Suddenly, a lizard spirit materializes out of nowhere, and Jean is absolutely floored to see it actually jumping into the fray to help. He made sure to give a massive shout-out to every single spirit that had his back. He'd mastered the small stuff, but this was his first time going big, and he knew that with his friends by his side, they could actually pull this off. Beneath the midnight sky, Jean hoisted his finished masterpiece high, watching as the steel began to pulse with a faint, mystical glow. He stood back and announced that his masterpiece was finally finished. The tip of the blade shifts into a totally different hue, shimmering with the breathtaking beauty of a morning dawn. Ready to put his new power to the test, he told Rich to back off and find some cover. One explosive swing sends a massive wave of energy roaring forward, leaving Jean absolutely speechless. He was totally geeking out, thinking this was the most badass thing he'd ever seen, but he shut that idea down instantly, already picturing Donoso blowing a fuse and screaming in his ear. He's losing his mind trying to figure out what to do with Ash's magic iron, so he rushes over to Rich to get some actual answers. Rich pulls a cute head tilt that nearly dazes Jean, but he snaps back to reality just in time to apologize for totally wrecking that gift. He headed straight for Ash and the butler to see what they were up to. He breaks out the good stuff, offering up sweets and wine as a total peace offering to show he's truly sorry. He fessed up to a massive mistake, admitting he'd completely ruined the ore and turned it into a pile of worthless junk. The butler brushes off the apology, telling him it's a gift, so he can go ahead and use it however the hell he wants. Seeing that Jean had the hands of a blacksmith, the butler suggested he just toss it into the forge and rebuild it better than ever. It hadn't even crossed Jean's mind. But the second he realized the thing was still just steel, he knew he had a real shot at winning. He stood there completely stunned, wondering if a feat that insane was even possible. Flashing a suspicious smirk, the butler urged Jean to show off the failed blade and offered to go fetch Baldinoso himself. Jean's blood ran cold the second he caught that butler's sinister smirk. Ash dives right into the eclair Jean gave her, absolutely losing it over how delicious it is. Jean takes one look and realizes it's the exact same brand he tucked into her apology basket. Her cheeks puff out like a total squirrel as she loses herself in that sugary bliss. Jean's absolutely stoked to see Ash is actually vibing with those eclairs. He cuts a look toward Donoso, who's staring back with enough intensity to burn a hole right through him. Stealing his resolve, Donoso demands Jean finally show him the blade. Gina gives him the nod, confident that he's got everything under control. Out of nowhere, he summons a blazing sword of fire, leaving Donoso, Lethse, and John Sama completely shell-shocked. Lethse wastes no time and demands to know exactly where Jean just pulled that sword from. Jean just shrugs and says it came from his storage, making Donoso snap that he needs to keep that insane power a secret. While Sama points out that the guild already knows about his flashy gear, despite Jean thinking he's being totally low-key. Donoso stares in absolute awe as the legendary blade begins to pulse with insane power right in his hands. Jean is absolutely mesmerized by the stunning blade, forcing Ash to beg him not to scrap it. But when he offers her the sword, she turns it down since it just doesn't vibe with her wind spirit. He tries to hand the sword over, but Donoso snaps at him for being so reckless with a weapon that's way too hot to show in public, demanding to know where he even found it. Jean spots the Northern Island style, but points out a massive difference. While those are just molded, he hand-forged this masterpiece from magic iron and spirits to create a true spirit sword. Donoso finally throws in the towel, accepting that it's a spirit sword whether he likes it or not, and says it's fine to keep as long as it stays hidden from the world. But there's a massive catch. He's still losing it, shouting that even without spirit magic, crafting gear this god tier is just plain impossible. So Jean Sama tells him he seriously needs to lower his sky-high standards as Jean starts to explode. He made it clear that he refuses to settle for some flimsy weapon that'll snap the moment things get intense, because he's not about to compromise on quality, whether he's in the middle of a life-or-death brawl or just living his best life. And he continued. He claims he's just looking for a little comfort, which has Ash joking that Jean's normal is actually pure insanity to everyone else. But the mood shifts instantly when a man suddenly calls out to him from the doorway. Baumor pokes his head in and instantly loses his cool, stumbling over his words as he tries to squeeze out a shaky, "Good afternoon," to the crew. Jean instantly warps right to the door to give him a surprise welcome. Baumor demands to know what's going down. And as John explains they're just trying to strike a deal, Baumor warns him to play it cool and not push his luck. Baumor catches one whiff of those heavenly eclairs and begs for a taste, so Jean happily lets him dive into the leftovers he had saved after treating Ash. Malmor takes a massive bite and his jaw hits the floor, shouting that these sweets are worth a literal fortune, maybe even a whole house. He's absolutely losing it over the insane amount of vanilla and cacao, claiming a strawberry like that is basically a myth, while Jean just stands there confused because to him, it's just a regular piece of fruit. Noso doubles down on his lecture, telling Jean he's fine with these god-tier swords since they're the only things keeping him alive, but warns him to hide any other personal projects unless the materials were bought from outside. So, he pockets the blade, plans to lie about its origin, and demands Jean go forge him another one. Jean is totally down and dives right back into crafting even more. Balmor starts sweating bullets over his empty wallet, but Jean tells him to relax, especially since Ash reveals that Donoso spends all his gold at brothels, and Jean reminds Balmor that he's the one who hooked him up with that magic iron in the first place. He kicks things off by forging custom blades for Ash and Shiva, but as he gets to work, Jean starts obsessing over his own weapons stats and which spirit to bring along, especially since he's dying to go dragon hunting. He wastes no time and dives straight into the grind. pounding away at his latest creation with absolute focus. Later on, Jean tracks down Letzi to give him a massive shout-out, hyped that with his help, he finally finished a bed he's actually proud of. Letzi's stoked he could pitch in, and Jean makes sure he knows just how much he appreciates the assist. A light bulb suddenly goes off in Jean's head, and he shouts for Letzi to hold up. He takes a sip and claims the tea is top tier, but Jean calls him out, revealing it's actually bitter coffee, right before surprising him with 2 custom-made lanterns. He hands one of the lamps over to Letzi as a huge thank you for having his back. He offers up a glass, explaining that since he was already blowing glass for the lamps, he figured he'd flex his skills and whip up some wine glasses and beer mugs on the side. He holds up a basic tumbler, explaining that while its reinforced glass is perfect for everyday use, you'd better keep it far away from hot drinks. His jaw hits the floor at the insane quality of the glass, as he shouts that he's never seen anything like it, while Jean just smirks and asks what he's looking for. Retzi is so hyped he wants to drag Note over just to witness this masterpiece. He hoists the crimson glass, marveling at its flawless clarity compared to the murky, low-grade junk he's used to. Jean just shrugs it off, coolly stating it's perfectly fine as long as the glass stays inside the house. Retzi starts panicking, wondering if they need to stash these treasures away the second a guest knocks on the door. But Jean? He's weighing his options, debating whether to keep them in the kitchen or just slap some doors on those shelves. Letzi drops a bombshell that Rose's crew is ditching Canem and headhunting Denoso, so Jean proposes a hunt as the perfect cover to vanish into the woods before Amadio returns for Balmore. He tries to recruit Letzi for the hunt, but Letzi's hesitant, worried he'll end up being nothing but dead weight. Jean insists he's the ultimate role model for the kids he's bringing along, explaining that they're already surviving a brutal Spartan training regime to conquer a dungeon after making it all the way to Canem. Letzi admits those kids are probably way tougher than he is, but Jean just roasts him for being a clumsy amateur, until Letzi fires back that Jean must be a massive headache for Denoso, leaving him pouting like a total brat. Out of nowhere, Shiva and her kids burst onto the scene, calling out to Jean with pure excitement. She throws her arms around Jean, thanking him for the knife and gushing about how it slices like a dream. But Denoso's ears perk up instantly as he demands to know exactly what she's been cutting. Denoso stares daggers at Jean, who's secretly picturing the moment he handed those kitchen knives to Shiva and Note. But he's already pinning the entire escape on Denoso to wash his hands of the mess. Denoso just hauled in a fresh deer, so Eva tells Jean he's staying for dinner. The kids are going wild with excitement, and Jean jumps at the chance to finally taste her legendary cooking. The moment that steaming roast hits the table, Shiva turns to her man Denoso and asks him to do the honors of carving it up for the squad. Denoso snatches up the kitchen knife, and the second he sees the blade, he knows instantly, this is Jean's handiwork. Just as Denoso starts to second-guess himself, Shiva hits him with a sweet smile and a reminder that the kids are waiting. While Jean barks at him to hurry up and serve the food like the man of the house. Jean raves about the venison and cream sauce, telling Shiva her cooking skills are straight-up elite. She spots the cheesy beans from the season's very first harvest, and Denoso can't help but brag about how his wife is a total pro in the kitchen. Soaking in the cozy vibes and savoring those delicious beans, Jean gets hit right in the feels and admits that he's actually starting to crave a family of his own. Hearing this, Shiva's daughter immediately stakes her claim as Jean's wife, but her sons join the chaos. One wants to be the wife, the other the husband, and the daughter caps it off by swearing she isn't even that guy's kid. Her dad, Denoso, isn't about to let that fly, and he's absolutely fuming as he shuts the whole thing down. He shuts it down instantly, leaving the kids desperate for answers, while Shiva tries to convince Jean it's all just a game, even though the little ones are totally clueless about his real plan. Shiva pulls Jean aside to ask about Ash's custom threads, still absolutely floored that Ash was actually a girl all along. Jean gives a firm nod, confirming that the deed is finally done. With the spirit's curse finally shattered, Ash's body transforms, looking way more slender than before. Jean can't help but wonder if she's actually going to start acting a lot more feminine from here on out. But honestly, he thinks she really needs to fix that terrifying death stare of hers first. He cuts the small talk and grills Jean on his real motives, knowing for a fact that this dinner is just a massive front. Jean finally swallows his pride and asks Donoso and Ash to join his monster hunt since everyone else flaked. And Donoso agrees, giving them 5 days to gear up before they hit the road. Donoso pipes up, letting everyone know they're saddling up and heading out on horseback. Jean nearly chokes on his food the second he hears they're riding horses, and a massive wave of dread hits him right in the gut. Either way, Jean is absolutely losing it with excitement because he's finally about to hop in the saddle for the first time. He's practically buzzing with hype, shouting at the top of his lungs that he's finally going to ride that horse. Back at the tavern, Letzi tells Jean that while Ash and Note being pro riders is a total given, even Chris and Dean are surprisingly masters of the saddle. He asks if Jean is seriously the only one who's clueless, and Jean is absolutely floored, turning to Letzi to see if he's in on it too, only to realize with total horror that he's the only one left in the dust. Letzi, he explains that for any adventurer hunting monsters, speed is a non-negotiable survival skill, recalling how he spent years tearing between cities to build his reputation, because if he wasn't fast, he wasn't getting paid. He locks eyes with John and asks if he's seriously never even bothered to give it a shot before. Letzi figures that if you can ride a deer, a horse should be a piece of cake, only for Jean to reveal he's actually saddled up a deer before, sending Letzi into a hilarious spiral as he screams that it's not the same thing at all. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off as Letzi suggests they hit up a local stable so Jean can finally snag a horse, though he points out that if things go south, Jean can always hitch a ride with En or Baku, a plan the twins agree is smart for the horses even if it's low-key embarrassing. Out of nowhere, Jean drops a bombshell, claiming he's finally found a horse he can actually handle. Letzi is totally skeptical, questioning if Jean actually knows a horse that would even let him near its back. Jean just doubles down, casually mentioning that if the horse says no, he'll just hitch a ride with the snow leopard instead. Letzi tells him to slow his roll, but Jean explains that while he's not 100% sure about the ride, he did form a literal contract with the beast. He doesn't want to force the issue, though, so he figures he can always just ask the deer or the snow leopard to step in as a backup. Letzi hits the nail on the head, guessing Jean is planning a ride through the woods to scout out an old abandoned mine. Jean clears the air, explaining they're definitely hitting the forest, but he just needs a way to keep up the pace. Noticing the look of confusion, Jean whips out a bottle of wine and asks if that's enough to get him on board. He bribes him with the whole bottle, grinning like a madman since it's actually the wine Letzi brought, and he's already chugged half of it. Jean keeps the energy high, mentioning that Donoso is bringing Dean and Chris along for the ride tomorrow as well. With a heavy sigh, he finally caves, agreeing to go only because he's certain Jean is going to cause some kind of disaster. Note drops a truth bomb on Jean, telling him he's never going to master the saddle if he keeps sticking to just one horse. Jean basically lets Luther do all the heavy lifting. Jean feels bad and offers up a quick apology. Later, he's whining that his thighs are screaming louder than his backside, so he's calling it a day until tomorrow. Ash is impressed by how fast he's picking this up, but Letzi thinks Luther was just being extra patient with him. Ash drops the bombshell that Luther went absolutely feral when Jean tried to ride another horse, making Letzi wonder if the stallion is just obsessed with Jean's scent. When morning rolls around, Ash suggests a ride, and Jean is already one step ahead since he woke up early to pack bento boxes. He heads out just as the morning sun begins to break. Jean, Ash, and Note are tearing through the beautiful countryside, with Jean keeping a sharp, watchful eye on their surroundings. Ash is absolutely floored by her blinding speed and talent, realizing it's a total 180 from him just letting Luther do all the heavy lifting, and the second he calls for a breather, Jean makes sure to thank Luther for his help. He gives his horse a solid pat for keeping up the pace, and tells the big guy to finally relax and grab some lunch. Jean shouts over to Ash and Note, announcing that the feast is finally served. Note asks if they should hitch Luther to a tree, but Jean's totally chill, knowing his horse will come running the second he's called. Jean then reveals the main event, a spread of 3 different kinds of gourmet sandwiches. Ash and Note are absolutely floored, drooling over how incredible the food looks. To top it all off, Jean pulls out some white wine, insisting it's the perfect pairing for those egg sandwiches. The feast keeps coming with crispy fried chicken and shrimp spring rolls, and as Ash gets lost staring at the beautiful garnish, Note is already planning his own deep fry experiment at home. Jean looks over his local ingredients and decides to keep the anchovies in the egg sandwiches a total secret, knowing he's gotta ease rice fur into his wilder cooking before he goes full gourmet. He casually mentions that Nalade actually has a dish just like paella, but he hasn't seen anything even remotely close to it yet. Things are heating up around Canem as Ash locks eyes with him, telling him to just create whatever the hell he wants. But her face suddenly turns terrifyingly intense, making Jean freeze in his tracks. She's spiraling, wondering why she's so heated, while Note and a rattled Ash quickly agree it's time to bail, leaving Jean watching the whole scene in total confusion. Ash fires off a bold declaration, swearing that even if she's weak now, she'll become strong enough to create whatever she loves without a hint of fear, leaving Jean absolutely speechless. She's left blushing and totally stunned by that insanely manly speech. Even Note is bawling his eyes out, completely moved by his lady's unstoppable resolve. Jean is dying of embarrassment from all those manly vibes, and he's actually starting to doubt his own power. Over in Nalade, even the narrator is wondering why on earth Jean seems like a totally different person today. Then, Jean pulls out a handful of these weird, lumpy-looking round objects. This fancy-looking all-away heir nervously steps forward, stammering out a question to see if they're actually potatoes? Potatoes. Jean flashes a confident grin and lays out his master plan. Since he's cut off from his old world's ingredients, he's going to flip the script and introduce this realm to brand new flavors, starting with the secret stash of potatoes he brought along. This young prodigy carrying the legacy of the Alloway family. He notices they've got that deep, sweet potato color, even though they're shaped exactly like regular potatoes. Jean stops to think about how he never could have pulled off this massive harvest without the spirit's help. He explains that wheat is just way too fragile and risky to rely on when war is constantly breaking out. But since these grow safely underground, they're the ultimate secret weapon for survival. Since potatoes are tough as nails and stay fresh forever, farmers are finally going all in on them. He's totally floored that a plant once used for pretty flowers is now a survival meal. And while the all-away heir is hyped that fewer people are starving, he's totally digging that war is the main motivator. And while he's floored by the massive size of Jean's potatoes, he drops a major bombshell. Some people think they're toxic, which makes Jean remember his sister scolding him for not knowing that only the sprouts are dangerous. It hits them like a ton of bricks. These sprouts are pure poison, and it's all because they've been prepping them completely wrong. Plus, those green parts are straight up lethal. Just as the all-away man turns to ask if he looks to the man he calls Sir Solal for answers, and Jean steps in to confirm that the big preparations are finally in motion. When they ask who he is, he reveals he's known as Solal in Naladade and Jean in Canem, and it's clear our boy has finally grown up. He's still going by Jean, but he's ready to ditch the name the second it brings too much heat. He's down to spill his secret farming intel, but it's gonna cost them. The all-away man asks for his price, and Jean's first demand is a house on the island, thinking it should be. He makes it crystal clear. For the stinking rich Alloway family, life has always been a total cakewalk. The guy explains that Nalad is a total powder keg with every country fighting for a piece of the pie. But even though the Alloway family's shipping empire could pull some strings, Jean decides to peace out once he realizes his cooking would be totally sidelined. The Alloway man cuts him off, desperate for more time, and swears he'll take the whole situation straight to the head of the family. Jeans flashes a cocky smirk, dead certain his top-tier potatoes are so irresistible the alloys will shut out every other merchant just to claim the prize for themselves. The all-away guy asks for a sample to show his boss, so Jean reaches into his pouch and hands it over like it's no big deal. He hands over a few potatoes, assuring them they've been boiled and are totally safe to chow down on. The all-away man finally caves and takes the goods, but Jean's just smirking to himself, knowing he'd never be dumb enough to hand over the secret to a whole new harvest. The all-away man points to a tiny, hidden island that isn't even on the map and offers to get Jean a permanent spot there, asking if he's down for the deal. Jean's totally down for the island life since his teleportation makes travel a total joke and he's hyped to start a garden. So the all-away head slides over a contract promising to back Jean's business deals with the massive power of their family name. Jean warns that these potatoes are basically ticking time bombs of poison if they're unripe or sun-damaged, telling them to peel every skin and spit out anything bitter, a move that leaves the aloe man absolutely floored by his genius. Jean hands over a sample, promising the rest of the barrels once the cash and land permit hit his palm, all while secretly using his appraisal skill to make sure he isn't getting played. With the meeting wrapped up, Jean decides to scout the nearby islands before heading home, keeping a major warning about their failing soil in his back pocket, but only if the Allaways stay in business with him. Back at the tavern, Jean is spiraling over Ash's words, wondering if he's actually a total weakling and what it even means to be truly strong anymore. Meanwhile, Denozo and the rest of the squad are just chilling, passing the time with a round of cards. Annoyed immediately shuts Jean down, telling him to shove his ego somewhere else, while Note explains that Ash's insane skills come from the fact that he's been a veteran knight for an absolute eternity. Jean frantically claims it was a total accident, but deep down he knows that if he actually unleashed his full power, he'd wipe this entire town off the map. Chris points out that Jean isn't weak. He just lacks the heart of a killer, while Dean jokes that the guy looks more like a master chef or a professional house cleaner than a battle-hardened warrior. Jean realizes they've got him dead to rights, admitting he's only after the feathers before raising the stakes with a wild bet. He scoffs at such a pathetic excuse for murder while checking his hand, but Denozo suddenly raises the stakes, and Chris refuses to back down, calling the bet. Notes warns Jean to clear it with them before he wipes the town off the map, just as a killer four of a kind hits the table to sweep the massive pot. The rest of the squad is absolutely floored by Letzi's ice-cold bluff. Chris suddenly pushes to leave an entire day early, dropping the bombshell that Nina the Archer has officially rolled into town. Jean realizes they've got a golden chance to dodge the heroes, and Chris confirms it. Only the fastest member has arrived, while the rest of the squad is still 2 or 3 days out. Dean grills Jean about the legendary summoned heroes, and Jean plays it totally cool, acting like he's only heard a few whispers. Dean drops a massive bombshell. 4 heroes were summoned, but one of them is a total imposter. Jean's totally lost on what a changeling is, so Chris breaks it down, explaining it's a spirit that hijacks a child's life, just like the legends he's read about. Legends say these are broken holy spirits that hijack a human child's life, only to vanish into thin air the second they hit adulthood. But get this changeling is built way different than the rest. Jean drops a massive truth bomb, revealing that this is likely a replica of someone the hero loved in his original world. See, these half-baked changelings have to feast on spirits just to keep their bodies from falling apart, because human memories are way too unstable to fuel them. This thing has been spotted devouring spirits, but Nina says it silences witnesses so fast that the changeling's identity remains a total mystery. Jean flashes back to the rumors of 4 legendary heroes and realizes he wasn't the only one caught in the crossfire. He's dead certain it's his sister and her 2 best friends. He's betting no one can handle these guys while they're spamming magic like absolute lunatics. So let's see how this unfolds. He's betting that nations will see them as a total godsend for clearing out those rogue spirits. But he can't stop shaking at the thought that Denozo's insane power will just lure in even deadlier monsters. Note points out that heroes are basically the fuel for the gods. And since the wind god is currently at full throttle, nobody is letting these guys walk away without a fight. Denozo adds that while Nina wants to handle the changeling her way, Rosa and the others are itching to storm the capital and force the royals to wipe it out. They just need the heroes to cause a big enough scene to give them an excuse. Jean is dead set on shielding them from this absolute disaster, fully convinced the government is the one to blame for letting things spiral this far out of control. He realizes Jean's built different, because for that guy, family always comes before everything else. Let's see figures, they can sniff out the fake by tracking who's acting all lovey-dovey. But Chris shuts that down, reminding them that their bonds might have totally warped in this new world. He breaks it down. This squad is actually 2 sets of siblings, one with a big brother and the other with a big sister. And then Chris drops the ultimate bombshell. They already know the hero's name. Haruka, Hisatsugu, Yuka, and Jin. The names echo through the air, leaving Jin absolutely floored as he wonders why his secret past is being called out by Chris as one of the legendary heroes. Jean spots the two pairs of siblings and the changeling in the mix, but he's secretly losing his mind because his former name is staring right back at him from that list. He connects the dots in a heartbeat. The little brother is actually the changeling. He's totally blindsided, but the note doesn't lie. Even if he's never laid eyes on them, every single name on that list is the real deal. Jean realizes he's nothing but a fraud, a hollow shell reconstructed from the memories of his sister and her friends. And he scoffs at the idea of being cherished when he's dead certain his sister doesn't love him at all. He's totally repulsed by their twisted obsession, hating how they've turned him into nothing more than a mindless puppet in their heads. When the topic of the 4 heroes comes up, Jean sets the record straight. Only 3 were actually summoned, and he was just a total accident who got dragged along for the ride. He barely knows a thing about his sister's crew, just that the brother had major swagger while the sister was super timid, and now he's wondering if this new world gave them a total makeover. Jean figures his vain sister probably just begged for a supermodel glow-up or eternal youth without changing a single thing about herself, making Note wonder if they're actually on his level. But Jean explains he's just a master crafter, and their powers come from totally different gods. So let's see what's really going on. He remembers the god Rich from the demon forest, but Jean drops a bombshell. Rich wasn't the only one who blessed him, meaning his starting stats are on a whole different level. Chris warns that if these heroes actually get combat skills, they'll leave Jean in the dust, and without anyone to rein them in, it's a total disaster waiting to happen. But Jean counters that they're sticking by the changeling's side unless something truly horrific goes down. Code asks if Jean is really okay with letting the heroes walk away, but Jean shuts him down, revealing a secret he found in the Thelma's library. This world is rigged so that heroes don't actually change a thing, and he's banking on the fact that the fate of the universe doesn't rest on just 3 or 4 people. Jean keeps going, pointing out that even though heroes are famous for keeping things stable, there's still a massive debate over what's actually going down behind the scenes. Take the legendary wind god Lendoro. He straight up vanished from the world the moment that hero summoning ritual took place. This massive bombshell leaves Chris absolutely floored, while Note just stands there smirking at the chaos. Jean flashes back to his time in the library and realizes Denoso was dead right. The kingdom that built it was wiped off the map the same year the first hero arrived, meaning this world is stuck in the Dark Ages because these saviors keep burning everything to the ground. He drops a massive theory that summoning heroes to devour spirits is basically just cosmic spring cleaning to stop the world from collapsing, adding that every legend they know was actually planted by the spirits themselves, leaving everyone at the table looking absolutely clueless. Watching his friends pull god-tier hands out of thin air, Jean finally decides it's time to jump into the game. He shouts with absolute confidence that this time he's taking the win with a royal flush. Chris is left standing there with his jaw on the floor, completely shell-shocked. He snaps at Jean for wasting his secret weapons and treating a life-or-death battle like a weekend chore. But while Note tells him to ignore the nonsense, Dino coolly dares Jean to come up with a better analogy if he's so unimpressed. Jean breaks down the cosmic balance. The world is drowning in spirits with zero matter to hold them. So while the heroes are busy thinning the herd, he's taking the opposite approach and literally building more reality. He's torn on which move is better, but since this empire has a habit of spawning new outposts left and right, he figures he'll just wing it. He remembers an old book saying that when a spirit gets too OP, it literally turns to stone to keep the world in check. And get this, the wind god's petrified corpse was actually the battery used to summon the heroes. Those legendary heroes. The only way to stop that stone curse is by calling in a spirit from a completely different element. It's just how they're built. They've got to devour other spirits to skyrocket their own power. Jean has a massive epiphany. If the world just had more physical matter, summoning heroes would be totally pointless. His research proves it. His path of crafting items, bonding with spirits, and leaving the heroes alone is the winning move. But he's got to stay sharp, because one slip-up means Rich is turning into a permanent lawn ornament. Gods left questioning the hero's fate once their divine protector vanishes, wondering if that ball of light will finally petrify under the crushing weight of their combined power. Chris realizes that even without the full story, history proves these legendary healers and defenders must have lived like absolute royalty. Jean's face goes stone cold as he brushes it off as a total hallucination, and the crew agrees to steer clear of the heroes, at least until things get personal. Let's see groans as the conversation loops right back to Donoso, muttering that he's gonna need some heavy-duty meds just to survive the stress of a stray hero. Jean fires back that he's no stray hero, leaving Leisha totally rattled as she finally realizes this guy really is from another world. Note has one last burning question. What was the real deal between Jean and the heroes? He just plays it cool and keeps his mouth shut. But later, Cattle starts digging to see if there are any warning signs before a spirit actually turns to stone. Jean's out in the garden, standing right in the middle of a whole herd of cattle. Cattle reaches out and snatches the fruit right off the branch. Jean warns that they're about to start acting totally haywire, making it impossible to stay hidden any longer. He's stressing over Mistu and Halalfa, but Cattle tells him to relax since they aren't your average spirits. In fact, he's more worried they'll turn to stone even faster than the hero, just as Halalfa pops up to tease him for being such a worrywart. He leans right into Jean's personal space just to mess with him, making the guy jump back with a startled yelp. Misto snaps at her to quit teasing him, calling her a total buzzkill, while Cattle asks if hiding behind his back is really the safest spot to be. Jean's having a total internal meltdown, questioning if he's actually man enough for this. Cattle notices Jean's been racking up way more contracts than anyone expected, which is supercharging their own army of spirits. Hal Alpha drops some major lore, explaining that more followers means a massive power vessel, ensuring they won't turn to stone before Namina. Basically, every spirit Jean signs is officially joining their elite squad. He checks in on the cosmic balance, but Cattle warns him the spirit world is still way too crowded, so he's got to keep cranking out more matter. He then suggests a wild way to reinforce the walls, bringing up an old note about using a sticky honey flower mix or even the ashes of fallen spirits as mortar. Jean thinks the spirits would totally be down for that, but honestly, the ants are going to be crashing that party too. He throws a quick thanks to the Cattle, and just like that, they blink out of existence. Alalfa teases that it's a rare treat to see the resident prude so flustered, sending a panicked Jean scrambling for an excuse about tomorrow as he makes a total break for it. He lets out a devious giggle as he hightails it out of there. That night, Jean whips up a final bowl of ramen, knowing that once the monster hunt kicks off, he won't see a decent Japanese meal for a long time. He's diving into a legendary feast, and he isn't sharing a single bite with anyone. He starts prepping the ingredients, making sure everything is perfectly in place for the masterpiece he's about to create. He's carving into that juicy roast pork like a total pro. He tosses the veggies in the pan and proudly presents his masterpiece, a steaming bowl of ramen with a side of crispy gyoza. He dives right in, absolutely devouring that rich, complex broth and melt-in-your-mouth pork, and even the gyoza from his stash are still hitting with that perfect crunch. He polishes off the last bite and lets out a massive sigh of pure satisfaction. Later, as he's kicking it by the fire with Rich, he's blown away by how his crew totally had his back when he finally spilled his guts. Rich gets right into the fun, playfully yanking on that rope toy. Their warnings are finally ringing in his ears, so let's see what he's actually got. He'd been warned that his insane strength and naive heart made him a massive target for villains, but the one thing that truly terrified him was the thought of Jean ripping his spirit contracts away and handing them to someone else. Jean decides to keep on crafting, but he's going undercover to hide his true identity, since 3 other heroes are already hogging the spotlight. He turns to Richard and tells him it's officially time to hit the sack. He gives the pup some head pats while his mind races with the massive bombshell he just uncovered. Landoro the Wind God wasn't supposed to be turning anyone to stone, but Rich didn't care and charged straight into the fight anyway. That brutal fight kicked the petrification into high gear, and after Rich reached a new level of power, he was hand-picked to summon the next legendary heroes, but he ended up completely botching the ritual. Sheen's starting to get suspicious. Did Rich actually tank that on purpose? The pup locks eyes with him, and you can tell right away, this little guy is way smarter than he looks. He actually cracks a smirk, finally realizing his little pup is way sharper than he gave him credit for. Feeling the exhaustion finally hit, he decides to crash and recharge for the chaos ahead. The next morning, Jean is just about to head out when a voice suddenly stops him in his tracks. The whole squad is finally locked and loaded, with the twins and their dad geared up and ready to hit the road. A pair of twins pop up out of nowhere, greeting him with massive, high-energy smiles. Chris steps up and shouts that the whole squad is finally in the building. Noso cracks a joke, asking if they're all pulling a Santa Claus with those massive sacks, so let's see what's really going down. He breaks it down. They've got no choice but to finish the laundry now, or they're coming back to a disgusting pile of moldy clothes. He nods along, realizing the whole plan finally clicks. Then he shouts it out. It's officially time to hit the road. With the signal given, the massive crew starts charging down the street. Gene heads to the stables to give his horse Luther a serious pep talk, trusting the beast to keep them both in one piece. Luther finally perks up, and Gene rewards him with a head pat, calling him the ultimate good boy. Suddenly, a memory clicks into place, and Gene whips back around to face Luther. He offers the horse a sugar cube, explaining that these powerful beasts actually have a massive sweet tooth. Let's See starts roasting him for trying to grease some palms with bribes. Gene fires back, claiming he's got to let Luther handle the dirty work if he wants to look like a total boss in front of Tina and the twins. He's banking on this payoff to make sure he doesn't come off like a clueless amateur. Chris lays out the new plan. Since he and Dean are heavyweights and Gene is a total rookie, they're hitching rides with the others. Tina's pairing up with Shiva, while Letzi and Baku take on the heavy lifting with Chris. Baku is absolutely losing it, nuzzling Chris's chin with pure unbridled hype. Gene is completely baffled, but Chris just chuckles, insisting there's nothing funny about it, even as his chin turns bright red and he gets totally swept away by the sensation. Gene flips on his spirit vision for a split second, dying to know what that chin's spirit is actually plotting. He spots the spirit getting way too cozy with Chris's chin and wonders if a rivalry is brewing, but then the others catch his expression and start asking how spirits even handle this ear-rubbing chaos. Gene reveals that Chris stays totally zen because a spirit strokes his chin every single day, while Tina watches from the sidelines, completely love-struck and itching to hitch a ride with him later. Donoso shuts her down instantly, making it crystal clear that he's the only man she's ever going to be riding with. The twins start roasting their dad for being a total meanie, and while Ash jokes that the whole Donoso family loses their grip when Gene's around, even he admits the guy is incredibly easy to vibe with. Gene wonders if his liberation skill is finally glitching out, but while his friend brushes it off, a stressed-out Donoso leads them straight into monster territory where flying apes are lurking in the skies. These things hunt in massive packs, and right on cue, a swarm surrounds them. Donoso draws his blade, shouting that it's go time, as the whole squad leaps into the fray with Chris and Donoso squaring up against a massive ape. Gene's eyes are locked onto them, tracking their every move with razor-sharp focus. Shiva rockets into the sky, hoisting his blade high for a devastating strike. He delivers a crushing blow, dropping one of the monsters where it stands. The truth finally comes to light the exact moment that massive ape crashes to the ground. Suddenly, the rest of the pack loses their nerve and hightails it out of there. Gene points out that those guys have officially turned tail and bolted. He warns that they dodged a bullet this time, because if you drop even one Blackford ape, the entire pack will hunt you down without mercy. It stretches on forever, and the kids make a solemn vow to never, ever let that memory fade. The twins corner Chris to ask about the pink monkeys lurking further south, but he tells them he's never even heard of them. He gives a sly wink and drops a major secret. Take down the one with the lightest fur, and the entire pack will fall into total chaos. The kids' jaws hit the floor. Gene realizes Chris is basically a superstar, and the call goes out to pitch their tents before the sun disappears. Gene starts tinkering with some bizarre-looking device, and Chris is dying to know what the heck it actually does. The kids are already diving into it while Gene explains it's just a hammock, leaving Chris to watch the chaos with a heavy, exhausted sigh. The kids lose their minds when they realize they can actually swing and crash out in the hammock. Donoso snaps at them to get their heads in the game, reminding them they're in a literal death trap, and there's no time for fooling around. They offer up their apologies, and he gives Tina a reassuring head pat, letting them off the hook as long as they've finally learned their lesson. He spins toward Gene and drops a cold truth on the kids, warning them that if they want a normal life, he's the absolute last person they should ever look up to. Note is totally on board while Gene calls out the cruelty, but later that night, as the squad hauls their kill back to the fire, Gene's just stoked he finished enough lizard hide blankets to keep everyone covered. The hunters return with a massive flex, showing off a rare black deer and a mountain of fish that leaves Gene totally blown away. as the sun dips below the horizon and darkness swallows the land. Jean bellows that it's finally time to dig in. The whole squad huddles around the crackling fire, finally digging into a massive feast together. Jean roasts that cheese over the open flame until it's bubbling gold, then slathers it right onto his bread. He hands a piece over to Tina, who gives him a quick thanks before diving in with a huge, satisfied grin. She's absolutely obsessed with that stretchy melted cheese. While the rest of the kids are busy devouring their campfire snacks, Chris warns everyone to stay on high alert, and Tono nods in total agreement. With everyone else distracted, Jean takes the chance to grind his search skill, but Dean jokes that they're both so locked in that a monster could literally sneak right up to them without them even noticing. Nina's totally thrown by the new camp, realizing that the adventuring world has evolved into something she barely recognizes anymore. Note reveals that Jean is the one who actually kicked off this massive new trend. Jean explains that these hammocks are crafted from toughened giant lizard hide for extra safety, but the mood shifts instantly when someone jumps back and screams, "Wait, it's you again?" He shuts Jean up about those giant lizards, warning him that since these monster apes use fire, their hammocks are only a temporary fix to buy them a few precious seconds. He grumbles that they've been busting their brains trying to ignore it. But just as Jean starts to apologize, his eyes lock onto something strange. Shiva brushes it off, saying the hammocks look cozy enough, but she drops a total truth bomb. He's way more distracted than the kids and seriously needs to start watching his own back. Jean whips out a bag of marshmallows, leaving Ash completely baffled as he asks what they even are. He tries to play it cool by offering to roast them up with some raspberry jam, but he gets immediately called out for trying to dodge the conversation. They roast him up for Ash since he's obsessed with that sweet and sour combo, and Jean mentions it's a total fan favorite. Jean's itching to whip out the chocolate and bananas, but he bites his tongue, knowing he'd get totally roasted for it. Letsy's voice suddenly goes dead silent, and Jean just brushes it off as his imagination, locking his eyes on Ash's tough but satisfied expression. After a few more days of grueling travel, they finally stumble upon the entrance to the abandoned mine. Jean's busy cooking up a storm over the open fire while the rest of the squad makes sure the horses are taken care of. He's completely blown away to find a massive fortress standing right where the mine should be. Donoso explains that this place was a relic from the old mining days, but now it's just being used as a glorified toll booth. This mine used to be a total gold mine until the minerals ran dry and monsters moved in, but their presence actually mutated the leftover ore into rare magic crystals, turning this death trap into a magnet for every loot-hungry adventurer. Donoso decides it's time to ditch the horses and gear at the fort, while Jean puts Luther on guard duty, tossing him one last sugar cube for the road. Jean slides the toll guy some extra cash since Luther can be a real handful, and while Dino complains he's totally spoiling a rental horse, the attendant promises to keep a close eye on him. With the prep work finally out of the way, Donoso declares it's time to dive headfirst into the mine for real. Jean takes a long, steady breath, locking in for the absolute madness waiting for him. They're standing right at the mouth of that creepy abandoned mine, and the pitch-black darkness inside is practically begging them to turn back. The crew looms at the mouth of a dark, forgotten mine. Donoso warns them that the tunnels are infested with worms, beetles, and rats, plus some other creepy crawlies. Chris adds that these monsters tunnel through the dirt, making the ground totally unstable and dangerous to walk on. Jean gives a firm nod, letting them know he's ready for whatever's down there. Chris is baffled by the random stick in Jean's hand, but Jean explains he snagged it from the torch merchant to scout for traps and weak ground before they take another step. He even points out it doubles as the perfect hook for that lantern he gave Letsy. He explains that these beasts feast on magic-rich soil until it crystallizes in their guts, making them a walking payday for adventurers. Meanwhile, the guy just sighs, realizing Jean completely blew off his question. Deep inside the mental landscape, Jean complains about the crazy humidity, and Ash has to agree. This place feels nothing like the world outside. Noso warns that the recent downpour likely drowned the tunnels ahead. Then he reaches down to snatch a stone from the ground. Jean's just about to ask what the plan is, but Donoso beats him to it by launching that stone straight into the pitch-black darkness. He bellows, "Gotcha!" and slams a heavy strike right into a target no one can even see. Jean is absolutely floored by his own big brain moves. Tina thrusts her torch forward, and the flickering light reveals that the beast she just flattened is actually just a massive mangy rat. Denoso walks up to the massive dead rat, noticing it's not a horned beast, but definitely has a weird lump on its forehead. He decides the carcass is perfect bait, handing Jean his torch so he can gut the thing to search for a mana stone. Chris then jumps in, suggesting they hunt down a few more to make the trap even more irresistible. Noso starts carving up that rat with surgical precision, while Chris tells the kids to glue their eyes to the action because they're watching a total master at work. The kids are watching with their jaws on the floor, and Jean thinks this whole vibe is perfect for a family of farmers, even if he's still a bit shaky dealing with anything that isn't livestock or a literal monster. With the rats rigged as bait, Denoso tells the group to kick back and wait for a real monster to show its face. Jean breaks out the snacks, and the kid is absolutely losing it with joy. They let out a massive cheer and dive right into those snacks with huge grins. Ryan breaks it down. It's a straightforward cheesecake with a luscious cream cheese center, all sliced up into perfect little bites. All right, let's see if it lives up to the hype. He dives in for a taste, absolutely loving that crumbly texture and the sharp, acidic punch of the cheese. Jean points out the dish is way more Letitia's vibe than Ash's, but she's still clearly loving every bite. Meanwhile, Ash is thinking a sweet strawberry sauce would have been the perfect touch, right until Tina suddenly silences them because something just snatched the bait. Suddenly, a fresh pack of 7 or 8 of those same nasty rats swarms out, and Denoso asks the kids if they're actually ready for round 2. They didn't even hesitate, jumping at the chance without a single second thought. Tina and the twins dive headfirst into the fray, absolutely shredding through those rats with total mastery. He's giving Baku props for the kill when things suddenly take a sharp turn. Suddenly, a rat springs from the shadows and launches a sneak attack right at N's back. But the tables turn in a heartbeat right as that rat lunges for the kill. Right before the blow connects, Sheva shuts it down with a lightning-fast knife slash, as N calls out to his mother, who flashes him a reassuring smile. Denoso's heart hits his throat as he frantically demands to know why Shiva is brandishing that lethal blade. She warns them that her sword would freeze everyone solid in these tight quarters, so she's sticking to a knife that, trust me, is definitely not for the kitchen. Denoso snaps at her to quit the death stare. I mean, sure, he forged the blade, but he doesn't deserve all that heat. Denoso takes a good look at the rats and realizes they're total lightweights, barely packing a drop of magic. They realize the real monsters are hiding further down where the ore has time to thicken, so Jean gives the green light to dive even deeper. Mid-walk, Chris suddenly materializes behind Dean, nearly making him jump out of his skin. And while Jean sees Dean as just being himself, he notices Chris is totally locked in, proving just how much they respect the living legend, Denoso. He points out that Jean is actually keeping his cool, unlike Chris and Dean, who basically lose their minds the second Nozo shows up, and Jean just nods, totally getting where he's coming from. He pulls out a lantern and tells everyone it's time to see what this thing can actually do. Denoso's left scratching his head until he learns Jean crafted this custom oil lamp. It's not as blinding as a torch, but it's way more convenient to carry. The kids are totally hypnotized by the gorgeous glow, and while Tina explains it's way more reliable than a candle in the wind, it's basically useless for scaring or burning monsters. So let's see. Lets them pass it around to get a feel for it. The kids are absolutely hyped as they swarm the line, and seeing their energy, Jean realizes it's time to break out every last lantern he's got stashed away. As they push deeper, Denoso spots nasty larvae and worms wriggling around, warning the crew that one wrong step on those dry patches could send the whole floor collapsing beneath them. Jean points out those creepy holes in the dirt, but the guy just flashes a wicked grin and tells him he'll find out soon enough, right as the ground literally collapses from under Jean's feet. Suddenly, a monstrous insect bursts right out of that hole. It looks like a massive stag beetle larva, but don't let that fool you. It's got a mouthful of jagged, nasty teeth. Denoso explains that these freaks hide in their burrows, waiting to blast anyone who gets close with a stream of lethal acid. He's absolutely stunned that Jean actually managed to pierce through its insanely tough, armored skin. Chris chimes in, revealing that these things can actually shift their guts around to absorb the impact of any blow. Jean just shrugs it off, admitting that landing that killing blow was basically a total stroke of luck. Denoso shouts for him to bait out their toxic spit before moving in for the kill. Jean locks in instantly. He weaves past a lethal spray of acid and shatters the larva with a single lightning-fast strike from his stick. He starts gloating that he took it out before it could even let out a spray, making the whole victory even more epic. Noso's screaming at him to drop that damn stick, while the rest of the gang is totally lost, wondering if Jean just invented some weird new weapon, all while Lessie grumbles that these things are a nightmare to dismantle when they're still packed with acid. Jean gets the signal, bait out that lethal acid, and then go for the kill. He winds up to crush another larva, but right as he swings, his only weapon snaps clean in half. He lets out a gut-wrenching wail of pure despair. His partner tells him to quit whining and just use his sword, but Jean is legitimately grieving that stick like he lost his soulmate. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek rips through the air. Tina's heart nearly stops when a massive, snarling rat lunges out of the shadows. Jean's jaw hits the floor as he shouts that this thing is freaking massive, easily the size of a grizzly bear. He snatches the kids back to safety and absolutely lays into Jean for acting like this is no big deal. Ash calls out the tri-horned beast, and Denoso instantly unsheathes his blade. He lets loose a devastating barrage, unleashing a storm of slashes that literally shred the air apart. With one lightning-fast strike, that giant rat is history. Ash gives Denoso some serious props for living up to that Wolf King title, and Chris chimes in that he absolutely shredded that beast in the blink of an eye. Denoso just laughs, joking that he can't let these new kids outshine him, but he quickly turns serious, noting that the monsters lately have been getting way more dangerous. Shiva watches him with a smirk, his eyes making it clear he's already figured everything out. Tina and the twins give the green light, and Denoso shouts that it's finally time to start carving up this beast. They brace themselves for the absolute slog ahead, and right in the thick of the grind, Tina's already asking if they're finally at the home stretch. Jean clocks the look of pure panic on her face and immediately asks her what's going on. Tina peers into the soul-crushing darkness of the mine shaft, her heart sinking as she wonders where her mom and dad could have vanished to. Tina stands there in total isolation, desperately screaming out for her parent who's nowhere to be found. Jeannie's head is spinning. Ash confirms she's just as blind to the situation, and now Denoso and Note have completely vanished into thin air. That's when it hits him. Those three must have plunged way deeper into the reaches of the mind. He calls for a retreat, but Jean shuts him down, declaring they're pushing even deeper into the danger zone. Jean starts to ask why, but he's silenced by a brutal stomp to the foot that sends him howling. He yanks him aside to demand an explanation, but Tina puts on a brave face and warns them that whenever her parents vanish like this, it means they're off fighting something seriously deadly. Ash drops to one knee and warns her that crying is basically a dinner bell for monsters, so she needs to stay quiet if she doesn't want her parents to freak out. Tina brushes away her tears and gives a firm nod, locking in her resolve. The light bulb finally clicks for Jean. They were just shielding the kids from a total meltdown, and he feels like a complete moron for being the last one to catch on. He explains that the tri-horned beast was just a warning of a much bigger threat, and while they survived one, a whole pack would be a total nightmare. So the trio likely headed out to investigate. They clearly figured the rest of the squad was just dead weight, so they ghosted everyone without a word. But Jean pops his search skill and catches them slipping into a pitch-black tunnel that's a total nightmare for even gold-ranked pros to fight in. Lantern or not, Jean fires off his search skill and spots the trio just up ahead. But they're not alone. A massive horde of monsters is closing in on them fast. The kids start panicking and calling out for their parents, but Tina steps up to remind them how tough their folks really are while Jean clenches his fists and swears everything's gonna be okay. Tina's rock-solid courage and sweet words hit Jean right in the feels, proving that amazing sisters actually exist, so he turns back to the kids with a confident, reassuring grin. He reassures them that everything's gonna be fine, because their mom and dad are absolute powerhouses. Flashing a cocky grin, he brags that he's a total beast too, promising to be right back before diving headfirst into the shadows. So let's see what he's really got. Ash screams at his back, calling him a total moron. He calls forth the wind spirits and draws his legendary all-slaying blade just to prep his land. It hits him. They forced Letzi to butcher the beast just so they could sneak off undetected. There's no time to waste, because they've just stumbled right into a massive horde of monsters. He screams out to the fire spirits, begging them to fuel him with their blazing power. He picks up their energy, knowing the trio is waiting for him right around the corner. He taps into his mana, igniting a blinding light that cuts right through the darkness. A blinding flash rips through the darkness, revealing Denoso, Shiva, and Note completely boxed in by a sea of monsters. Shiva's caught off guard by the blinding flash as Denoso screams for Jean, only for Jean to appear right beside them and warn that he's packing way more heat than they realized. He lets out a roar, shouting that there's no way they're leaving him behind as he dives headfirst into the chaos. Denoso is impressed, remarking that now that they can see it'll be a piece of cake. He can't believe Jean was actually this strong considering how careless he usually is. Now that the cave's lit up, our trio absolutely shreds the final monster without even breaking a sweat. Right as they're pushing forward, Denoso is suddenly hit by a massive wave of exhaustion. Not a single soul is picking up on this eerie vibe, and the rest of the crew is totally oblivious. He asks Jean if he's sensing the creepiness too, but Jean just shrugs and says he actually slept like a rock. Now he's starting to wonder if some kind of sleep-manipulating spirit is lurking right under their noses. Jean realizes the monsters aren't immune either. They're starting to move like they're stuck in slow motion. He starts questioning if it's his insane mental grit or just his broken healing skills keeping him in the game. And once the dust settles, he asks if they finally wiped out every last one of them. But out of nowhere, his instincts start screaming that something is seriously off. Deep inside a glowing cavern, they spot a woman fast asleep on a rock with a white cat snuggled up beside her. And Jean can only mutter one name, Daifuku. Denoso looks totally clueless and blabs out, "Wait, what the heck is a Daifuku anyway?" Jean brushes it off, but he catches a human soul lurking inside a cat, a literal spirit. And Note realizes that if they can even see the thing, it's either insanely powerful or just showing off, proving this feline phantom is the one putting everyone to sleep. Eva desperately screams for the sleeping woman, but a crushing wave of exhaustion slams into her as she realizes they've hit an impassable barrier. Jean asks if he can give it a shot and suddenly whips out a wooden box. Suddenly, the white cat Hyle snaps its eyes wide open. He scrambles up and creeps toward the box, finally deciding to squeeze himself inside. Jean slams the lid shut, trapping the cat inside before it can even react. Noso's like, "What's the plan?" And a totally rattled Jean admits he's got nothing. He just moved on pure instinct because he remembered that cats are basically liquid. His girl warns him to think twice because snagging this thing is going to come with a massive price tag. Deep inside that dark cavern, the woman finally starts to wake up. She lets out a massive stretch and a yawn, wishing the group a casual "good morning" before immediately demanding to know what the heck they did with Hyle. She's absolutely losing it, crying that Hyle has never once left her side, but Denoso just silently gestures toward the box. She introduces herself as Sarah and explains she was just crashing there to escape the absolute racket outside. She doesn't even bat an eye, just casually explains that Hyle's barrier is basically a total soundproof fortress. She was so dead tired that she practically begged Hyle to carry her all the way here. Suddenly, it all clicks for Jean. The loudest person she was complaining about had to be Rosa, who was probably trying to snag Hyle for herself. He recalls Rosa being relentless, but he shut her down because her lazy lifestyle of constant meals and non-stop napping was a total deal-breaker, though he mutters that Sarah seems to spend all her time sleeping anyway. Sarah reveals her tragic limit. She only gets 2 measly hours of wakefulness a day before her body forces her right back into a deep sleep. The only reason she's even awake right now is because Hyle finally stepped out, and let's be real, her only goal in life is to be a pampered mistress who stays in bed all day, a dream she can actually pull off thanks to her top-tier visuals. Note, worries. Her barrier skill is a total dead end for a career, but she reveals that she's the only person on the planet allowed inside that shield while Hyle is catching some Z's. She warns him not to let her looks fool him because she's still a spirit's bud deep down. She's got her sights set on a pretty wild dream, becoming the ultimate mistress. Jean takes point, leading the entire squad straight to the mysterious Sarah. Leslie starts wondering if he was a bit too savage for calling her a sketchy lady with a bizarre Daifuku spirit. Jean fires back that gender has nothing to do with it. He just straight up doesn't trust anyone. Dean chimes in, suggesting this is all just deep-seated trauma from those brutal fake confessions he dealt with in the past. Jean tells them to mind their own business, explaining he only doubled back to lead the charge while Aldenoso and the gang handle the dirty work. The second the kids spot Jean, they start frantically screaming for their parents. Jean points Sarah out and tells Denoso she's looking to get hitched, but warns him she's useless at chores or raising kids, though if he's cool with that, she's all his. Then he leans in and whispers that she actually wants to be a mistress instead, leaving Denoso absolutely floored. He's instantly head over heels, dying to know if she's a total knockout, while Chris chimes in, saying he'd handle every single chore for his true love. Now that's a guy with a realistic game plan. He presses Jean for his take on the situation, but Jean just shuts him down and says he's sitting this one out. The rest of the guys looked absolutely crushed as their faces fell in total disappointment. Jean tries to get the squad on the same page, but it looks like they're still miles apart. Sarah's looking completely drained as she desperately begs for a bite to eat. He hands her a piece of bread, and she starts devouring it like her life depends on it. She calls him a total lifesaver, admitting she hasn't eaten in a full week, and while Hyle's barrier keeps her from actually dying, it doesn't stop her from feeling absolutely famished. So Denoso asks, wondering what her next move is. Jean steps up and hooks her up with whatever extra gear he has left. He accepts with a grin, and Sarah decides to slip away and head back the second Hyle falls fast asleep. Denoso's jaw drops when she ditches the spirit, but she just shrugs and explains they aren't even officially contracted. She tells them not to sweat it because Hyle pulls this move all the time, sometimes crashing for days or even a full year. While he's out, she's planning to live her best life with 3 full meals and all the naps she can handle. Denoso's not buying it, though, and asks the real question. How is she actually going to afford a lifestyle like that? Jean is still dying to know about her Spirit Bud title, so she explains that if it weren't for Hyle, she'd have blossomed long ago, leaving Jean to wonder what a spirit. Sarah starts wondering if she's doomed to just eat and sleep forever, giving Letzi a major case of the creeps. But Sarah just laughs it off, explaining that while she's always loved her naps, Hyle's influence has turned her into a total glutton, before she turns to Jean with a sincere thank you. She tells him to hit her up if he ever actually manages to provide for her, wishes them both the best, and starts heading out. Letzi screams for Jean, but she's already vanished, leaving behind a note with the craziest reveal yet. Spirit's butt is actually a healer. While regular folks just staff the temples, a Spirit's Blossom is an elite healer so gifted that multiple temples have officially vouched for their incredible power. Jean's jaw hits the floor as it sinks in. He's the only one who didn't get the memo. Chris chimes in, explaining that they even take their moves to the temples and town squares whenever a festival is in full swing. Ash decides they should hit up the Spirit's bow another time, and Jean thanks her, admitting that ever since they met, he's realized he's totally clueless about this world. Meanwhile, Letzi chimes in to ask if Hyle is still cooped up in that box. Ash flings the lid open to see exactly what's waiting inside. Right there inside, the little white cat is fast asleep, and Ash is absolutely melting over how precious it looks. She's staring right at a cat that Letzi can't even see, and as Note warns Jean to actually think before he acts next time, a frustrated Letzi demands to know where that box came from until Jean finally reveals it's from his storage skill. Denoso desperately tries to dodge the heat by frantically pivoting, asking what the heck they're supposed to do with this guy. Jean asks if Denoso would really abandon a helpless cat, but Denoso snaps back that it's actually a spirit, and most people wouldn't even know it's there. Jean wishes he could take it in, but he's already juggling a dog and knows he's at his limit, until a total light bulb moment strikes. He's like, just dump it in Letzi's room, making it crystal clear that there's no way he's keeping it. Ash decides it's time to tip the scales and rig the spirit energy in Letzi's favor. Letzi is absolutely terrified at the thought of being knocked out cold on the trek home, and the rest of the squad agrees that this spirit is way too powerful to move without a plan, so they decide it's best to just back off and leave it alone. He walks right up to the box and tells the kitty that if it ever gets tired of this spot, it's welcome at his place in Canham. He even drops the full address, which absolutely drives Lise crazy. Thinking back to the beasts they just slaughtered, he shouts that it's time to harvest the loot and finally head home. He takes one look at the absolute mountain of work ahead and lets out a massive groan of despair. Back in Canham, Jean's shouting at the top of his lungs for Luther. He tracks him down with Denoso, who can't help but poke fun at Jean's massive soft spot for animals. Jean just shrugs it off, explaining that animals are the only ones who are truly honest without some shady hidden agenda. In a wild turn of events, the stable hands actually decide to hand Luther over to him. Jean looks the horse in the eye and makes a solemn vow. He's going to find a safe haven and come back for him no matter what. He's finally home and dying for a soak in the tub, but out of nowhere, a white cat named Daifuku suddenly pops into view. He gets to work setting up a cozy spot, laying out a mattress and some warm blankets for his new guest. That monster cat Hyle just strolls right into the house like he owns the place. He completely loses his mind when he realizes it's the same beast from the mines, and it's already invaded his bedroom. Jean tries to play it cool, promising him that the creature will be perfectly fine if they just stuff it in a box. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew is absolutely dying of laughter at the whole ridiculous situation. Jean's just trying to get a quick soak in, but Let's steps in and shuts that down immediately. He's desperately begging Jean to get that terrifyingly powerful spirit out of his room right now. He's absolutely terrified, swearing he's just not built for this kind of insanity and refuses to touch anything that's out of his league. Soaking in the bath, Jean finally feels the life returning to his bones while he mulls over his decision to take Hyle. He ditches Hyle at the Canham house, but he's low-key paranoid that the creature might just shadow him to the next spot anyway. He'd actually invited Hyle to tag along, but the thing just stood there, giving him the total silent treatment. And let's be real, the more he looks at Hyle, the more he's convinced it's just one massive, oversized Daifuku. He makes a mental note that it's finally time to try his hand at whipping up some Daifuku. Bright and early the next morning, he's already serving up warm, freshly baked bread to the rest of the gang. Just watch him freak out the second he realizes Hyle is fast asleep right on his lap. Jean's starting to have second thoughts, wondering if he really should have just hauled a mattress over after all. When he nervously asks about his weird hand gestures, Jean is left completely baffled by what he even means. He takes the food but stays dead set on not being played, while Jean tries to win him over with the smell of fresh coffee, bacon, and cheese. Right on cue, Chris bursts onto the scene, his nose leading him straight to that irresistible scent. Jean offers him some breakfast, and he wastes no time diving right in. Chris is left wondering if Hyle will ever show his face again, betting that the guy just can't stand these rowdy vibes. Jean's racking his brain, trying to figure out exactly what the hell he's supposed to do with Luther. He weighs the idea of stashing him on an island near Nalidade with a hired guard, but the thought of being gone for months keeps him on edge. Suddenly, his train of thought gets derailed when he spots Note caught in a heated confrontation with a mysterious hooded figure. This butler is giving off some seriously lethal vibes, and you can practically feel the killing intent radiating off him. Jean realizes things are about to go south, so he jumps right in and shuts the whole thing down. The hooded figure snaps, demanding to know what he's up to. But Note realizes exactly who he's looking at. Jean offers a quick apology and makes a break for it, thinking Note's got it rough if he's already throwing hands in broad daylight. Only a second later, a note drops at his door with a simple message. It's finally finished. He tries to apologize for the chaos, but Jean shuts him down, snapping that there had to be a better way, especially since the brawl was happening right on his own front porch. Jean's hesitant, asking if they're really just going to leave the guy on the curb, but out of nowhere, Baku shows up and the hooded freak vanishes into thin air. Jean finally connects the dots. Note is actually burning through his own spirit energy just to scrub every last bit of evidence. Note points out that the guy clearly had things handled, and any sane person would have stayed far away. But Jean admits his head was totally stuck on Luther. Not asks Jean if he knows a fixer who can haggle with the best of them, keep their lips sealed, and ghost the scene the second things go south. He smirks, realizing their silence is actually a massive win, just as a devious new plan starts cooking in his head. He tracks down Keel and demands to know his take on who their mysterious new client really is. He'll just shoots them a look of pure boredom, acting like the whole situation is completely beneath him. He bursts through Ash's door with a massive grin, shouting that he's just finished whipping up a fresh batch of snacks. He's got one full day left to wait before he can finally throw down. He looks over and catches Hyle, the white cat spirit, totally vibing and lounging right on Ash's lap. He trails off awkwardly, his jaw hitting the floor when he realizes the spirit is standing right there. Jean figured Hyle was still crashing at Letsy's place, and even though Letsy asks if he's about to pass out, Jean insists he's wide awake. But Note? Yeah, he's definitely not doing okay. Jean whips around to Note, demanding answers because he's convinced this isn't a repeat of the mine. And honestly, Hyle might just be a fake name for this spirit. Note starts spiraling, wondering if a secret contract was forged behind their backs to nerf Hyle's true strength, suggesting this isn't just possession, but a full-on puppet show exactly like the nightmare Sarah went through. He breaks it down. Possession lets the spirit run wild, but a contract puts you in the driver's seat. Just don't be surprised if their power levels go haywire once the ink is dry. He explains that while it's incredibly rare, some spirits actually hunt for their own contracts. And he thinks that's exactly why Hyle showed up. He asks if Jean is talking about a deal with Ash or Letzi, and Jean gives him a firm yes. Jean then reveals the goods, whipping out the box of daifuku he brought along. Note calls for a quick timeout, and as Jean and the others wait, he suddenly realizes those daifuku treats are a dead ringer for the spirit lurking on Connie. He's sorry for the last-minute heads-up, but those hired guns he mentioned? They're rolling into town tomorrow night. Jean finally caves and agrees to meet him face-to-face. When the next night rolls around, the entire town is dead silent. Jean finally crosses paths with Note deep inside a local tavern. Note reveals he picked this random spot as a safety net just in case things go south and get messy. On top of that, he's already whining about how the food here is absolutely revolting. Jean starts messing with him, asking why he didn't just host the meeting back in the safety of Kanem. Note shuts him down, explaining that while a different city would be ideal, he's on a ticking clock and can't stay away for too long. He's frantically digging through the chapters of his own past, and then, out of nowhere, he whips out a stash of cranberry cookies. He apologizes for not whipping up a full feast, but he did toss in some strawberries and prays they'll be cool with that. Right on cue, two guys dressed head to toe like high-class butlers stroll into the room. Jean's jaw hits the floor because he thinks they look like they stepped straight out of a maid cafe. They're total carbon copies aside from their hair. One's beaming with a huge smile, while the other is dead serious with a stone-cold poker face. Jean steps up to greet the group, but the guy with the eerie smile is already sniffing the air, claiming he's caught a scent. Jean's completely dazed, wondering if that sketchy fish he had for lunch is finally coming back to haunt him. But this guy beelines it straight for the cookies, leaving Jean absolutely floored. Did he seriously just sniff out the secret? He starts freaking out, wondering if every butler is this terrifyingly sharp, and if keeping a secret from them is straight up impossible. This guy actually grins and declares that he can practically taste it. Jean is left completely stunned as the man insists they have urgent business to handle, before demanding that Jean act like this meeting never even happened. Note is just as baffled while Jean starts spiraling, wondering if his cookies were actually garbage. But Note shuts that down, swearing his treats are always fire, and this has literally never happened before. He makes the call to ditch the evidence immediately and tells the group it's time to hightail it back home. Out of nowhere, the butlers pop back in, frantically apologizing for the scene they caused just moments ago. The guy with the permanent grin agrees to the gig, but only if Jean spills the secret on where those cookies came from. Jean's losing it internally, thinking the silver-haired guy was a total jerk, and this blonde dude is even shadier. He's just praying to find one person who isn't a complete weirdo. He shuts them down, refusing to spill a single secret, and the vibe turns icy as Jean notices the gold-haired guy looking like he's ready to snap and end someone. Note steps in, desperately trying to talk him off the ledge before he completely loses it. The butler just flashes a grin, promising they won't make a scene and even offering to sign an official oath that Jean stays safe. Jean's blood runs cold at the mention of violence, but the other butler drops a bombshell. These oaths are literal spirit contracts, and breaking the rules means a one-way ticket to a world of absolute agony. That's when it finally clicks for Jean. This isn't just some formality. It's a deadly, unbreakable bond. He's dying to know why everyone is losing their minds over these treats, but Note explains they aren't for sale. They're actually exclusive rewards for butlers who go above and beyond. With a smirk, the butler drops a total bombshell. His partner literally can't taste a single bite of normal food. The stoic warrior brushes it off, saying he can catch a hint of flavor here and there, but his smiling companion shuts that down, reminding him that a world without taste is a total nightmare. The golden-haired butler locks eyes with them and demands to know who the target is, leaving Jean absolutely floored. Note jumps in to kill the confusion, explaining it's all a big mix-up and they're actually just on the hunt for stewards. The smiling butler grills him on why he's so paranoid about the new recruits, but the boss just fires back that he's as unreadable as ever. He's dying to wipe that cocky grin right off his face. Fluster finally snaps, admitting he's been a total emotional wreck lately and telling Jean to look away, right as the butlers pipe up to ask if the job is taking them to Kanem. Jean shuts him down on the spot, and Note is internally screaming because he totally forgot to mention the one detail that changes everything. The butlers step up and ask to take charge of the craftsmen, but Jean pulls back, clearly torn on whether he can truly trust them. Note swears that even though these guys are total weirdos, they're absolute beasts for a short-term gig. And with that oath keeping them in line, they'll crush every single task Jean throws their way. He realizes they've got yet another massive reason to keep their secret lives hidden from the world. He starts questioning if Note rigged the whole thing just to give him a massive edge and a bulletproof contract, but when he realizes it's actually Note's secret way of looking out for him, he's all in. Jean makes it official. The deal is finally locked in. They've set a 3-month deadline to regroup in Isekai'D, where Jean's gonna hand over the blueprints and every scrap of material they need. He slides over a contract promising to stop digging into Jean's business, and even though Isekai'D is a massive trek away, Jean decides to take the deal. The butlers explain that signing this contract is a direct line to the spirit realm, and the entity that answers depends entirely on your own skill and raw ambition. They press him to sign on the dotted line, and Jean doesn't hesitate to seal the deal. The second his quill hits the page, a blinding light explodes from the paper. The Thoughtlers are absolutely losing their minds. Suddenly, this massive bearded spirit looms right behind their backs. It's nothing but cattle. The butlers just stand there frozen, staring at each other in absolute shock. A literal god drops in out of nowhere, leaving the entire group absolutely frozen in shock. A stunned, heavy silence suddenly swallows the night.